We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Down to our final table of the Mystery Bounty Hunter. An-Win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop. And that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for An-Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the Mystery Bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一期参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话也拿过3。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome from Da Nang in Vietnam. We are here at the APT Summer Series in Da Nang. We are kicking off 4 days of coverage here, starting with the main event, Day 2. My name is Vidur Singh, and I am joined by my partner in crime, Mr. Stephen Lai. Stephen, how are you doing, and how excited are we to kick this off, my friend?
Good morning, good afternoon. Well, it's good afternoon in Hong Kong, where I'm very excited to see the day 2 of the main event. We have 297 players battling out for a prize pool of over $1 million American and a beautiful trophy.
Well, here we are smashing those main event guarantees as always. I mentioned this is a summer series. We had one in Hanoi which we also covered. This, of course, is in the beautiful, beautiful town of Da Nang, a beach town. I have just landed, actually, and I've had the pleasure to check out some of those beaches. What a beautiful place to play poker, and what a beautiful turnout. As you just mentioned, we smashed the $1 million guarantee. 297 players going to day 2. The action is already alive and kicking, and here we go. Let's shuffle up and deal. We are going to show... Oh, first off, let's kick off the schedule. Like I said, day 2 today. Day 3, of course, tomorrow we will be playing down to the final table. That will be the final day of the main event. And after that, as always, we kick off the high roller coverage to end the series. I'm super excited, Stephen, as I already mentioned. How are you feeling about this series?
Well, so far, I was doing the streaming of the Natural 8 Thai exclusive event, and it was very exciting. The setup is amazing. I don't know how they do it, but APT somehow manages to make, like a conference room into a proper poker room. It looks amazing.
Yeah, and I especially love the feature table. It's like that extra incentive to make it onto the final table, maybe in the feature table. And let's not forget, by the way, the Korea event coming up in Incheon, Korea. We just saw that screen. That will be the event to top all events. We are looking at a repeat of Taiwan, I think, Stephen, in terms of the craziness and the turnout there.
Well, I am looking forward to being there in person this time around. So I've already booked my flights and everything, and I will be making my way over there at the end of August.
And once again, by the way, we do have a guarantee for the main event in Korea. It's going to be 1.3 billion in the local currency. And if you're wondering why that amount, well, that's USD $1 million guaranteed for the main event. So just like Steven, book your tickets. We will see you all in Korea. But for now, we are looking back at the action here in Da Nang. We're looking at the top 10 chip counts, by the way, on your screen. Anuj Yadav, a familiar face from my home country in India, sort of a shark you want to stay away from on the online felt, clearly making his presence known in the live poker streets of Vietnam here, followed by 4 locals, great to see. And then, of course, the lovely diversity we love to talk about. I saw some names from China and Malaysia. It's so great to see the diversity show up at every stop here at the APT.
Well, I was looking through that list, and I was trying to make a little joke about from A to Z. And I almost made it because it has Australia, but it didn't have Zimbabwe. So I could only do A to V, which is Australia to Vietnam.
Close enough, close enough. I love it. By the way, I did see the shot of those lovely APT Lion trophies. I love to point out how special those things are. That is one trophy you want on your mantelpiece. So much thought put into the design as well.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I managed... Oh, look at him. I remember that man. The man with the sunglasses. He was playing the high roller last time in Hanoi.
The winner of the high roller, mind you, he has come to maybe repeat his success. And let's not forget his little dance, by the way, that went viral in Asia.
Excitement, excitement, excitement. So here we are. This is quite a diverse table as well. I see a few Taiwanese players. What else do we have here? Let me have a look. We have 2 Taiwanese players, 1 Japanese player, 1 Singaporean, 1 player from China, 1 player from Russia, and then, of course, 2 local favorites from Vietnam with big chips too.
I just love the diversity, as I love to keep pointing out. And we will, of course, be telling you more about each of the players at the feature table. As you can see, 296 remaining out of 675. So a long way to go for this day today as we play down into the money. 3, 2, 1, there we go.
I think we are going to play 10 levels today, or down to 48 players. And I love the fact that APT events are just big enough to be interesting, but small enough to include, a big range of players to play the main event. For $1,500 USD, is actually reasonable for that kind of, we're talking a world-class event here.
Oh, absolutely. What's crazy to me is that more people have shown up in Da Nang then in Hanoi for the main event, which is always lovely to see. As you mentioned, 1,500 approximately in USD, basically 35 million VND, the local currency. And I mean, the prize pools inflate up to the kind of guarantees we've smashed here today. 675 players. You're talking hundreds of thousands in USD for the winner. Absolutely life-changing money for that entry price.
Oh, it's brilliant. And also, once again, the honor of being an APT main event winner is incomparable too.
Yeah, let's not forget that trophy, that lion trophy. Once it's on your mantelpiece, you'll be talking about it for the rest of your life.
By the way, I've just received information about the number of players ITM. Is going to be 95 players getting into the money.
There we go. So with about 296 players to kick off, we have to lose 2/3 of the field before we hear that round of applause to celebrate people making into the money. And then you might say the real game begins.
Well, I think for a lot of regular players, they care about the ITM. They take ITM very seriously. They take the ICM consideration very seriously. But on the other hand, if you are relatively new to the game and then you just play this for fun, of course you want to be all the way to be the winner of the whole thing.
Absolutely. And as you correctly said, the ITM, which is to say the min cash, which I suspect will be something around the $2,500 range. Firstly, not a small sum of money. Secondly, good to get a return. And thirdly, now you've cashed in the APT main event. That goes on your Hendon Mob, gives you confidence. You can get more buy-ins. It's no joke. As
it's fantastic.
Do cut to the first hand, by the way. Queens versus Queen 10 suited. Some reasonable holdings to defend from the big blind. Nothing to write home about on the flop. And I think we might have the Russian, Nikita, take down this very first hand. He does have pocket queens with that hard draw, with the Queen of Hearts. Absolutely dominant position in this hand. And look at this. Big blind taking a stab at it. Setting the tone early for the day, it seems like.
Well, he's got his 3 outs, and he thinks maybe he can represent an ace from the big blind. But I don't think Nikita is having any of it.
Yeah, the idea perhaps is to get very small pocket pairs or just sort of lose opens like 9-8 with the wrong suit or something like that to fold.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Terence is representing a flush here as much as just a naked ace, a big blind defend, ace with a weak kicker kind of thing. And, he's making Nikita think a little bit. He's unlikely to give up though, is he?
Yeah, perhaps without the heart, you could consider a hero fold. This would just be, at this point, an insane fold, and he lets it go. My word. What a start to the action.
We are setting the tone for this stream, I think. I have decided that whatever I'm going to say, the players are going to do the opposite.
I mean, I said the word insane, right? As he put his cards into the mug. I love this. I mean, this is what I've come here for, Stephen.
Well, to be wrong.
To be wrong, that's fine. I want to see some unorthodox plays, some crazy action, some wild poker. Meanwhile, the man putting on his shades. That's the man I expect some wild poker from. Now, talk to me, Stephen, about what it might be like. You ship a big event. You come into the next series. Are you feeling the pressure to win again? Are you perhaps feeling the opposite since you've already cashed a huge amount?
Well, I think a poker player is born ambitious. So once you've won once you've got the taste for it, the only thing you want is more. So I think the pressure is actually even higher once you've won something. You've won a main event, you won a high roller event, which is a relatively smaller field event, and now you're navigating through a big field, over 600 players. It's a different ball game altogether.
That is very true. It's a different strategy you need to come in with as well. Not just because the field is larger for the main event, but really the quality of players you're playing against. We just saw the crazy unorthodox fold there. It's very unpredictable versus the high roller.
Yeah, I would use the word politely, diplomatically. I call it the the field more diverse.
Very different kind of diversity than what we were
Yes, very-
just discussing a moment ago.
Correct. Yes, in terms of, strategy, in terms of the mindset. But I think also a main event takes 4 days. It's a lot of. It takes a lot out of you, both physically and mentally.
Great point there. As we cut back to the action, 3 aces in the mix. All fairly reasonable. The weakest one, ace 4 off, is in the big blind, getting good odds there to continue.
So we see a race from the a 3-bet from the button here from Hayato from Japan.
I believe that's a
Is that a race? It's just
standard
a race.
race, yeah, and a
Okay.
limb call from under the gun +1.
Right. Okay. Sorry about that.
Nobody connects. Now the question is, who wants it more? Lou under the gun +1, of course, plays it unorthodox, as we just said. Limb called with the ace-10 suited. Made sure he got to the flop. Now has just flopped some back doors and not much to write home about. Checks all around, though. There's that back door, and
That's
does
the
connect
four.
the other. Perfect card for action, too.
Brilliant. So both the big blind and the button have made a small pair, but it looks like +1 is not giving up his flush draw. Nut flush draw, no less. But the king doesn't change anything. So whoever wants it most will take it. So who's going to take a stab at it?
Seems like no one. Everybody plays it pretty passive. They're going to chop it up with that pair of 4s and the ace kicker.
I think there's actually a little bit of pressure as well on day 2. The first level or 2, people do tend to play a little bit more conservatively. And also being on the TV table, I'm not sure. I can't be sure here, but a lot of them would be their first time being on the TV table.
You've never
So
had the
they would
privilege,
just-
Stephen?
I've played several TV tables. I remember one time I literally folded for 2 hours at the TV table. I had no cards, and I just thought, oh wow, I can't be too sexy at the TV table with interesting holdings. So I just folded. I just played very, very standard, and folded for 2 hours.
Yeah, and you raise a great point. You don't want to be embarrassed, I suppose, considering the footage might live on forever. But at the same time, it is an opportunity to showcase your skills, so it's a balance, I suppose.
Yes. Okay. Sunglasses everywhere, huh?
Well, why not? You're on the TV table, might as well bling it up.
What's the weather like in Da Nang today?
Well, it's nice and tropical, which is the diplomatic way of saying hot and sunny. But it's actually a welcome change. I'm coming from rainy weather in India, and here it's nice and bright and crisp. I don't mind it at all. And of course,
So you actually landed this morning, did you?
yeah, that's right. Bit of a mad rush to get here. Couldn't wait to kick off the coverage with you, Stephen, of course.
Thank you very much. I had all the faith in you to look after me today. Yesterday I was doing the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive table.
That's right.
It was a relatively short stream because there were only 5 players. But I have to say, doing a stream on my own, solo, is a lot more difficult than I anticipated.
A lot less fun, I hope.
Well, I mean, how much fun can one person have?
Look at this all in, by the way. 14.7k in the stack, under 10 bigs. Picks a great spot. A hijack open, fairly loose. 7-5 suited. Gets a call from the small blind. Talk about loose. 7-5 off in that case. And Lin finds the queen jack suited, rips it in. Great timing. Should go through. However, the 7-5 suited of Win does have 69 bigs in his stack. Could decide he's getting the right odds to maybe gamble it up here.
And he looks like a bit of a gambling type, doesn't he? He looks like he's here for a bit of a punt.
Well, we're talking about our friend, Octai Win, who of course did win. That is, the high roller we were just talking about. If I remember correctly, it was a score of well over $100,000. And that might kick off your gambling gene.
Maybe the gene was already there.
Oh, actually, thinking back to that final table, that gene was definitely there, Stephen, if you remember.
Yes, I do remember.
Those heads-up all-in and gambles were crazy. Do check out that coverage, by the way, if you don't know what we're talking about. Watching Octai Win ship the high roller at the APT Hanoi and do so with a dance and a song. I wouldn't go as far as to try and sing it, but I will leave it to the hands of our audience to look up the footage. It's well worth it. He does let it go, and I do believe Lin will get this one through 7-5 off, surely. Cannot consider calling, as he grabs chips. Stephen, if I'm wrong this time, I might never make a prediction again here.
Go on then. But I don't want you to be wrong because I want to keep hearing your wrong predictions. So
I hope the audience does as well. Surely they're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. 7-5 off cannot call, and yet he puts the chips in. We know who's here to gamble. Pham Rui Ang decides to take the spot with 7-5. I mean, that's what having 150 bigs will do for you.
Well, you must be happy with Queen Jack suited here. You know, a early double up would be most beneficial. Pretty safe flop for him. No danger here. No backdoor possibilities. A 9 doesn't help. He's looking for a 7 or a 5. That's a double up. Lin Po Cheng is going to double up at the
and the double
day
thumbs
2.
up too.
Yes,
Love to see it.
very happy.
That's the right
And you know
attitude.
the camera work has been excellent as well. A lot of close up, zooming in. You know, it's almost cinematic here.
Absolutely incredible. And mind you, it gets better every series. That's a real thing to notice as well. I can only imagine what it'll be a couple of series from now. I think it's going to feel like we might actually be in a poker movie.
Well, it's funny you said that because I'm writing a poker script.
Oh, hell yes. I think we discussed this last time. We need a new, updated, signature poker movie. I'm sick of relying on Rounders references. I mean, that was like before the poker boom. Let's have a Asia-based poker boom poker movie.
Oh, that'll be. Oh, I think we are. You know, if there are 10 steps towards making it happen, I think I'm on step 3 right now. So slowly but surely.
Not bad, not bad.
Slowly but surely. But then, you know, when you are putting together a script, you speak to different players from Hong Kong, around Asia, and you get told all sorts of stories that, you know, I can't really put in the script, but they are as funny as hell.
You tell me offline, yeah?
By the way, I was just going back to your point about the coverage of APT improving every series. You know, we're both in the WhatsApp group for the commentary, and the amount of work they put in between series is incredible. You know, they're always trying to improve. They're always thinking about, you know, how to make the play experience better, how to make the streaming quality better. You know, it's the amount of work they put in. You know, it seems so effortless right now when you're watching the stream, but, you know, there's a lot of work has been put in here. So, you know, absolute praises where praises are due to the operators and the planners of the APT event.
Needless to say, I agree. And by the way, if anybody listening and watching, even in the future, wants to come check out the production, feel free. Come say hi, join us in Korea, or fly down to Da Nang right now. I would be more than happy to show anyone around just to showcase the effort you were just talking about. It is so cool how the streaming team, the production team just sets up wherever needed and bring this beautiful coverage to you all.
And I welcome the 34 viewers from around the world watching this stream. You do us a massive favor if you can click that like button and subscribe to our channel. You will help grow poker in Asia, the game that we love.
By the way, we did see a 3-bet there from the pocket 10s and a nice fold there by the pocket 8s. So we've seen sort of very interesting folds with the queens right off the bat in the very first hand. After that, also some very quality poker in terms of the radar of the pocket 8s letting their hand go. And let's not forget the chip leader here on the table, clearly down to gamble. That's him right there in seat 1. That'd be, I believe, 140 bigs or so.
By the way, have you noticed this table is actually different to the streaming table from Hanoi? This one looks a little bit like the streaming table at WSOP this year. It's more kind of slightly more angular. It looks really cool.
It also gives all the players a lot more space as well, which is, of course, all about giving players the best experience despite being on the feature table. It's hard enough to adjust to the lights, to the pressure of being on camera. Good to have some elbow room while you're doing it.
Completely. And also thank you to Ellie CP. He or she was very active yesterday on my stream commenting. So thank you for coming back.
I didn't notice that,
I
actually.
welcome John Berryman and Andy Yuan. Thank you very much. It's something cool. Good morning. Thank you for commenting. And please, open up new topics of discussion in the comments. We will respond to them as we go along. Pocket Queens from UTG +1. It's very good holding.
Yeah, Yong Fu, by the way, the co-chip leader on the table. You can see 151 bigs in his stack as well. There we do see the stacks. I mean, they're literally tied for chips up top with 150 bigs, Dong, and Pham Dui Ang, as we mentioned, all the way down to about the 15 to 20 bigs at the bottom of the player standings there.
So tell your friends and your family to tune in to watch a bit of this stream. 32 viewers is good, but my first milestone will be hitting 3-figure. So let's make this happen. 100 viewers, come on, you can do it. So Terence Lim with his 8-7 suited connector, opening from middle position. Gets a fold. Lin is folding.
Yes, plenty of
Another
lines.
fold.
Good open there. Under the gun +3, as you said, the low jack. Can certainly feel comfortable getting in post-flop.
Oh, it's a very playable hand, isn't it? Like a small suited connector. Very good for your board coverage.
It's not going
just keeping you interesting. Yes. Because you can't be too tight, right? You can't be, you can't just only open your very, very premium hand. You don't want to be too predictable. Justin Fairbanks is our fact checker here. He's just written here 111 unique players from Vietnam playing this main event. Very, very good. Must be good for the local poker scene. When are we going to have an APT India?
Oh man, it needs to happen ASAP. You know, it is tough for Indian players to make it to all the stops in the circuit simply because of travel logistics most of the time, really, in terms of how convenient flights are. But I have to say, the numbers keep increasing each year in terms of Indian players coming to the APT. We, of course, saw Anuj Yadav absolutely leading the series, leading the main event, rather, right now here on day 2. And I do suspect the numbers will keep growing. And as that happens, no-brainer to just have an event in India. I suspect the number of players who will show up will be absolutely massive because the Indian poker scene is just growing day by day.
I remember a name, NASA. Is he playing this series at all?
I am not sure that I saw him out there. He might just fly in for the high roller, which is where he went heads up with the man on the right of the screen right now. Came in. Oh, excuse me. He was in the main event. He came heads up in the. He was heads up in the main event. Came runners up, I believe. He is a man about town. Let's just say he just flies in whenever he feels like to some of the bigger events.
Brilliant. We have a situation here. Ace 10 from hijack, 3 betting UTG +1 with ace queen. Win is thinking about it from the small blind.
Yeah, what do you think about that sizing, Stephen? Certainly too low. 3.5k is the open under the gun +1, which should be a pretty strong range of holdings. And he 3-bets to 7.5k with 16 bigs behind.
Well, okay, so in a more orthodox manner, it would be a jam if he wanted to commit, because committing, over a third of his stack is basically a stop and go situation on the flop. So, if he really wanted to commit with ace 10 off, then maybe a jam would get a bit more folder equity.
Hayato, by the way, a regular on the APT circuit, a familiar face certainly to us here in the booth, will not be going anywhere surely with just 4k to call. The only question is call or raise. Goes with the call here.
He is pretty short stack as well. He's only playing with about 25 big blinds before the call. So, and hits the queen. With the backdoor flush possibility. I think he thinks he owns the world now.
The tiny 3-bet must be a little bit intimidating. You tend to see that with the likes of aces and kings fairly frequently. So he might not feel too comfortable in the hand yet, but with the stack of 21 bigs, I feel like he might be committed. The ace 10, by the way, with the Broadway gut shot, does continue, but very, very small, just under 2 bigs, 3k into 19k.
But I think the stack size is a massive consideration here. He can't bet too big and overcommitting himself. So, a small bet is, if he wanted to continue, a small bet would have been his only option. Ooh, an 8 is actually quite a gin card here because both players have a backdoor flush draw now, and Lin actually has a double gut shot straight draw.
The stack to pot ratio is now about 1:1. The SPR is 1, as they say. 25k in the middle, 23.2k behind in Lin's stack. He can check behind and realize his equity, or turn his hand into a bluff and just go for it. A semi-bluff, I guess, in this case.
And he checks. Well, river comes an 8. Doesn't really change anything. I think a small bet here from Hayato for value is needed here. I think a small bet on the river would get pocket 10s and pocket 9s to call. Maybe a jack as well. And he's actually beating jack queen here also. all the 2-pair combos he's beating. So, well, not all the, no, but won't be beating Jack Queen, but he's beating some 2-pair combos.
My oh my, Stephen. Justin Fairbanks in the chat giving us the info. Kitajima fired 5 bullets in this event. He is certainly not here to knit it up. He was third place finisher in the APT Fukuoka main event, which means he does have a taste for it. He wants to make that final table, just like Fukuoka, which was, I believe, 2 series ago, perhaps 3 series ago, all the way in March. So Hayato, as Justin correctly said, will certainly not be knitting it up.
Excellent. By the way, we're talking about APT, the possibility of APT India. What would be a dream destination for you in Asia for an APT stop?
Oh, you mean in terms of besides India, where I would like to be?
Yeah, well, we talked about India already.
Listen, I don't want to sound like a biased or a company man, but I have to say the 2 destinations that I've loved so far have been Fukuoka, a beautiful resort island town, and now Da Nang coming in on the flight, and my room has an amazing ocean view, by the way. So, it's certainly not to give you too much FOMO, Stephen, but it's absolutely fantastic out here. As for dream destinations, I mean, Korea again being next is also beautiful. I've never been. I've heard so much. Incheon, of course, is, I believe, a sister city to Seoul, so you get the chance to experience both of them. Now, what does that leave, I wonder? I suppose maybe Japan would be pretty cool, considering the Japan contingent we always have at the APT events. They talk about a crazy Japanese poker scene there, and I'm not the biggest sushi guy, but I know there's going to be tons of amazing food and amazing sights to see. So maybe Japan.
Japan. Oh, imagine a APT Osaka or APT Tokyo. That would be immense.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, and I'm sure it's in the works some way or the other. If it is possible, the team will pull it off.
I remember going to Tokyo for Halloween one year, and the cosplaying was incredible.
Lots of anime, I assume?
Yes, well, you see, I saw people. Oh, there you go. Put it in with King 10 suited, Nikita. I saw so many Mario Karts, like real Mario Karts, driving on the road. It was
That's amazing.
incredible. It's incredible. Everyone dressed up as your Peach or your Toad or your Luigi and your Mario, and they're just driving along in their little carts.
Nikita, by the way, has taken a pretty cool spot to 3-bet jam. King 10 suited from the cutoff. It certainly is on the aggressive side. You don't feel too comfortable if ever you get called, but he's found the right opponent. Lin had opened King Queen off from the low jack. Does seem a tad too weak to call off what's going to be a huge chunk of his stack there. Let's it go. Well played by Nikita.
Wow.
And gives the cheeky smile too.
That's a big give up, actually.
Yeah, as I said, he picked the right opponent because it's not so much about the hand itself. King, Queen, very marginal. You could take the spot and sort of gamble it up, call off the 3-bet jam, but it is for the majority of your stack. Are you ready to be out off the main event calling off King, Queen? Under the lights, on the feature table, your friends back home might make fun of you? That's the real question.
Well, if they're true friends, they make fun out of you anyway. Whatever you do. You go home with that lion trophy and they still be making fun out of you if they're good friends. That's what friends are for. Nine-three off. I think even an insane gambler wouldn't be gambling with 9-3 off at the feature table, I don't think, at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, good caveat there. Not yet, anyway. Down the road, you never know.
So the chip leading has not changed. You're still seeing two big chip leaders with with almost 150 big blinds up top, and then you have a bunch of players at the bottom looking for a double up. But the structure is actually pretty slow. We're playing 1 hour levels, and it moves up slowly. I think, like you said earlier, we need to play down to, is it 49 players for the money? Something like that, or 97? I forgot now. Let's have a look.
Yeah, 97, I believe, right?
97, yeah. So we need to remove maybe almost 2/3 of the field, something like that. Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Well, I'm excited about this feature table because, of course, out of the top 10 stacks at the start of the day, we have number 4 and number 6, those two chip leaders you just mentioned, on the feature table. And then, of course, stacks going all the way down to sort of a typical average stack, then a few below in the 10-15 range, as we just mentioned. And that makes things very interesting because these two players are constantly putting people to the test. They're constantly asking, are you ready to go home? Are you ready to end your main event? And that is an interesting dynamic to have on a feature table.
But what is very interesting right now to Terence Lim is how to extract value with his pocket kings. I think that's the only thing he's interested in right now.
Yeah, very interesting spot. Standard open from the ace-10 off from the low jack. Dong decides to 3-bet from the cutoff. I do like the aggression there with the pocket sevens. Having the massive chip stack will allow you to do that. Has run into the kings in the big blind. A big 3-bet by the pocket kings from Lim. Understandable with the pocket kings. And now Dong. 22.2k to call. 62.7k in the stack of Lim. You're certainly not getting the direct odds to try and hit a set. Does he think he might be up against 2 overcards instead?
I think that's what Lim is trying to represent here. He's putting in a big bet, telling Dong that maybe he wants to take it down pre, trying to give that impression. Which is perfect for pocket sevens to call off. But maybe pocket sevens is a little bit too small to call off here. Something like pocket tens or pocket jacks, maybe Dong would take a gamble.
The big stack is being put to work. 76.4k in the middle. Less than a 1 SPR with Lim having 62 rather behind. A fairly low board there. Dong with the pocket sevens maybe could convince himself into thinking his sevens are still ahead against a hand such as ace-king.
Oh, that's a lot of ace-king here. There's a bit of ace-queen here as well. Pocket sevens unblocks all those premium unpair hands here.
Yeah, one way to think about these situations could be what they call looking at the hand combinations. There are 16 possible hand combinations of ace-king and only 6 possible hand combinations of pocket kings. Arguably more likely for your opponent to have ace-king here, considering, as you just said, Dong does not have an ace in his hand. But does he think Lim plays ace-king this way? Does he 4-bet, commit himself, and then jam on the low board?
And Dong must be thinking also, if Lim had ace-king of diamonds, he's not exactly ahead right now. With 2 overs and the flush draw, he must be worried about that too. Pocket sevens is a little bit too small. Even something like ace-jack suited with 2 diamonds, we're still flipping here. Do you want to flip so early on in the day?
Well, Dong certainly has the stack to afford a flip. And let's not forget, when you are flipping, you're getting pot odds to actually take the flip. So you sort of have to call if you saw that hand face up. but I think Dong is just convincing himself that he is ahead here. He's probably knocking out hands such as tens and jacks from the range of Lim because those might be a little hesitant to put in that 4-bet. If you think about a range such as queens, kings, and aces, as we were just talking about combinations, that's 18 combinations, 6 each. And ace-king, of course, alone is 16 combinations, so maybe that's the kind of math going through his head, or maybe it's just, I have pocket sevens, I have 127 bigs, I'm going to take this spot.
32 combinations if you add, oh, there you go. If you add ace queen suit, ace queen into the mix as well.
Gets the
There you
bad
go.
news.
Terrible news. Bad shape. Terence Lim is quietly confident that he's going to get his full double up. And 9 is not changing anything. And that's a full double up.
Never easy. Sees the 3-pip spade card. You know, the 6 of spades. About as close to the 7 of spades needed as it can get. But gets the full double up, as you said, and gives the thumbs up to the camera. I love this, by the way. It sort of forces players to react, and we see perhaps a display of emotions when the cameraman takes in the handheld camera for the shot there. And look at that. We have a new stack above 200K. Possibly one of the top 10 stacks in the tournament right now.
So we have Terence Lim at 126 big blinds right now. That's a very, very important double up for Lim here. So we have some comments here from Ellie. The old I put them on ace king play. Yes. 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 Well, you know, poker players are naturally curious.
Looking once again at the top 10 stacks at the start of the day, we briefly saw a glimpse as we kicked off coverage here. Anuj Yadav kicked off with 328,000 chips. So that is good for over 200 bigs to begin the day. I mean, I would love to hear the stories of how some of these stacks were collected. You know, was it an aces versus kings cooler situation, or was it some crazy flop action?
Was it sevens versus kings? And flop to 7?
126 big blind pot there with pocket 7, certainly on the loser side. But that's what having a big stack sometimes does, isn't it, Steven? It makes you just play so much looser. You just think you're invincible. I think it's important to try and really be disciplined when you do have a monster stack and use it wisely, and certainly use it in a situation where you're the aggressor, perhaps, as opposed to calling down.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you keep calling down, your stack will go down with it. You know, aggression, aggression, aggression. There are only 3 principles in poker. Ace 10 is still looking for the gut shot. Pocket 9s can't be too happy, actually. Looking for a cheap showdown.
Friendly game we have going on here. Checks all around.
No, he's still trying to value something here.
Well, I love this. Recognizing his third pair is good enough to value bet. Very impressive stuff, considering the short stack. Does bet that 1 blind, which might be the perfect amount to get a call from ace high, mind you.
Absolutely.
Wow. I love this, Steven. This is what differentiates the good players from the great players. Value betting third pair there. Perfect amount against what seemed to be the face-up hand of the chip leader. Excellent stuff.
That thin value bet was thinner than Kate Moss. That's very thin, by the way, for the younger viewers.
Yeah, I don't know what the recent reference, the updated reference should be there, Steven, but
I've been married too long. I'm not allowed. I'm not thinking about other women these days. Yeah, who
Maybe
is the kind of really thin supermodel these days? I really can't name one.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's kosher for supermodels to be thin anymore. Maybe somebody in chat can let
Not
us know.
Kate Moss, not Kate Moss kind of thin. I mean, she was so thin. As thin as that value bet, perhaps.
Justin Fairbanks once again coming to the rescue of the commentators, adding a lot of insight in the comments. Yongfu Dong on this table, of course, was second in the kickoff a few days ago. A record-breaking kickoff, by the way. He's playing the rush. Indeed, he is.
By the way, I've been following the Danan series. I have not seen Dylan from Australia. You know, the
Oh, that's
man
right.
who was at the high roller last time round. He was a bit of a colorful character.
Yeah, he was extremely colorful, extremely vocal, and the absolute perfect counterbalance to the man who ended up winning on our feature table today, Nok Dai Win. Those guys were hugging and dancing as they were all in for the title.
It's like a home game. It ended up being like a home game, didn't it?
It did remind me of the very first $1 million buy-in big one for one drop, if you caught that back in the day, Stephen.
Yes,
The
yes,
World
yes,
Series of
I
Poker
remember that.
coverage.
Yes.
Because it was obviously such an exclusive tournament, and everybody was, sort of, I think, just amazed that they were playing a $1 million tournament. It just created a very cool vibe, and I remember Antonio Sfandiari, who ended up winning it all. Every time he was all in, he would put on the clown nose, because of course Guy Liberté had organized it, who had created Cirque du Soleil. And then, they would hug each other, they would call out cards. I couldn't believe that that's what a $1 million buy-in tournament could be like.
And now with the Super High Roller Series at Triton or inflation, I guess, $1 million tournaments are a little bit more common these days.
Not what it used to be. By the way, back to the action. Ace-10 suited calls off, understandably, with the
wow.
newfound chips against the Pocket Kings. So this time on the wrong side of Pocket Kings, Lim that is, but does have 32% equity. Lin, of course, loving this spot, finds the Pocket Kings, gets it and gets called, hoping to double up to a more respectable 30 big blind stack.
I often find the 30 big blind is my threshold for comfort in a multi-table tournament.
Yeah, it is often the difference between, pause that thought as we see the ace on the flop. The bad news, some backdoor hearts. Perhaps a king now. A king and a king only would come to Lin's rescue. Not to be hard luck there.
GG.
GG takes it well. Bit of a bad beat, of course, but such is the nature of the beast. And there we see an amazing shot off the entire floor. You can see what we're talking about here. The APT main event here in Da Nang. Everybody.
So what's the layout this time? So last time in Hanoi, there were 2 floors of poker tables. So this time is one big floor?
Yeah, much less interesting, so to speak, but that does mean that when you walk in, you hear the chip riffles of the entire floor, like crickets in a jungle. Everybody riffling their chips on the table. And you can feel the buzz more clearly. Last time around, you mentioned Hanoi. That was, of course, in the 2nd and 3rd floor of a hotel there, a very nice hotel. And as a result, players would be distributed across 2 different floors. There we see it, the cameraman obliging with the shot of the lovely dealer Kayla, by the way, who is at every APT stop, as well as in the background, the rest of the floor, the APT main event, day 2.
Nikita is looking a little bit frisky with his Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, mind you, he opened Queen 8 suited in the very last hand before Ace 10 suited got in the mix. I have noticed, Stephen, I should point out that there's a big blind ante, and as a result, all kinds of interesting hands get very frisky under the gun when that big blind plus big blind ante combo is approaching, where you have to put in, of course, two bigs. People just want to earn and steal the money in the middle right before they have to put it back in, I feel.
Well, I don't know whether I said this last time. When Big Blind Ante was first introduced, I couldn't get used to it. So I used to take a small chip every hand from my stack and save up for the Big Blind Ante. Does that make sense? So
That is extremely old school.
I used to take like the smallest chip, which is basically how much ante used to be, and just put it to one side so that I have a better idea of where I'm at, saving up for the rainy day.
Well, I said old school, by the way. If you're coming from the online world, you might struggle with the big blind ante structure as well. Of course, it's very, very prevalent live, and the reason is it keeps the game extremely fast-paced and smooth because everybody doesn't need to ante up. Only one player needs to put usually one extra chip in the middle. But yeah, online players also used to the traditional ante, where you put in an ante every hand. So maybe that's a cool approach.
I remember in those days, it used to take so long to collect all the antes every hand, and then there will be players who either deliberately or not deliberately not putting the ante in, and then the dealers have to chase it up, and then there's a lot of changing as well because people don't have enough small chips, and then just a mess. So Big Blind Ante overall is a better system for live poker.
So with the check on the flop to An, he decided to essentially represent an ace. Dong, of course, is the one who had the ace, made a quick call on the flop, and then after that An rightfully gives up his 10 high. It seems to be pretending as though he had an actual hand there, then decides to show down the 10 high proudly.
So Justin just left a comment saying Dylan didn't make the series, didn't play the series, but over 15 Australians did make the trip.
Great to hear. Usually the most fun rail. If any Australian makes it to the final table, you will certainly be catching a glimpse of that rail and the madness that ensues.
Well, perhaps Dylan is staying in Australia to catch the Women's World Cup, which is being played as we speak right now.
I'm embarrassed to say I don't even know which sport you're referring to right now.
Oh, football, soccer.
I see.
Yes.
Well, there's
yes.
cricket. Australia plays cricket. There's rugby. There's a lot of options.
True. Well, the Ashes are also in play right now. England versus Australia in cricket. Australia leading 2-1 out of 5 tests.
Yeah, that's
But
a big series.
It's in the UK. It's in England right now. It's not in Australia. So there's a big the Ashes, brilliant series. I remember I used to go to Headingley in Leeds and just get a sandwich, get a newspaper, just sit in the sun and just enjoy a day of cricket and sitting around. Nothing really happens. It's fantastic.
Well, how about the opposite of nothing happening here? Look at this, a three-way call here. Let me recount the action here. Noctai Win understandably opens the ace-5 suited, gets a call in the small blind from Lou with the king-queen off. Nikita takes the spot, and Nikita has been taking plenty of spots, this time with king-jack. Unfortunately for him, he is far, far behind, considering that Win made fairly quickly the call. And then Lou mulled it over, makes the call as well. Three-way to the flop. Nikita at risk. And the ace-4-8 flop pretty much locks it up in terms of Nikita being eliminated. Some backdoor and runner jacks, of course, possible. Win decides to isolate. He has flopped the ace, letting Lou know, hey buddy, the spot is mine.
That's the rhythm of a champion. You know, with ace high, flopping an ace.
Lou wondering if he's getting scammed by the aggression of Win. This time around, Win does have the goods, and Nikita knows he's in trouble here. You can see from his face, multi-way action, and then somebody isolates on the ace-high board. An ace is very, very likely.
He's going to get a bad news with his king high, no redraw. He needs runner cards to survive this.
That's one of them.
Oh, there you go.
Never easy. A 10 would save Nikita. Not to be.
So we have our second elimination from the feature table.
And a smile to the camera. Lovely.
He does look very resorty and beachy, doesn't he? You know, with his little plastic bag, with his swimming goggles and and pair of shorts, ready for the beach.
Frankly, we should all be like that. I feel like most players haven't adjusted to the beautiful venue we're at right now. The beach is, as I just mentioned, visible from our rooms to the extent you're staying at one of the many hotels and resorts along the beach, including the one we're at right now, Furama. So some movement in the chip stacks. Look at that. The lowest chip stack now, 30 big blinds only. That's Tan Win at the bottom. Of course, four rather monster stacks around the 100 or above range.
30 big blinds is very playable still. And like I said earlier, the structure is actually very slow. And, you know, 1 hour levels, they are... You don't need to take a punt just yet with 30 big blinds.
Yeah, and to anyone new to tournament poker, slow is good. In fact, slow is great. Slow is what you hope for, and slow is really the beauty of the APT here. It just means you get to play a lot more interesting poker. As we just saw, 30 big blind was the shortest stack on this feature table, which means everybody's like deep stack on day 2 here. It's exactly what people come to the main event for.
You're speaking to a man who plays about 4 hyper turbo events a day online on Natural 8.
Oh, you're such a bingo poker player, Steven. I've always felt it.
You know, there's those hyper turbo events on Natural 8 are fantastic because you just really get your ROI. Your per hour rate is fantastic. You know, you play for 2 hours, and then you make, you know, potentially you make $500 an hour. Can't complain, can you?
No, certainly not if you get those results. Me, on the other hand, with hyper turbos, I just get blinded down, and then I go all in with like 4 bigs, and I get 4-way action, and my aces don't hold up, so I need to adjust my strategy. But on a more serious note, I mean, you bring up a good point. There is a strategy to hyper turbos as well, which could result in a good ROI. And on the flip side, of course, we're talking about online there. Here in live, there's a strategy to playing turbos, many of which are on offer at this APT series. But the main event is where you really need to show really solid poker skills, good discipline, and when you're getting to play deep, that's where your skill edge can really come into play as well.
Absolutely correct. And I love, you know, a main event kind of a poker tournament because you get to play deep stack, you get to play short stack, you get to play medium stack. You know, you need to be able to adjust to different stack sizes throughout the 4 days.
Well, speaking of turbos, there's one just today, as there is on most days. That's going to be today evening. And that's only a $250 buy-in, ranging all the way from $250. In fact, $172 buy-in today is the lowest. And of course, the single-day high roller, which we also have on most days, that's $2,500. So just to give you a glimpse, anybody who has not been to an APT event, there is truly something for everyone. Of course, the main event, a $1,500 buy-in. And then there's some saddies as well to the high rollers. That's around the $500 range. So it's been an absolutely fantastic series so far. I want to highlight two things here, by the way, Stephen. Number one, the Players Party is tonight. As usual, I've landed the night of the Players Party. And I will really have to...
Not deliberately, of course. Not deliberately.
Well, I don't want to, of course, come the next day, that's for sure. But it certainly takes some caffeine management for me to manage to attend. Second thing I want to point out, this has been a very, very unique series. I suppose, depending on what flavor of poker you're into, there truly has been an event for everyone. We had Pot Limit Omaha High-Low. We had Limit Triple Stud, which means Raz, 7-card stud, and stud high-low. We had Super Hold'em, which is absolute madness. 3 whole cards, and you use all 3 of them if you would like. And we, of course, also had all kinds of limit games in one event. Limit Hold'em, Limit Stud, Limit Raz, Limit Omaha. It's been an absolute delight to see the mixed games being incorporated into the series here. Are you a mixed games fan, by the way?
I do not know how to play a lot of those games. I know the rules, but I don't know this. You know, I cannot claim to be of any expertise in those games. I can play Omaha, High-Low, and I play Hold'em. But all the draw games, I don't get it.
Well, then that's perfect. I mean, look at the buy-ins here. For instance, the Limit Triple Stud, 129 USD buy-in. The Pot Limit Omaha High-Low, $300 buy-in.
That's fun too.
The Limit Omaha High-Low, $129 buy-in. The Super Hold'em, $350 buy-in. I mean, it's just the exact kind of event you want to start learning these games and playing them against probably other players who are not that experienced in them as well. So you know you're not getting owned by some mixed game shark, you know, as you might be in the World Series in Vegas or something like that. It's a cool opportunity to just have some fun, mix it up, and slowly learn these games in the tournament format.
Well, I remember a story about Tom Juan about 10 years ago. He didn't know the rules of stud, I think. He just sat down. He had a piece of A4 in front of him. He bought into a $5,000 event with a sheet of A4 paper, learning the rules as he went along, and he came second.
I believe that was the year he had a ton of bracelet bets.
Correct.
And would have bankrupted a few poker players in Vegas if he had in fact won. Those were crazy times. But hey, there you go. Take an A4 sheet of paper. Come join the fun. The response to these mixed games has been pretty good. I hope we incorporate them more and more, especially, of course, in the upcoming series in Korea, the APT in Incheon. Do not forget to learn more about that. Just go to apt.poker. Find all the information you need about Korea. That is upcoming starting August 25th, I believe. Book your tickets. We will see you there.
Well, I guess, you know, for a series in South Korea, they need to play Budogi, don't they? You know, that's the national game of Korea.
Is it? I did not know that.
Yeah.
They left Budogi, huh? I barely know the rules.
Well,
it's a low game. I know that.
the rules. I need that piece of A4, I think.
Man, these lowball games combined with drawing is just, it's just so fun. If you've never played a draw game and you're listening to this or watching this, of course, check out some of the fun you can have playing triple draw, because pretty simply put, if you don't like your cards, just turn them into the dealer and get new ones. It's what you dream about doing in No Limit Hold'em most of the time anyway.
True. Did they have a Super Hold'em event this time as well? Like the 3-card Hold'em?
Multiple ones, by the way. A big success from back in the day in, I believe, starting in Fukuok. So Super Hold'em is you get dealt 3 whole cards, so it's somewhere between No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha, except you can use any amount. So you can use 0, 1, 2, which is fine. That's normal Hold'em. But then also you can use up to 3 cards from your hand. So let's say you get dealt trips and there's a pair on the board, you have a full house. That really throws people off. And this time around we have, I believe, 2 Super Hold'em events.
Wow. Whew, these APT guys, they know how to get people interested, don't they? They know how to get people excited.
I'll tell you what, if I had arrived early enough, I believe the 2 events wrapped up this past Monday, but that's the one I would play. I remember Henry Kilbane, usually our partner in crime, in the booth as well, who will be there in Korea, of course. He fired the Super Hold'em, and as you might expect, he lost because he misread his hand. He didn't realize his opponent could have had a full house playing all 3 cards. That's the kind of fun you sign up for.
That's the kind of pain you sign up for.
Poker is pain. There is no denying it.
Well, last night in my other live, I was doing a stream on Natural 8, and my co-commentator, King Lin, Alan Lau, he was saying he was teaching one of his students, and he was explaining what MTT was, and he called it multi-table torture.
Oof. Truer words were never spoken.
That's
phrase
from
that-
a man. That's from a man who's played professionally MTT for the past 8 years. I think that's his true feeling towards the game.
The phrase that I love that applies to MTTs, that's multi-table tournaments in case anybody's wondering, is
Oh, is it? I thought it was multi-table torture. Oh, it's multi-table tournament. Oh, you learn something every day.
the phrase that I think is so appropriate and just sums it all up in a nutshell is that there's only one person happy at the end of the tournament. And that, of course, is the winner. No matter how well you do, if you get out in second, you just eye that first prize. You think about that one card that could have hit differently. If you get out
Yep.
in ninth, you're like, oh man, that's when the real pay jump started. If you don't cash, of course, you're like, I wish I'd cash. But as soon as you cash, you're like, the min cash is only so much. It just never ends, you know?
Hence, multi-table torture. But it's that's what keeps everybody going, right? You start little, just one more step, just one more step. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I'm so close. Maybe the next one.
Yeah, and as someone who's actually had his share of second and third places, yes, it hurts in the moment. However, looking back on it, once you get over the pain of not finishing it out the way you wanted to, it usually sticks in my mind as one of the more fun experiences playing poker. And really, that's the beauty of live poker. Nothing really compares. It's such a all-inclusive sensory experience as opposed to playing online, right?
I totally agree. And I think people often forget, it's an old cliche to say poker imitates live or live imitates poker. But it happens a lot in life too. You come close to achieving something, and then you try harder next time. You're getting very close, and then you keep trying. You keep trying until the day when you achieve where you want to be. It's a good lesson to be learned there.
Truer words were never spoken. Certainly how I feel about poker and life as well. By the way, looking at the action here, Dong putting his decent stack to work there, double barreling with just the wheel draw, getting the job done. Well played there. Clearly not afraid to tango with one of the chip leaders on the table.
Well, he was definitely not afraid with his pocket sevens against the kings. So, I do not find it surprising that he would barrel that gut shot draw.
There we see the chip leader of the entire tournament right now. I believe that would be Dui Luong, a Vietnamese local, on table 16. Loving the attire, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Super professional, here to play.
I thought it was Greg for a second, looking so dapper.
That's right. You're referring, of course, to our presenter for the APT, often co-commentator, Mr. Gregory Lau, aka Greg Goes All In, YouTuber, meme lord, presenter extraordinaire. Check him out on YouTube if you haven't, and of course check him out in pretty much any APT video. He really has a way of interacting with the players that I just cannot get enough of. Everybody loves to talk to Greg.
A fun guy. I look forward to meeting him at the end of August in South Korea.
Never a dull moment with Greg around. Born in Singapore, I believe, lives in Canada. Great face for the APT, and by the way, trained in musical theater. You might not be surprised to know that, considering you've commentated with him, and he is well known to break out into song.
He did
Any
sing
given
me a song
opportunity.
last time in during the Hanoi stream, and he was more than passable.
Pocket tens, by the way.
Queen off. Got rid. Very good.
Yeah, facing the 3-bet from pocket tens. And how about ace queen for Hayato Kitajima in the small blind? Very interesting spot here. Has only 26 bigs. Taking a close look at the situation. Certainly can find the jam if he so desires. Ace queen against the 3-bet of Fam would be in a sort of flip situation.
A bit of background information for the viewers who have just joined us. Kitajima Hayato actually fired 5 bullets in this main event. So he is here to gamble. Look at him. Calling from the small blind with ace queen off.
Lee goes all in with the ace-9 suited. Had only about, I believe, 5 or 6 bigs to start the hand. Blinds are up, by the way, 1K, 2K. So just that extra blind to call, which both players will certainly do. Kitajima's hand is fairly face-up here, by the way. Ace-Queen, the exact kind of hand that would maybe flat from the small blind. Cold call, as they say. Maybe a hand like pocket 9s, pocket 10s, which of course Fam has, might play the same way.
Possibly up to pocket jacks, I would say, flatting from small blind. Which hits a set.
Never too comfortable a situation when you have pocket 10s and there's an overcard on the board, but considering the fact that this is a side pot situation with an extra player all in, not surprised to see Fam put it in there. It's one of those situations where you say, if you have it, you have it, but most likely Fam knows he is ahead. As I mentioned, ace-queen, maybe ace-king even, could have been in the cold calling range, and all those hands, of course, have missed. Kitajima, not much to do here. I suppose he can just get away. He lost the minimum. Was clearly considering going all in pre-flop. Having not done that with this board, should be okay with the result. Let's it go, and Lee at risk and in trouble. Needs an ace. Of course, Kitajima just folded one of those. 2 hearts will do it as well.
Well, there is also the possibility of a backdoor flush there, you know, but still. An ace or a heart for the turn. Oh, that doesn't help.
2 aces left in the deck. That's not one of them. We do lose another player from the feature table. Cheng Ting Lee. Rocking the Yoda Balenciaga shirt. That was awesome. How did I miss that earlier?
This very metrosexual looking person. Just very cool, very modern.
Yeah, and if that's an original, I'm guessing that's like some, I don't know, $500 shirt or something crazy.
Yeah.
I don't keep up with the fashions, unfortunately.
Yeah, they know how to charge you for it. You know. What do I know about fashion? I wear the same shirt for the past same style shirt for the past 25 years. I have one style that I like, and I just go back to the tailor and ask him to make the same over and over again.
I get it. I get it. That's like one decision of life taken away from you. Life is hard enough, you know.
Well, oftentimes I just think I am just like Superman. I have one outfit. King, queen off.
King 8 here. Kitajima,
King
by the
8,
way,
sorry, King
crippled
8
after the last hand, so by far the shortest stack. Does get folded to him in the button. King 8 is certainly good enough to open when it's folded to you on the button. Runs into the ace king off on the big blind. An easy 3-bet here for the man with 100 bigs.
And also, you know, he comes, he gives out that kind of personality of I'm a crazy gambler, right? With his gold Rolex, you know, with his very relaxed kind of demeanor. You know, he's like, yeah, I'm just, you know, putting chips in for a gamble.
Well, I don't know. It's a bit too relaxed to simply call there with the ace-king against a relatively short stack. The shortest on the table, mind you, of Hayato. Sort of trapped there in the big blind, one might say. Some players, of course, do think that an ace-king is not the best hand because you need to hit. And he has allowed Hayato to take the lead here.
But he's also picked up a very, very good flush draw here. Oh, he checks also. Interesting.
Yeah, 4 to straight on the board. And look at that. A flip in equities there. The check mark for the ace-king. And a check again. And I think Hayato can just check this behind. 4 to a straight on the board. Ace in the river. No point representing anything. Certainly has enough showdown value. Wow, goes for the thin value now. How is this for unorthodox, Steven? What an interesting hand this has become.
Whew. I wouldn't bet this river. I wouldn't personally bet this river. It's just a little bit too thin.
He might be
take
thinking
the showdown. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I guess he might be thinking that, of course, if An had a good ace, he would have 3-bet or jammed pre-flop itself. And of course, with the ace sitting on the river and then An checking once again, certainly seems to imply that An would not have the ace. So he decides his second pair on the board is good enough, goes for very thin value, and gets the bad news.
Well, I think the problem is with that board being quite coordinated, with 3 flush cards and a 1 card straight from a big blind defender. You know, take the showdown. On to the next one. You know, you don't really have that many chips. You know, 16 big blinds. You know, every chip is valuable here.
And let's not forget, An just raises it up to 25k despite the 4 to a straight on the board. Also realizing that Kitajima is very unlikely to have a hand as strong as a straight, considering he checked the turn, bet very small in the river. Does actually seem to know where he's at. Of course, gets the fold. The King 8 was too weak to pay him off, but I do like the confidence in the bet there on the river with the raise to 25k.
Well, he has the range advantage completely on this board. You know, a lot of the small suited connector, a lot of the suited cards will play from the big blind. A 5 could appear there. You know, I just thought it was a little bit too ambitious from the button to thin that river.
Gilbert Go in the chat, by the way, a very frequent member of our community here, says he's a pretty crazy gambler. I've played with him before. I suppose he's referring there to Pham Dui An. Certainly seemed like a crazy gamble to raise to 25k on the river there. So I certainly believe you, Gilbert. Justin Fairbanks pointing out that most of the mixed game tournaments at this series, we were just talking about them, very few locals entered. Perhaps he says mixed games have not caught on in Vietnam yet. Well, I suspect you're right, Justin, but that's what the APT is here to do. That's why the buy-ins were so low for the mixed game tournaments, to make them as inclusive as possible. And I understand not everybody knows how to even play the mixed games. Might not be an attractive proposition for the moment. But when you get into them, you realize, well, for one thing, not everybody is good at them. And that means if you want to focus on a particular game, it gives you an edge. Secondly, they're just super fun. You know, limit games are very interesting. You tend not to bust, no matter how hard you try. So you actually get a lot of play, a lot of bang for your buck when you buy in, even at those low buy-ins. Of course, games like Omaha High-Low is interesting because it is the familiarity of pot limit Omaha, but there's a lot of chop pots. So once again, you get a lot of play for the same buy-in. I highly recommend them, and I highly recommend to any of the locals watching, in case they're watching our stream and not the Vietnamese stream, give them a shot next time you get the chance.
Speaking of Omaha High-Low, that's one of those games I would not play a cash game in. You know, a raked cash game. I would not ever play Omaha High-Low. Too many chops.
Too many chops.
And you end up just getting raked all the time. And as a tournament, it's super fun. Happy to play that.
By the way, big stack versus big stack action here. The low jack open with the ace jack off from Dong. Called by the queen jack suited in the small blind. Completely understandable hands. Pre-flop, and now the jack high dry board. A bet and a call. Let's see how this action continues. The 4 of clubs does give the backdoor flush draw to An. He will not be going anywhere in this hand, certainly. And Dong should feel very, very comfortable betting for value. The board jack high and still pretty dry.
As you can see on the screen, the equity is actually not too bad with that flush draw. You know, we're still getting 25% plus.
Yeah, 12
Which
outs
is
as you see at
pretty
the
good.
top of the screen.
All the queens, all the clubs.
There's the queen.
Ooh.
And now he's leading out. Great spot to lead out too. Seems to know where he's at. Realizes his opponent might check behind a lot of hands, especially jacks, considering weaker jacks would certainly want to check behind. Quick call there, so gets a lot of value as well with the huge 30k bet.
It's like, look at this, 2-pair.
Gilbert pointing out in chat, Pham, of course, who just took down this hand, Pham Durian. Gilbert says, you should have seen his craziness when registration was still open. Well, I believe it.
He just got that I'm a big boss kind of feel about him. You know, he just sits around enjoying himself,
That's right.
talking, you know, just very relaxed.
Up to, I believe it was over 240k in chips, was it? Or even more?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly one of the chip leaders in the tournament right now.
$276k, 137 big blinds.
Absolutely monstrous stack.
So Justin Fairbanks, thank you for the information. Pham won 3 tournaments in the span of 10 days in April. Amazing, he has never cashed outside of the city of Hanoi. Well, today he is looking as good as any other we have seen so far.
Aces
By the way,
and
just,
jacks
oh.
in the mix
Oh,
here.
aces. Oh, God.
Once again, fairly decent stacks, over 50 bigs for the aces. The jacks is understandably 3-bet. Undergun plus 2 opened, undergun plus 3, or the low jack that is 3 bets. And a hefty 3-bet that is, just a little bit over 3x. And the action comes back to Dong. I suspect
Oh, it's
we might
very
be
much deep enough. It's very much deep enough to 3x a 3-bet here. We talk. Oh wow!
And
Aces
Dong
just goes in.
jams
Wow.
it in. Actually, sort of the perfect play in this scenario against the likes of Ngok Win. Dong has either some sort of a strategy or some sort of a read here, deciding that he's more likely to get action with a jam versus a 4-bet. It does look a little bit weaker sometimes to just get it in there. Maybe it looks like you have something like an ace-king, don't want to see more action. And you can even trick your opponent into thinking you're doing this with a very weak holding like tens, trying to get folds. Knock die win. Jacks is just so marginal here. Perhaps with queens, he'd be tempted to toss it in. With jacks, he has a lot to consider.
Or the two men with the sunglasses.
What do you make of this, Steven? Does the all-in look weaker here than the 4-bet?
No, it looks well, to me, it looks super strong. I would give up pocket jacks just like that. With a jam like that. I would just let it go because there's no point. No point to flip, definitely, at this stage of the tournament.
You're flipping at best, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I think I kind of agree with you because, you said there's also some combos of 9s and 10s, and then a lot of flips, and then a lot of aces and kings and queens.
And even if there aren't actually combos of 9s that are perhaps doing this, it's one of those things you start convincing yourself that there are, and he tosses in the call.
Oh, yeah.
I think Dong picked his opponent perfectly. He might have
Correct.
maybe come across Knock Die Win or just know him by reputation, but Knock Die Win is certainly the kind of person to be willing to take high variance spots, gamble it up, and here we are, aces versus jacks. Win needs a lot of help. 10 high board.
Nothing yet.
Some solace perhaps in the fact that could have gone in on the board anyway after a 4-bet. Now a jack and a jack only, 2 outs. Otherwise, Dong is going to have a monster stack. And there we go, 227,000 chips now in the stack of Yongfu Dong. That's good for over 113 bigs. Gets the full double up from the cooler.
Ooh. Well, he's taking it right on the chin there. He's cannot be happy, but at the same time, what could you do?
Well,
Justin just
Yongfu
updated
Dong.
us. Dong apparently was runner-up in the kickoff event.
That's
and
right.
That was his first ever cash.
And now here he is with over 100 bigs, day 2 of the main here.
Food up with aces. Poker seems fair here. You double up 50 big blinds with the best hand, best combo in Texas Hold'em.
Pocket rockets.
So children watching at home, don't think this is the norm. Aces don't always hold. FYI.
It is funny though in Hold'em, I expect my kings to lose just the exact right frequency that they lose. I get it in kings versus tens. I'm right, okay. 1 in 4 times, 1 in 5 times I'll lose. But when you get it in with aces, you just feel invincible. So weird how that works. And speaking of kings versus tens, 1 in 5. I feel like I conjured those hands up once again.
Are we getting a bit of spoiler alert here, sir? Is this some kind of spoiler alert? Are you... Oh, I don't like you here. I think you're spoiler alerting here.
This is just wizardry at play. Oh no, the 3-bet from tens, understandable, does have the massive stack. Terrence Lim, that is. And now, the chip leader on the table wakes up with ace-jack off in the cutoff and is smiling, cutting out chips, seems to be calling at least. This is music to the ears of the 13 big blind stack of Hayato with the pocket kings. And ace-king in the mix as well, 38 bigs for Hu Sun Pham. Just take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on here?
This is not Casino Royale, by the way. Just FYI, this is an actual poker tournament. We are not making this up. We see a lot of viewers here from Vietnam. I welcome you. I don't read your language, I'm afraid, but feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Must be an easy fold for pocket tens.
Well, first off, we have an easy call for the kings of Hayato before it gets back around to the pocket tens of Terence Lim, because Pham has 4-bet, cold 4-bet, mind you, from the big blind with his ace-king offsuit. He has effectively committed himself, mind you. He has 21 bigs behind, but I think the table realizes that with a sizing of 36k, he would be calling off the remaining 43. Hayato gets it in. His hand doesn't look as strong as it did actually a moment ago. Seems like he's taking a multi-way spot. Terence Lim might think he has a decision. Nope, lets it go. And now the crazy gambler, ace-jack off, too rich for his blood. So ace-king versus pocket kings, great spot for Hayato. Lots of dead money came into the mix. Pham,
Okay,
of course.
usually in a live tournament, when they show down ace, king, and kings, someone at the table would say, "I voted an ace. I voted an ace," and then an ace would appear.
That's true. Well, Pham did fold an ace. We saw the ace-jack. It's actually back on the screen right now. He has folded already. So only 2 aces left in the deck. I'm a bit confused, not sure what there is to think about.
His tournament life.
If that is true, I think there might be a slight graphic issue, because I believe Hayato might have more than the 32k we see on the screen.
Oh, then not then. Then maybe just he didn't want to be crippled, perhaps.
There we go.
Maybe-
Tosses in the
no,
chip to
yeah.
make the call. I think we'll try to eyeball what the actual amount of
Sure.
chips in the middle is, simply because I think Hayato had more than 32k, getting it in with the pocket kings there. But Hayato is the person at risk. We see the all-in triangle above the king, so 2 aces left in the deck to knock out Hayato, otherwise he doubles up. Wow, how about the queen and jack to add 4 more outs?
Sometimes you don't need the ace.
Never easy, as they say. Oh, and the 10 right there. He's drawing dead to a chop. Brutal turn card there for Kitajima. The deuce on the river means he has been eliminated. That is quite an upset there.
So is he covered? I am a little bit confused now.
I think I have solved the mystery here. Pham was actually the one all in. We see the decent amount of chips in front of Kitajima, who had found, I believe, a huge pot earlier that was not accounted for in the graphics. So Kitajima is going to be crippled there with the bad beat from the pocket kings, and it is in fact Pham who finds a double up to what seems like it's going to be 70 big blinds.
Phew. And Gilbert is absolutely correct to say someone folded pocket tens pre-flop also. So someone folded an ace.
Oh my word, you are
Which is
right.
good.
It wasn't
And then
4
someone
outs, it was
folded
only
pocket
2
tens
outs
too.
added.
Bing! And the 10 appears. As easy as that.
Oh, they were
looks
counting
like
it out,
we have
and
an
it turns out,
elimination.
yeah, I think the chip stacks were very close. Unfortunately for Kitajima, he's eliminated. Takes it well. Respect for that, of course. An experienced player. We mentioned he was at the main event, final table in Fukuoka. GG, sir.
Well, it was a good experience, I'm sure. 5 bullets. And got it in with pocket kings. What can you do? By the way, have you noticed many female players playing in this series? You know, if we look down the floor, are there many ladies in the house?
I'm actually not too sure about the main event at the moment. We did, of course, have the women's event, which was won by Elfin, by the way, who has been a presenter for the APT in the past. She's also simply a poker player. Took that one down. I saw her Instagram updates. Good to see her
Excellent.
get those APT trophies back home.
So we are halfway through the second level of the day, and I think in about half an hour's time we will be having a short break of 15 minutes. So we play 2 hours and then we break for 15 minutes. 2 levels, and then we have a short break of 15 minutes. So we're halfway through the second level, which is level 12.
Justin in chat pointing out one of the locals rather is in for 9 bullets in the main event. That is incredible. I really, really hope they make the money. Get one, maybe a little bit more than one of those bullets back.
So at the bottom right of the screen, it says hand 24. Does it mean the 24th hand of this level, or 24 hands since we started streaming?
Of the day, yeah.
Of the day. Wow. Live poker is slow.
Well, there have been a lot of interesting hands, you know. It isn't simply, the button raises and picks up the blinds. The card distribution and the desire for players to get in the mix has been such that you've just ended up in tricky situation, lots of post-flop play, and of course some of these all-ins as well.
True.
But
yes.
to your point, live poker is indeed slow. I think that's a feature, not a bug to some, but if you're an online player, it takes some getting used to. And I will point out, just to finish the point, I will point out the feature table tends to be a tad slower for many reasons, of course. I mean, when you saw the all-in, of course, the dealer has to make sure our graphics catch it, the camera catches it. So, the standard live poker hands per hour tends to be between 20 to 30. And I think our excellent dealers here at the APT ensure we do at least that. The feature table is unique in that sense.
Definitely. Well, no, I was just going to add to that. People often think, oh wow, I play hyper turbo, I must be like a degen gambler, da da da. But for me, a hyper turbo, when I play 2 tables at the same time, and then it's no quicker the number of hands I get to play. It's no quicker than a fairly turbo event live, right? Like a nightly turbo that will take 7 hours to complete. I can complete in 2 hours on online.
Certainly in terms of number of hands, yeah, for sure. Yeah. But let's not forget, you were just mentioning how the structure of the main event is, pretty gorgeous, very slow level increases, and of course an hour per level. And that's what compensates sometimes as well for the nature of a live tournament.
Sure.
We have had a pot brewing between some of the chip leaders. Once again, now with many players having above 100 bigs, it is very interesting to see deep stack, big stacks get into it. It's not something you usually see, particularly at a day 2 stage of a tournament like this. Mind you, the cards have been helping as well. We had the 10s, v ace jack, v kings, v aces.
It's all scripted. just for TV. All scripted. It's all fixed.
Don't even put it out there, Steven. You know, with the whole quote-unquote online poker is rigged crowd, it's only a matter of time before they claim online poker is rigged as well as live poker somehow. That's what I love pointing out to players who sometimes feel like online poker variance is sus, as they say. Just look at live poker. Crazier things happen in live poker all the time. Poker is just crazy that way. That's what statistics
my
will
point
do.
My point is always the same, which is, as far as the organizers or the online site is concerned, they gain nothing from fixing the game. They don't gain anything in a tournament. You know, they take the same amount of commission regardless of how the cards are dealt. And as soon as players starting to lose confidence in the game, they will end up losing even more. So by fixing anything, they will actually lose out in the long run. There's no incentive at all to fix anything. That's my naive take on the matter.
By the way, 9-7-6 with spades on the board, and I believe our graphics are about to catch up, but I believe Pham fired into 3 players, and Lim with the queen jack with the queen high spade draw does make the call. So somehow An was actually ahead there now with the jack on the turn. Lim is actually the one ahead, 89% equity, but a gut shot and an overcard for Pham, and clearly the gumption, considering he fired into 3 players, catches a little bit more equity. Continues telling a story of flopping something big. Lim now cannot go anywhere with the top pair and the queen high spade draw. Don't see him raising either. What an interesting situation. I mean, An just decided to put his chips to work. The fact that he was the biggest stack on the table, saw that it was an extremely wet board. And a 9 on the river is very interesting as well. A 9 certainly the range of hands that Pham was representing there. Does he want to triple barrel this?
Is reaching for his chips.
It's like he just remembered.
Cards.
Yeah, he just remembered he didn't have anything. I feel like a third barrel might have got it done, considering how strong it would look. He started off by betting into 3 players, of course. Lim takes this one down with his pair of jacks. He's going to be pretty relieved. He did not have to face a big bet on the river there. And a new chip leader emerges after that pot. Terence Lim.
So I think Gilbert has caught our disease of making wrong predictions here. He just put in the comments that, you know, Pham was going to put in a big bluff for the river. In fact, he decided to check instead.
Just heard, by the way, referring to something you asked earlier, Stephen, we had 150 entries for the ladies event in Taipei. So, irrespective of the turnout in Da Nang here, I'm expecting Korea to actually be a new record for the number of women participating in the APT. If you are a woman listening to this, keep that in mind.
I have to say, the dealer on screen right now, I'll be very happy to see her playing the ladies event in South Korea.
If she's, of course, not dealing, the APT dealers here in Vietnam tend to remain in the Vietnamese circuit. So why not? Come on down. I just mentioned Elfin won the ladies event. She's, of course, a poker player by any right. But she does do some presenting work as well for the APT.
Well, we're not just hyping it up with no backup. I think the event at the end of August is going to be huge. It's going to be massive.
Of course, any information you need for the APT Korea, it starts August 25th in Incheon. Just go to apt.poker.
The APT website has had a bit of a revamp as well this year. So all the information is very clearly laid out on the website. You can find everything you need to know about the upcoming series.
That's right. New era, new website.
By the way, did I tell you last time we were streaming that a friend of mine took down the Super High Roller event in Taipei? His name is Sam Lam. Yeah, it was kind of his maybe second or third tournament ever. And he took down the Super High Roller for 4 million Taiwanese dollars, which is about 1 million Hong Kong. And now he's back in London and he's thinking about playing the WSOP circuit event in London. He's caught the bug.
Well, you did mention that actually, and get him down to Korea is the obvious follow-up there. There's going to be many super high rollers for him to try and win again. Clearly, he's good at them. Pretty crazy though.
Let's see how he does in the WSOPC event in London first.
So more chips going the way of the chip leader, the conservative fold there from the ace-jack. Look at that. I love to see the flags. Firstly, love pointing that out. Of course, for, I believe, locals in the mix. But we do have players from all over the world on this table, constantly rotating. I did see a lot of participation at the Summer Series from China, including some winners from China. Players moving out of their home country, often for the first time, to come down to Vietnam. And that's the beauty of Da Nang as well. It's just a beautiful destination. Very cool town to come check out yourself, perhaps with your family. Very, very family-friendly town. And as a result, a lot of Chinese players in the mix. Obviously, plenty of Koreans always showing up to APT stops in advance of the APT Incheon event. Some Malaysians in the mix as well. Still looking forward to hearing about Anuj Yadav. I'm yet to go to the APT website and check out the live updates. Did start out as the chip leader, a reg from India.
Well, I don't want any spoilers, so if you do read it, don't tell me.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I've resisted the urge. As a result, I guess I'm just hoping he shows up on the feature table at some point.
Just for the benefits of the viewers, this live stream is delayed by 30 minutes, by half an hour. So in the comments, please refrain from spoiling the happenings.
That is quite a flop.
Everyone's got a piece of it, except for the pocket nines. That's an interesting surname for a Spanish player. Zhang Li Zhou Quan. Doesn't sound very Spanish. Five on the turn. Win has still got this trips. He must be very confident. He's nursing a very short stack. So how is he going to extract maximum value here? King Jack takes it down. Seems straightforward enough. So he's up to 19 big blinds, which is very playable, of course. And Terence Lim is still our chip leader at the feature table. And I think our tournament director, Bear, is telling players that they will be moving away from the feature table after the break. The break, I think, is quite imminent. Maybe 2 more or 3 more hands to go until we go off for a 15-minute break.
And that also means, of course, that we will have a new set of players with a new feature table coming in.
So Justin is saying Lau Ka Kwan is being claimed by Spain. Well, Lau Ka Kwan is actually Spanish, as in he doesn't speak Cantonese. He doesn't actually speak that much English either. He's a proper Spanish-speaking person. I played against him in Macau in a 6-max event several years ago. He is definitely as Spanish as it gets. Even though he does have a Hong Kong flag on his hand and mob.
Very interesting. Do you know anything about the poker ecosystem in Spain? I do remember Spanish players making a huge splash at many World Series events. I think Adrian Mateo is probably one of the most famous players from Spain.
Well, Mateo is still crushing it. He was a Macau nosebleed high-stake game regular. And now that game is kind of broken up. He's doing more EPT. He's traveling around Europe a little bit more now.
He's just being a poker superstar.
He was very active in Asia for the longest time. So Gilbert has given us an update of the Korean player with the Spanish flag. Apparently he grinds at the Saigon Poker Club daily. Thank you for that, Gilbert. I'm so glad that our viewers are so knowledgeable. It makes our jobs so much easier.
Absolutely. So we have a mystery hand here, always exciting. Low jack opens, pocket sixes, hijack defends, or rather calls. And we get to play along. Let's see. Poker isn't as easy when you don't know the cards sitting in the booth.
Wetting with win.
Win does make the call. Queen 8 deuce, 2 diamonds on the board. Ace queen, it turns out they have an ace on the turn. Is going
and
to give
the queen.
the added comfort. Top 2. Pocket sixes, not much to write home about. Reaching for chips though. Realizes that the ace is a hand that they can represent, considering they're the pre-flop raiser. Quick call there by Win. Did you notice the hand shaking there, Stephen?
Mm-hmm.
Usually a sign of a strong hand. Could be balanced, of course, but just taking this hand in isolation, hands shaking usually means lots of strength.
I think I diplomatically disagree there. I think it's just random. Shaky hands, yeah, it's just a bit random. Sometimes people get a bit nervous, get a bit cold in the air-conditioned room. You know, I wouldn't have too much. I wouldn't look into it too much. Like that's the thing about live tells. There are so many other points of note that we should pay notice to, and at the very, very end, when you have a very, very marginal decision to make, you go into looking for live tells. Otherwise, you should get your fundamentals correct. You know, get your maths, get your table dynamic, etc., correct first, and at the very last resort, you look for live tails.
Oh, I certainly agree. It's one of those things that maybe, people who've only seen poker on TV or in movies think that live tells is a huge part of the game. It is and it isn't, in the sense that, yes, it can make a difference right at the end of all the other variables that you might have considered. Most importantly, good poker fundamentals, things like hand selection, bet sizing, etc. But every once in a while, you do come across somebody giving away a lot of tells. Sometimes people are just saying out loud, what they have, what their intentions are. Once in a while, you'll see someone say they're very nervous or they want to make it a day two. Those things you can incorporate. But not very often somebody will eat a cookie when they have a great hand, like the movie Rounders.
How did I know you were going to go back to that?
It is just ridiculous. The man splits an Oreo and licks it every time he has a monster hand.
And the script writer managed to have that, which is, who thought it up? It's incredible.
Pocket Sixes finds the 3-bet jam from the cutoff. Dong, with over 100 big blinds, does have ace-jack off that he opened with. The ace-5 of diamond hits the muck, understandably, against the all-in. If nobody finds a hand behind, I think Yongfu Dong has a slight decision here. Ace-jack can consider calling this all-in. Let's not forget he got the massive double up by going all in himself with aces.
It was a bit of an unorthodox play, but it paid. So, who am I to judge here? I think he kind of needs to stack off that ace-jack off here. But then again, he's thinking, oh, maybe this is like the last hand of the level or something like that. That's what live poker is about as well sometimes. All these factors that you don't consider during an online tournament. That's one thing that is a little pro tip here. When you find a smoker at your table, they are more likely to fold just before the break.
Of course. You want to rush, get that nicotine fix in. Dong does let it go. Understandable. Another factor I'd love to mention is that there's sort of this upside downside in terms of calling off a 20 big blind shove. He's at 105 bigs, 107 bigs, it turns out, already. If you win an extra 20, okay, you're at 127. But if you lose, now you're below 100 big blinds. That's a very different feeling in a tournament.
Yes.
Above 100 big blinds, you're top of the world. 127 bigs, maybe not too much different.
Oh, that statement is so wrong, yet so right.
It's a game of psychology, Stephen, not just numbers,
It's so absolutely wrong, yet so absolutely correct. It's fantastic. Live poker, love it. So it looks like this is the last hand of the level. And then after this hand, we'll be taking a short break. I'll go and make my ginseng tea. And when we come back, we will find 9 new players at the feature table. As a sneak preview, I can tell you. Let me have a look. We have 4 big stacks coming in. Oh, 5 big stacks coming in.
I was looking at the flags, actually. I see Ireland in the mix. That's fun. India, of course, we've been talking about. Some familiar faces, including some final table participants from the APT Hanoi. Should be a fun one.
It looks like we're going to have a local female player also. Yeah, this has been having more ladies participating in poker has been my main kind of promotion angle in recent months. Just getting more female players involved.
Absolutely. I think it's probably the biggest untapped opportunity in poker today, and you see it growing slowly, certainly in India. A lot of females leading the charge. We just had Nikita Luther, who is possibly the most successful Indian female poker player, make a deep, deep run in the World Series main event, get into the top 100, get featured on the coverage there, really inspire some of the female players in India in terms of what is possible and how far the ladies of Indian poker can go on the global stage. So shout out to her, and hopefully shout out to all the potential female poker players watching this right now in the future. Start off with the Asian Poker Tour. Make a name for yourself on the global poker stage.
Oh, I think Asian Poker Tour is nothing to... is definitely a world-class event. You know, it's very much comparable to all the major tours around the world. You know, it's not just an Asian thing. As you can see by the different flags as well, you know, you find players from all across the globe coming here, coming to Da Nang to play this event.
By the way, back to the action. Pham has been doing what Pham does, wielding his big stack and bluffing on that turn there with the 5 high. His opponent Mai had a pretty easy call with the paired queens and the ace-10. Essentially, the best kicker possible. And this time around, a big bet on the river, a scare card as well, another overcard to the 10. I have to say, Pham Duyan is telling a somewhat convincing story here. The only thing that Mai thinks he can probably beat right now is missed flush draws. Of course, there were 2 flush draws on the turn, both the diamonds and the club flush draws possible. But a queen, maybe something like a jack-9, even something like an ace-jack perhaps in diamonds or clubs, would play the hand the same way and make this big bet, 30k into 39k on the river. This is not an easy decision at all. Gilbert Go in chat says, that's the Pham I know.
From a slightly technical perspective, you know, he's holding 2 hearts, so he's unblocking all the diamond flush draws and all the club flush draw that have missed. So he knows that, you know, his opponents, well, I don't know whether he's thinking this way, but his opponents could easily have those diamonds or club draw with just as ace high in this spot. So bluffing with the 5 high is not as crazy as it seems.
Yeah, great point there. Unblocking all the flush draws, and of course, the double barrel on that king also tells something of a story. A lot of flush draws that could have been possible, that Pham could have been bluffing with, might have caught a piece by the river. And we see we've hit the break, but Mai here with the ace-10 off has a serious decision.
Well, Pham looks like a smoker to me. He's desperate for a cigarette break, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I think this stretch, which he's doing on camera right now, is somewhat intentional, making it seem like he wants to move on to the next hand. I think Jin Wan Mai would be well suited to look at his opponent right now. There are a lot of live tells to be gained. He makes the call, a great call there. Pham gives off the cheeky
that 5
smile.
high like a boss. Go on, kid.
Well played on both accounts, but Jin Wan Mai gets the best of it, is now going to be up to 151k in chips. That's good for 75 bigs. A big call there. We see We have hit the break, the entire floor, almost breathing a sigh of relief. The first break of the day. We will be coming back to you shortly. We will be updating you on how many players left and what the final prize pool is turning out to be. Thank you so much for sticking with us, and we will see you very shortly after this break. My name is Vidar Singhal, along with Stephen Lai. Stay with us, and we will see you shortly.
Cheap race on the table right there, okay? We will do the cheap race on the table. Guys, your phone is on the table already, okay? You can get it. Guys, table 11. Hello. Yes.
Same seat. Wah, button yan. Button.
Yung dinala, sabi ko dali niya.
I have combo box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Here.
I need one more, sir. Yes, coming.
One more here.
Thank you.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Featured table. Good game to Peter Kiem of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets. The American Airlines. The pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces. Well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're
3x.
playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Drawing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize in Taiwanese poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
by our very own main event. 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing.
There's a
So they're
pay
talking
jump as
about
well.
they're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket 8, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back here to the APT, coming to you live from Da Nang in Vietnam. This is the main event of the summer series here. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai in the commentary booth here. We are down to about 200 players, 297 started the day. This is the 1500 USD main event. That's 35 million in Vietnamese currency, and we have, of course, smashed the guarantee. This is now the biggest main event in Vietnam for the APT after Phu Quoc and Hanoi. So it is down to the wire now. About 50% of the remaining field will be paid. About 97 will be in the money. Steven, my friend, we are ready to take this down to the money. I think players should be starting to feel that ability to cash, that it's so close. Maybe it's time to start thinking about cashing and getting that onto your hand and mob.
Well, I can't take my eyes off the beautiful beach scenery we are seeing on screen here. You know, even if you bust early in day 2, I'm sure there's plenty to do in Da Nang.
It is an absolutely gorgeous location here. As I was mentioning to you, I have an ocean view in my room, as do most of the lovely rooms at the lovely resorts along the beach. By the way, this is the main event snapshot, as we were just discussing. 675 entries, 20 billion VND in the prize pool. That takes a while to get used to saying. Of course, the local currency. First place is now out. We have basically a 4 billion VND first place prize. The average stack right now, 64 bigs. As I mentioned, just over 200 players remaining. And in case you're wondering, what is 4 billion VND? That's about 165,000 USD. Absolutely incredible, life-changing money up for grabs.
Fantastic, fantastic. Like as we said earlier, a few weeks ago in Hanoi, that kind of money is definitely life-changing for Vietnamese local. And it's a big score, regardless. And I'm so glad to see Asian Poker Tour attracting so many players and such a big field to generate such an amazing prize pool.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is the biggest local, that is to say, Vietnamese event, main event prize pool. You saw there just over 20 billion VND. Of course, I would say it's about 23,000 VND to a USD, so just a smidge under $1 million in the main event prize pool. I mean, these are just massive, massive fields, massive prize pools. Great to see the APT reaching new heights. We do see some of the other payouts as well. 2.4 billion. That's about, I would say, 110,000 USD. Going all the way down. 5 billionaires being crowned. If you remember, Stephen, last time around that number was 3 and technically 4. This time around 5. That just is a testament to the increased prize pool, to the increased turnout. Love this feature of the Vietnamese currency, Vietnamese dong. Of course, you get to crown a billionaire.
Billionaires. Who wants to be a billionaire?
That's actually a great name for the series. All the Vietnamese series should maybe use that IP, incorporate it
Who
somehow.
wants to be a billionaire? And where do they find all these very, very attractive dealers from Vietnam? Is that how attractive people are in Vietnam?
I would say so.
Or are they really cherry picking?
No, I think if you come down here, you'd realize Vietnam is just full of happy, attractive people. And why not? If you're on the beach, I feel it just makes you into an attractive person. You know what I mean? The sun is out, the beach is, the ocean is there.
Yes. So from the cutoff, we have an ace king off the racing from the cutoff there, getting folds and folds and folds back to the big blind. A new player, a local female player.
Not just any female player, mind you. She has had one of the most viral hands in poker. And she was, of course, on the high roller final table in APT Hanoi as well. I want to remind you of the viral hand I'm talking about. I believe she folded a full house, queens full of aces, correctly against aces full of queens.
I think I remember that. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it really went viral across the poker world. I mean, globally.
So Justin Fairbanks has updated us again. Chip leader in the room currently has 500,000. A local player. That's a lot. Oh, we've just been told it's a different tie win. It's not the same tie win. There you go. Gilbert is saying the same. It's not her. Oh, well. Still a good story, though. Back to the action. UTG +1. No idea why he's racing 8-5 off, but there we are. I would like to think is something wrong with the sensor, not something wrong with the player. Ace King off. Easy 3-bet here from the hijack. Let's see what kind of sizing he's putting in. Three betting 3x, just over 3x. From the big blind, folding back to UTG +1 with 8-5 off. So maybe the sensor wasn't incorrect. Maybe it was a bit of a loose play from UTG +1.
Well, we've
Don't try this at home. 8-5 off.
Yeah, we've certainly seen all kinds of loose plays already on the previous feature table. And I'm excited to see what this one has to offer.
You know, sometimes technology doesn't quite work properly. So I have to, 8-5 off is so unorthodox that I have to doubt, first of all, the technology rather than the player.
Never doubt the main event, Stephen. This is the main event. We have 675 entries. There's going to be all types of poker up for grabs.
That might be the case. But still, 8-5 off, man.
The man in blue, by the way, goes by Meherzad, player from India, very well-known face on the Indian scene. I believe he's a businessman by profession. Actually lives in somewhere in the Middle East, I believe, but just a huge supporter of the poker ecosystem. And he's one of those semi-professional or even recreational poker players who everybody takes for granted in the Indian poker scene because, after all, he doesn't play for a living. But he's like one of those Shakurchi, Talal Shakurchi types who just comes and just shows how it's done, takes on the pros and often wins. A 3-bet from the ace-9 suited. Here we go. The action is kicking up. Win Chi Kong from the hijack decides if he's going to be involved in the hand. It's going to be with a 3-bet. Fortunately for him, chip leader Hai Nam Wang has pocket jacks. Certainly not be going anywhere.
The question is he going to click back? Looks like he's going to flat. Or is it a click back? It is a click back. He puts in the 4-bet for 43,000. That's 20 big blinds. Gets a fold from him.
Quick fold too. No Hollywooding, mind you.
Takes down a nice little pot there.
There we see the flags we keep talking about. 5 locals, of course. I mentioned Meherzad from India. We have Win Dong representing the United States. Ireland we mentioned before the break. That's Leroy Fan from Ireland. And then Alan Koo from Singapore.
United Nations.
Alan is extremely short stacked, by the way. 26,500 chips coming into this level.
10 big blinds. 13 big blinds. It's still just a matter of 1 double up.
I think you were right with 10 because, of course, blinds are up to 1K, 2.5K. Ace-4 suited for Huang, who, by the way, was the main event champion of the APT Hanoi. Not the previous one, but the one in February. Talk about having main event experience. Has found himself one of the chip leaders in the tournament as well. Not too surprising, I suppose, considering he shipped the one in Hanoi in February.
Whew. 5-4 suited. He's a 3-bet. So in the comment section, there's a lot of talks about how many bullets some of the notable players have played in the main event. I remember the days where main events were freeze outs. Like there would be rebuy tournaments, but the main event for Asian Poker Tour or other tours in Asia were always freeze outs. And the strategy, the way we approached the game was so different back then when it was a freeze out.
How so?
And now, well, now you almost, like, with the current situation, you almost always budget 2 bullets for every main event. Like, you see the buy-in as 1,500 USD, but I actually treat it as a 3,000 USD tournament. It's almost default that you will play up to 2 bullets.
By the way,
so in terms of bankroll management, sorry, go on.
Apologies to cut you off, but what an action card on the turn here. We, of course, had an action flop with both players flopping a 4. But the 3 of hearts on the turn gives an open-ended straight flush draw. Do Thi win? Meanwhile, Huang's still ahead with his ace-4, but look at the equities there. 56% v 44% on the turn. You don't see that too often.
And the graphics on the top, 21 outs, is almost, well, is actually spanned right across the screen. There's not almost not enough space to have
And I
all
think
the
the
outs
cards on
displayed.
top are tinier than usual as well. 21 outs. That's half the deck.
And is you can, well, you know, is represented by, in terms of percentage, 44% equity. It's almost harder to miss than to hit.
35k goes into the middle. I mean, this is almost like a value bet here.
Well, she knows she's good. She's going to be willing to stack off with this combo.
128k now in the middle after that call. T-Win has 70k behind. Ends up missing, so to speak, on the river. Does still have the 4, but is going to lose if this hand goes to showdown. Huang has the 4 with the best possible kicker. He went contemplating.
Checks the river, hoping for a cheap showdown here. She knows she's not showing down, so she needs to really pull the trigger and bluff it.
I would be very impressed if she turns this hand into a bluff. After all, it does have decent showdown value. For instance, she chops against 4s that are below a 10. No, she does check and gets the bad news. Very interesting hand there. I do like that she considered betting it.
Yes. Wow, she was happy for a moment at the turn. She was happy for more than 30 seconds, thinking she had all the outs in the world.
Too many outs,
It
as
was just
they
not
say.
to be, not to be. The chip leader here almost is hitting the $500,000 mark here. 424,000. And I am very glad that he's stacking his chips in an orderly manner. By the way, back to the event I did yesterday. It was a Natural 8 Thailand exclusive event. So the way it was played, Thai players qualified for the final table online for a $30 USD buy-in, and the top 6 players got their expenses paid for, flew to Da Nang to play on a TV table, and you know, with the travel expenses paid for, also a main event ticket included in the package. So
I mean,
all
that
that
is-
for 30 USD. Amazing.
What a deal. What a deal. And I would love for one of them to make a deep run in the main event as well. That'd be awesome.
I know. I'm looking out for those players. They had really cool nicknames as well. One of them was called Happy Coding.
Yeah, I saw that. Love it.
It's like, cool dude. And a man with brown, dark eyes was called Blue Eye.
Top pair versus top pair. Once again, we have a battle of pair versus pair. This time, Meherzad has the straight draw to boot. Leroy Fan has the queen kicker. Goes check, check. Leroy checks for pot control. I like that check. Doesn't want to get too many chips in the middle when the board is so connected. And ace might be an action killer on the turn. Leroy bets here. For value, he knows if he gets called, he's going to be in position. Can turn this hand into a sort of one street bet hand if he so desires. Merzad has more than enough to continue. 23% equity, some chop outs as well for him. That's not one of them. Leroy gets the check mark.
He's still likely to be checking the river. Yep, just for a bit of a cheap showdown here. Yeah, probably the same.
Meherzad, by the way, has also fired 5 bullets and then entered at the start of day 2.
Wow. So did you mean 5 bullets plus 1 or 5 bullets including
I
the day 2
believe this
bullet?
is his 5th bullet. And speaking of which, Justin Fairbanks once again letting us know that the man who fired the most bullets will not be making the money, has busted. Wow, 9 bullets fired. Will not be making the money. That is a rough go. Leroy Fan on your screen has many laurels within the poker and the APT world, as you saw. Some FTs in his past. Knows what he's doing.
Seems like a happy guy.
And while we're discussing bullets, the erstwhile main event champion, who just folded there, Hainam Huang, 4 bullets himself.
So back to the point I made earlier, people just take it for granted that 1 bullet isn't enough for the main event. You know, it changes the landscape completely.
Very true, very true. I mean, that's also one of the reasons the World Series of Poker main event is considered so unique, because it's a true freeze-out and yet gets the most entries and the most price and the maximum prize pool. I think that's what makes it a very, very unique tournament. As you were mentioning earlier on, you know, these main events used to be freeze-outs. I think what was very common is, of course, 1 bullet per flight. We, of course, had 4 flights here for the main event. 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. So those are different day ones. And more you're seeing people play around with that structure. But really, it's up to the players, you know. It's whatever works best for them. This way they get the most optionality. Clearly, some people want to fire 9 bullets. Why not let them?
I don't think they wanted to, but yes, I know what you mean.
Well, we're willing
I
to.
think it was by choice.
By the 7th one, sometimes you just feel like there's just no going back. It's almost like you want to.
Might as well.
And on a lighter note, you know, some of the lower buy-in mixed games that we were talking about, in case you were not around for that discussion, this series has been an absolute gift to anybody who loves mixed game tournaments. We've had all kinds of limit games, Omaha high-low, stud, etc. And they have lower buy-ins as well. And that allows you to essentially fire multiple bullets as you figure out the dynamics of a new game.
And some people learn quicker than others, I guess.
Discipline lay down there by Meherzad. Correct one.
He does have a bit of an Anglo-Indian look about him. He looks kind of Caucasian in a way.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure of his precise background. As I mentioned, I believe he resides in the Middle East.
Right.
Could have something to do with it. There we go, the nice all-in triangle in the close-up by T. She was 2nd in the APT Summer Series in Hanoi. I do believe that is incorrect. I remember her being 3rd, Stephen. We were commentating on that table together. Unless they mean in the February Hanoi event. But she did make it to the final table of the high roller in the very last series.
I think it's a different. I think it's a different lady, according to the comments. Anyway, it's a different Thai.
No, I think they corrected me. She was not the one who went viral, but I do remember her
Right.
in the high roller final table. We'll figure that out. Hendon Mob will come to the
Okay.
rescue.
True.
The point is, she's very experienced. Fantastic poker player, clearly, to make it to the final table off a high roller at the APT.
There's an open from the hijack position. Queen Jack off. On the back blind is a chip leader. 10 deuce off. So that is a fold. So that's a takedown pre-flop. Still a long way to go. Right, so she came second in the mystery bounty in this particular series.
Oh, look at that.
I see.
So that means a final table in the high roller at the APT Hanoi about a month ago, followed by a great run, second in the mystery bounty in this series alone. Look at the player right now, Duck Jin Chan, double final tablist. Love it. Including a first place in the Turbo event at the Hanoi series. You know, with all the events we have, I believe Hanoi had almost 40 events, same here in Da Nang. Suddenly you have absolute regulars on the circuit, you know, people who've picked up a title, picked up that beautiful Lion Trophy. You can see some of the smaller ones behind Meherzad there on the left. And they just come and they want to defend, and they want to collect more of those trophies, you know? It's a very cool dynamic.
Yes. And, you know, there's oftentimes the debate is whether poker is a game of skills or a game of luck. And by the fact that, you know, a similar pool of players often run deep and often win, kind of tells you that there's a big element of skills in poker. Otherwise, it won't be the same players over and over again.
Very true. And if somebody's out there,
unless unless they are just very, very lucky.
yeah, there is that. I was gonna say, if anybody out there thinks poker is not a game of skill, try playing with an elite poker player. You will be instantly humbled. I remember when I first moved up in stakes, you know, I used to play this sort of standard opening stakes and cash games of like 1-2, 2-5. There'd be a 5-10 game going around once in a while I'd take shots at. And then suddenly I went to Vegas for the first time. Thought I'd sit down at 5-10 just because I played those stakes before. It was a whole new world. And then somebody announces, hey, Jamie Gold is playing on the 10-20 table. And I was like, well, I want to play with Jamie Gold. I've seen him on TV. Well, he was the worst player on that table by far. But everybody else was just miles and miles ahead. I mean, they were doing things I did not know it was possible to do in No Limit Hold'em. They were 4-betting light, then min C betting and forcing you to widen your range, this, that, and the other. And I was like, oh no, this is a skill game and I don't have the skills yet.
I think you made a very interesting point about wanting to play against Jamie Gold and having seen him on TV. Those two statements definitely go hand in hand.
That's right. I did give him a bad beat, and it was one of the highlights of my poker journey till that point. I told all my friends about it. It was glorious.
But, you know, there's on the one hand there's Jamie Gold, and on the other hand there is Moneymaker. You know, Chris Moneymaker, made it all the way to the top, winning the main event. But he was still playing at a pretty small stakes cash game level because he knew where he was at.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Absolute opposite to Jamie Gold.
Certainly. I mean, you can be an elite tournament player and not be that good at cash. Let me just point out what just happened here. Huang taking it down with pure aggression, 3-betting the 10-4 suited from the button, picking the right timing and the right sizing. Win Dong, who was opening ace-6 off from the cutoff, lets it go, and that certainly sends a message as well. Let's not forget, we're early into this feature table. We have a new set of players who just joined us. You have to set sort of a dynamic to begin with. And I think Huang is saying, when I have position over you, keep that in mind. Look at my chip stack and beware.
This whole table captaining concept. You've got to captain the table. And oftentimes I would say a chip leader has a responsibility. You can't just be passive, sitting on a big stack of chips without making other players work. You've got to use a stack. You've got to use aggression to keep the game going. Otherwise, the game will become very, very boring.
Aces.
Pocket aces.
25 bigs. Dong will be loving looking down at those pocket rockets. I always
just need to figure out a way of stacking off.
Yeah, well, he's hoping to repeat what happened in the previous hand, where Huang 3-bet him, and this time around, Huang does have the ace-9. Does not go for a 3-bet, simply calls. Oh no, Dong will start worrying now. 2 callers already. The big blind priced in, but 7-deuce off. Fortunately for the aces, I think 7-deuce will hit the muck. 3-way action, aces out of position.
Never easy.
Pretty good flop there. King 10-8. The Queen 10 has...
At least someone connected. That means he will get at least one street of value.
Also nice to have the ace of clubs as a little bit of backup. 2 clubs on the board.
Easy fold for the ace-9.
Kong wondering what his opponent felt pretty comfortable leading in to 2 players with. But of course, 12.5k to call, pretty good price. Wants to see one more street. And now look at the stack to pot ratio. That bet on the flop was so good. It's almost a 1 SPR.
Like I said earlier, when you have aces, you just figure out a way of comfortably putting all the chips in the middle. You set it up, you use your bet sizing just to make sure that you have the right bet size so that you are committed or your opponent is committed.
Kong has picked up some additional equity as well, not to mention the 9 on the turn does give him the gut shot to the straight. Dong with the aces goes pretty small.
Well, I think to set up the river jam, you need to bet smallish on the turn. And then it's an easy stack off on the river.
I do agree, but let's not forget with the 1 SPR on the turn, I mean, there was certainly an argument to be made for jamming on the turn itself.
Yes, but I think he's worried. In a way, he's a little bit worried that his opponent didn't have a king. He wanted to make sure that he covered, from the button, he will cover a 10, a 9, or an 8. You know, all those combos he wants to call from those as well.
Oof,
Oh,
punished. Punished for that small bet, giving his opponent just about enough odds to continue in the hand. Now with a 4 to straight on the board, he can perhaps get away from it. Kong will certainly be putting him all in, considering he has made the straight.
Best laid plan of mice and men.
That's right. Often go awry, as they say. Now the question is, will he be able to get away from it? Or does he talk himself into thinking his opponent might have 2 clubs, or just wanting to represent the straight with some sort of a lower pair?
So, on a slightly technical note again, Dong holding the ace of clubs doesn't help. And so when people are drawing on the flush, it's more likely than not they will have the nut flush draw to continue. And what queen high combo would draw that flush? Don't think there are many. And of which, if there's a queen high combo drawing to the flush, he would have made the straight as well. So all in all, it's going to be a difficult call on this river.
Yeah, probably a hand like 7-6 of clubs is one. Well, that would also have a straight, probably not bet the river. So really low connected clubs is about the only hand you beat, and many queens could have got to this point. I think Nog needs to forget how pretty those aces are. Let this one go, considering the run out. And as you mentioned,
Unfortunate, but sometimes you just got to let it go.
indeed. And as you mentioned, aces with the ace of clubs, about the worst hand you can consider calling with here.
Totally. Let it go. Let it go.
Hey! Right as I was missing Greg, Stephen. It's as though he's here with me.
Wow. High praise indeed. High praise indeed.
Oh, and it was meant to be. You're not a bad singer yourself. Where does this talent
now,
come from?
Now you're bluffing.
No, I
It's
mean
very
it.
bluff heavy comment there.
There has to be some background.
Good fold. Good fold. Excellent fold. I approve.
Harder than it looks, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, if you sit down and think through the hand, folding was the only option there.
You know, I want to ask you about this thinking and, taking your time with the hand, thinking it through. A lot of people love to use this saying or this phrase, think long, think wrong. I think it's one of those phrases that's become a thing only because it rhymes, because I don't agree with it at all.
Totally. I think you must think long. Whether you're wrong or not depends on how well you thought. Thinking long doesn't actually increase the chance of it being wrong.
Yeah, and by the way,
As
the
long as the
implication...
process is correct.
Yeah, the implication, in case anybody's unfamiliar with that aphorism, the implication is that your gut, whatever it's telling you immediately, is more likely to be correct, versus if you really think and analyze the hand. But to me, that's what poker is. It's solving logic puzzles, it's thinking, it's analyzing the hand. And I also want to draw the analogy to something like chess. In chess, you have classical chess, which is usually, in the current modern era, maybe 4 hours each side. And then you work all the way down to, I think they call it like rapid chess, which is maybe like an hour, bullet, which is like 30 minutes. And even online, this would go down to something like 5 minutes, 1 minute, hyper bullet, etc. Well, if you analyze the games in chess, and the expectation in chess is when you're playing the faster formats, you're going to make worse decisions. And when you play classical chess, very often you can make perfect decisions, what a computer might do. It's the same thing with poker. We don't have clocks like chess, of course, but the more you think about it, more likely than not, you can make better decisions.
there's no other way of seeing it, apart, like as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, but
You know, the
Steven,
more time you think, the more likely that you get it correctly.
now you know the problem with what you just said. It does not rhyme. That's the problem.
Yeah. So marketing wins again, huh?
That's why memes are a thing.
Yeah. That's why I'm not Greg. Despite my amazing singing ability.
On a very nerd note, I believe the word meme actually comes from something being mimetic, and when things rhyme, they are mimetic. They are easily remembered, easily transferable. So, here's my cause. I have taken it up today. We will no longer use the phrase "think long, think wrong" in the poker world.
Thank you. I second that. I'll be the vice chairman of that committee.
Chat, let me know. Are you in support, or do you actually subscribe to that saying?
Oftentimes I will take into consideration of my instinctive thought. So I have like a gut feeling. And then when I think long, hopefully not wrong, I will take into account of that gut feeling along the thinking process. You know, I don't dismiss instincts. I don't dismiss gut feelings. But at the same time, that should only be a part of the consideration, not your final decision.
Yeah, and I have to say, in the live poker sphere, your instincts count for a lot because your brain, perhaps subconsciously sometimes, is picking up a lot of things that maybe you cannot incorporate into that logic puzzle and analysis, but doesn't mean you don't think about it, you know? And recently, by the way, we had the deepest run ever by an Indian player. I believe he was down to the final 14 of the World Series of Poker main event. And believe it or not, with $12 million to play for at the top, he made a snap call on the river for a huge mountain of chips. He had a flush and he ended up losing to a full house. And it's fine. That's a cooler. It can happen. He is good enough to fold. But why snap call? There's no clock.
Did you have a chance to speak to him about that?
Well, actually, he was part of a Discord community, and he himself said, hey, you know, I made a mistake. I'm usually good enough to fold that, and irrespective, I should not have made the snap call. He's, of course, a very good player, so he's very self-reflective.
Yeah, good. Well, then, you know, he's learned a valuable lesson, I guess.
We have a mystery hand here, by the way, and it seems like the mystery hand is considering putting chips in the middle. There we go. Care to venture a guess, Steven?
An ace.
Good guess. I'm rooting for two spades. Would make a good
Well,
bluff.
there you go. Equally good guess. It's unlikely to be absolute air.
She is in position, of course. Could be simply leveraging the fact that action was checked around to her on the turn. Very exciting river. The third spade comes in.
Maybe 9-7 of spades, perhaps.
That would have been a monster on the turn, of course, and now would have completed and become a flush. And she certainly looks like she was contemplating a bet. Does check behind.
Show an ace, go on. Oh no, she's just giving up. A failed attempt.
Was just using position, or could have had a smaller pair, irrespective. You have Dukchin Chan pick up chips here. Look at the room, Steven. Absolutely buzzing. Very high ceiling there as well, so it makes it feel like we have a huge poker arena. I just walked through it during the break. Really good energy in the room. I have to say, with day 2 of the main event, we mentioned we were about 100 players off the money. You know, 50% of this field will make the money. A little bit of tension in the air as well. Things are getting serious.
Oh yes. I have a few friends from Hong Kong playing the main event, and they are all surviving. Half an hour ago, I asked them not to give me any spoiler alert, but they are still alive in the main event, chasing that 4 billion top price in
4
Vietnamese
billion
dong.
VND, good for 168,000 or so USD. How incredible is that, by the way? We were just talking about one of the players on our feature table, Hai Nam Huang, who did finish first place in the APT Hanoi. That was the one in February, not the one that Steven and I were commentating on about a month ago. But I'm looking at his Hendon Mob, Steven. That was good for 119,000 USD, first place in that main event. And now we're talking about maybe 50% more than that, about 170,000 almost USD. Incredible.
Oh. And just to take a wild stab at it, Hanoi must have a much larger population than Da Nang, right?
Oh, surely.
In theory, there should be a bigger player pool, like more locals willing to play in Hanoi than Da Nang. So having such a big field here means the next Hanoi event will be even bigger. Because people have to, intentionally travel to Da Nang to play this.
I have no doubt what you're saying is exactly what will come to pass. I think the APT in the new era has simply gone from strength to strength. I don't just mean prize pools, by the way. We were talking about the organization, the quality of player experience. Like I said, I walk through the floor right now. There's a player's lounge. There's some great resorts here. And personally, I'm just such a huge fan of some of the events on offer this time around. I love the fact that we've incorporated mixed games into the APT schedule. I think that's just going to bring more and more players into the game. Whether it's from the fun side of things, people who want to play Super Hold'em and get dealt 3 cards, or maybe somebody who wants to take the mixed games more seriously. I mean, you think about mixed games at the World Series of Poker in Vegas. Obviously the minimum buy-in there is much larger, and a lot of the times that's the first opportunity somebody gets to play a high-low tournament or perhaps like a stud tournament. And now those players can start out at the APT, work their way up, maybe even build bankrolls in those mixed games, and then move on to bigger buy-ins. And the APT is the right venue to do that.
Absolutely. And it gives the dealers an opportunity to learn a new game too. It's good for their careers.
I certainly do not envy the dealer who is dealing the triple stud mix game of Raz, high-low stud, and regular stud. I mean, that is a tough gig.
And I think it makes it doubly difficult when the dealers are not that familiar with the game, and the players, neither are the players. The blinds are leading the blind a little bit. But hey, poker, the beauty of poker is actually the rules are quite simple. You pick it up, you learn, you have that piece of A4 in front of you, and after 1 or 2 orbits, you know what to do. We're making it out. It sound like mixed games is like a really difficult, a very steep learning curve. No, it's not really. After a few orbits, you pick it up. So try it. Try it at the next APT series. Try the mixed games. Try the high-low. Try the studs. You might discover a new game that you are very, very good at.
Absolutely. Cannot recommend that enough. By the way, back to the action, we see now Gong has 2 pair, aces up on the river. Hai Nam has not fallen for any of the traps that Gong set by checking behind on the turn. So 3-bet pot, by the way. Gong 3-betting with the ace-5 off clubs from the low jack against the under the gun +2 open from the chip leader on the table.
The camera seems to love Leroy Fan a lot. He's always in the shot.
big value bet there
Ooh.
with the aces up. Unlikely to get paid in any fashion. Does polarize a bit, just to say he's betting 38k into 40k. He's trying to say I either have a monster or I'm just trying to buy this spot. We saw the chip denominations, by the way, earlier. The yellow chips, probably the most in use right now. Those are worth 1,000. The blue chips, 5,000. And the purple are sort of the loose change. They're the 500 chips. You're mentioning Leroy Fan.
It's
Camera
always
does
in the
seem to-
shot. It's a handsome man, handsome young man.
I'd love to talk to him. I wonder if he has an Irish accent.
Probably, right? He's Irish.
Certainly representing Ireland. I haven't heard him speak yet, but Irish accent, one of the fun ones for sure.
Well, speaking of Irish accents, have you seen Oppenheimer yet? The new Christopher Nolan film?
Oh, Stephen, come on. You think I did not do Barbieheimer yet? Of course I did.
So which one do you prefer, pink or nuclear explosion?
Well, I'm a huge cinephile, self-proclaimed.
Yeah, I know.
And it would be blasphemous if I did not prefer Oppenheimer, an extremely well-made movie. But Barbie was a fun experience as well. What about you? Have you had the chance?
Well, first of all, I think Greta Gerwig is a young, accomplished female director. She's going to, she's going to have an excellent career ahead of her, and she's made Barbie an excellent, excellent movie. It's a great film with a good message too, a very balanced message, and I enjoyed that thoroughly. But Oppenheimer is just so epic, and watching it on an IMAX screen just blew me away completely. It was I haven't seen a drama that good for a long time.
Yeah, it was incredible. Watching a drama, like a very talky movie, in IMAX was also very interesting and very Christopher Nolan to introduce something like that into the world.
Yes.
I highly recommend anybody watching the stream, once you finish the stream, go check out Oppenheimer.
And me being a bit of a film nerd as well as a science nerd, Oppenheimer, and also, oh wow, that's a club. Nope, that's not a wow, because I thought that was a straight draw, but it's not the right card for that straight draw. Oppenheimer, the dialogues are amazing, the stories, is well presented. I could not fault it in any way.
Meanwhile, the King Jack off of Dakchin Chan did not hit by the river. I think it was a symptom of too many outs against the deuces. He'd never decided to bet or semi-bluff rather, and actually sort of handed over the pot to Leroy Fan with the pocket deuces. I think might be a lesson learned there. With the amount of equity he flopped, a stab would have certainly taken it down for him. As it happens, Leroy Fan now up to 79 bigs. 5 local players
So,
amongst the top 6
yes.
stacks there.
But at the same time, I noticed 2 players in pretty critical condition right now. One with 11 big blinds and one with only 6 big blinds. Desperate needs for a double up.
No rush
Yeah,
though.
and then Oppenheimer. Oh, sorry, back to Oppenheimer as well. The supporting cast was so incredible as well. Robert Downey Jr. excellent, Matt Damon excellent, Emily Blunt excellent. Christopher Nolan just had this way of getting their actors to act for him.
To be honest, the supporting cast was almost out of line. I mean, Oscar winners would just show up for one scene, and you'd never see them
Yes.
again. I counted 3 Best Actor Oscar winners. I won't spoil it, of course, but like they would just show up for a scene, maybe 2 scenes, and then never to be
Yep.
seen again. And you could just tell they just wanted to work with Christopher Nolan. That's the kind of pull he has.
Also, you have Emily Blunt sitting quietly behind.
Yeah, that's
You know,
right.
just like not, they just sat there for, 45 minutes, I reckon. You can't get Emily Blunt to do that.
Unless, of course, you're Christopher Nolan.
Correct.
Looking at the stacks once again, Alan Koo, who had 10 bigs to start out this feature table, has been pretty patient. Now down to about 8 bigs. Will need to make something happen.
Okay, here we go. News just in. I just got a message from my colleagues from Natural 8. Is looking more likely that there's going to be an Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive event for the Incheon APT series at the end of August. So stay tuned. We're going to bring you, well, I'm going to bring you the good news in the next week or 2. So it'll be a similar format to the Natural 8 Thai exclusive event. People will qualify for the final table online, and then you'll win a package to South Korea to play in the APT series, as well as a chance to feature on the TV table and be criticized and scrutinized by us. Maybe I'll play the event and then you can scrutinize my play.
Taste of your own medicine, huh?
There you go. And then we'll have a massive fallout on the next streaming encounter.
I highly doubt that, Stephen. You seem to be the kind of person who would love some criticism on play, and then we can probably discuss it for hours on end.
Well, obviously you don't know me well enough. No, just kidding. No, yes, it's absolutely true. I do like people, just making comments. I think there's nothing worse than indifference in the world. Like, over anything, really. Like, when people don't talk about things, the outcome usually is the worst. Having an opinion, either positive or negative, is always productive in terms of, the betterment of the world.
Yeah, and when it comes to poker especially, I was discussing this with a friend recently. Really, the poker journey in someone's life, honestly, it's not really about the ups and downs in winning and losing. It really is just about learning. That's your journey ultimately, because you were just saying it's pretty easy to learn poker, especially if you know one game, you can probably learn other ones fairly quickly. A moment to learn, lifetime to master, as they say. And it's that lifetime of learning that you must find interesting. And honestly, if you don't like talking poker hands, if you don't like learning and getting better at the game, that's fine. You can be a recreational, but just know that you're not playing the same game as others who are just trying to improve non-stop.
And I think the beauty of poker is exactly that, right? Which is, you can improve. Well, you don't need to improve when you flop a straight, but
With 5-3 off. The dream scenario.
the only flop you want. But you can improve in poker. You can be a more well-rounded player in so many aspects. Psychologically, mathematically, strategically. There's so many things you can learn from others. and each other.
No action, unfortunately, for the flop nuts. Takes it down with a smile. Absolutely dream scenario, of course, to flop the straight there. But unfortunately for him, nobody even had an ace. I just want to remind everyone what we are playing for here. 3.9 billion Vietnamese dong in first place. That's good for 168,000 USD. Once again, this is a 35 million VND buy-in. That's about 1,500 USD. Followed by 101,000 USD for second place, followed by 71,000 for third, 55,000 for fourth, and a fifth place finisher also get a billion in VND. That's about 42,000 USD. After that, we have 34,000 for sixth, going all the way down to 13,500 for ninth, which would be about 9 times your buy-in. That sounds about right, but man, that 3.9 billion VND up top, 168,000 US, that is just so big. It's all to play for.
And T is going to try that with her pocket jacks. Push it all in. 25 big blinds. It's quite a lot. 25 big blinds with pocket jacks. I think the cliche pops into my head. You only get called by better.
Well, she is hoping somebody picks up precisely pocket tens, maybe pocket nines, right behind.
Pretty much one combo. Pocket
Sometimes
tens.
these things work out in your favor, but of course, as you said, most of the time, you perhaps might find yourself flipping at best. But I've told you, Steven, under the gun plays with the big blind ante, you can just expect all kinds of unorthodox behavior.
Risking 25 big blinds to win 2.5 big blinds. The maths doesn't quite work out for me. But hey, each to their own. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. I do not recommend skinning a cat ever, but still, when you do need to, do remember there's more than one way.
I've never deconstructed that expression. You're so right. Why would anyone skin a cat? To your point, by the way, if you open pocket jacks there, you know, sort of standard 2 to 2.5x open, you can get much weaker hands to actually 3-bet, perhaps jam, perhaps raise you. Can get more value from hands, maybe such as 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s that would play back at you that might find the fold against a 25 big all-in. So in terms of maximizing the value of getting delta premium like jacks, certainly she could have considered opening, but went with the all-in there, does pick up the chips in the middle. Now is on the big blind, which means those chips are mostly going back into the middle.
Oh, you don't know what she has from the big blind yet. Maybe she picks up pocket aces.
Stephen, I just noticed, by the way, Mehrzad, whose first name, or would it be the last name? I'm actually not sure since he goes by Mehrzad within the Indian poker world. But his name is Mehrzad Munsaf. He's wearing a hat with M on it.
There you
like
go.
a M initialized superhero label almost. I love it.
3 hours into the stream and we are down to that kind of level of commentary, are we?
Well, I just realized it. It's like it's like Superman with the S. I should have a hat with V on it.
It means hope in my planet.
The Man of Steel reference, huh? It is a weird boss move, I feel, to have initialized hats.
This is kind of cool. So 8-6, flopping 8 open-ended straight draw. plus 2 live cards. As good a flop as she could hope for, except for the paired up 7s, but you can't have everything.
She has a very healthy stack, 73 bigs. Can certainly, well, I was about to say can certainly turn her hand into a semi-bluff. That's exactly what she does, 3 X's. Still pretty low compared to the pot.
She only has 20 big blinds, not 17.
Oh, my apologies. I was looking at the stack
The
of
other
how
one,
there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just, remember she just took down with pocket jacks, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well played, though, either way. Takes it down with 8 high.
It's good flop to bluff.
And as you predicted, those big blinds she put in the middle stayed with her. It's well done there.
Wow. You know, if you say enough wrong things, you will get it right once.
You know, I did not give you credit, but you absolutely nailed the click back with the jacks there. You remember that hand?
Yes.
The 4-bet click back with the jacks that took it down. Credit where it's due, Steven.
Well, it's reasonably standard these days.
Indeed, indeed.
Reasonably standard. Wouldn't have been 5 years ago, I don't think.
Oh, it would be considered very fishy 5 years ago. And that's the nature of poker too. It just keeps evolving. Of course, right now we're arguably in the sim era of poker, the solver era, as one might say. People are leaning more and more towards computerized solutions, GTO solutions. And some people think that's the end of it. It's like chess, you know. Once computers came in, there's only one right answer. But I personally feel, unlike chess, poker is a multi-human game. I think 5 years from now, the correct, quote-unquote, correct thing to do in most spots would have changed, just like it has for the past 20, 30 years or so.
Well, it reminds me of a book I read when I was a young man by a scholar called Francis Fukuyama. He wrote a book called The End of History, in which he theorized, I suppose, that some sort of capitalistic democracy is the end of human evolution in terms of politics. And that book came out about 35 years ago. And Fukuyama has been giving interviews for the past 34 years to say he was wrong. So straight 1 year after he published his book called The End of History, i.e., the capitalism, kind of some sort of capitalistic democracy would be the end of the political evolution of human race. Pretty much 9 months after he published the book, he started to kind of apologize and revise his views.
I like that. That's amazing.
So,
that's good humility for one thing.
Oh, definitely. And it's, in many ways very similar to poker. You think that there's like a solution to the problem, and then it changes again because human creativity is limitless.
I saw this amazing tweet back in the day, I want to say 3 years ago. You might have come across it as well. It just said how to win at poker in different years. And in 2012, it was like 3-bet. 2013, it was 4-bet, then 5-bet. Then it became blockers. Then it became solver. And then in 2018, it just said crypto.
Very good.
We have an all-in here, by the way. Alan Koo, who had been very patient, gets it in with the ace-8 suited against the king deuce. Small blind versus big blind. Good spot to double up here. The deuce on the flop, unfortunately, means Alan needs a 5 and 8 or an ace to stay in the hand. That's not one of those outs. So, down to the river, 23% to survive. 8 it is. 8 on the river, a twist to the Barry Greenstein. And 8 on the river this time around means Alan does find the double up. Back up to above 10 bigs.
He is delighted. Look at him.
As he should be. He's like, why the torture? Why the deuce first?
Just window card ace, please. Just get it over and done with. Well, we welcome the 64 viewers watching this stream. Please do click the like button and subscribe to our channel. You really help us grow the channel and grow poker in Asia. Despite our insistence that Asian Poker Tour is the bee's knees, fundamentally both of us are very keen for poker in general to grow in Asia, not just for the brand Asian Poker Tour.
Absolutely. Marcus, by the
Of
way, in
course,
chat.
Asian Poker Tour is the best, of course.
Of course.
Marcus?
I was going to say Marcus in chat saying that Singaporean dude, he's referring to Alan Koo, who just found the double up, stacks his chips just before the line. You know, funnily enough, yes, there is a line, as you can see on the table, that yellow line that sort of forms this boundary after which it's considered the betting line sometimes. But actually there is no betting line. And it's a very gentleman's game. It is up to the dealer's discretion, of course. It's more the forward motion sometimes that counts as a bet than the betting line. It varies casino by casino and floor by floor. Don't worry. I think everybody has a good amount of experience here.
And when you're holding aces, you can put the bet in however way you want.
Oof, the queen's there for Tai Win. With 26 bigs, we saw her go all in with jacks, open shove. This time around, she finds a great 4-bet jam, or so she thinks. Unfortunately, she has run into the pre-flop nuts here.
Yeah, well, there you go. Still, 20% is 20%. One
That's
in
right.
5. It's not over until it's over.
Oh my word, ace queen now for Chan in the small blind.
Well, that means it's even less likely for her to flop a set.
That's right, only one queen clearly left in the deck. I don't know that Chan has much of a decision here. There's been a cold 4-bet jam. Ace queen not performing too well against a range like that. Lets it go. Good fold there. Oh, there's the last queen.
Well, at least the king, jack, 10, and 9 are unblocked.
And
so
of course
she's
the
hoping for a
clubs.
straight now.
The hearts, of course, are covered in suits with the ace of hearts, but clubs are live.
Scraping the barrel here.
That 19% is looking more like probably 3 or 4%, to be honest. This is going to be a rough one to try and overcome. Off to the board. 2 hearts, 1 club.
So king. Oh,
Backdoor.
runner, heart. No heart either.
Yeah, that's GG for the woman there. Pocket queens against pocket aces. Absolute cooler. Hard luck. We
A
lose.
full house losing to a full house.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, wow. Unlucky. You can't win everything there. So that's an elimination. And Kong is gone up to almost 100 big blinds. Very healthy stack at this stage of the tournament. So are you familiar with the Cantonese language?
Not at all, to be honest.
No, okay. Well, I speak Cantonese myself, and I don't understand any Vietnamese, but the way, the tone, the way they talk, Vietnamese sounds a lot like Cantonese in terms of the up and down the tones.
Oh, interesting. Maybe you should learn some
Even though
Vietnamese, Stephen.
I have zero idea what they're talking about, but it sounds really familiar.
That must be trippy.
Very.
I have been to Hong Kong, but I was 14 years old at the time. Loved it, by the way. But what I do not know is how much overlap is there between Cantonese and Mandarin?
How little or how much?
Well, how much? Or same question, I suppose.
Wow, I'm glad we have a long stream because it's a long story. Yeah, because okay, number one, the Mandarin language is actually relatively new. So it became the official language of China in the past 100 years. Before that, there was no one official dialect for the whole of China. So they standardized it about 100 years ago. Before that, the Mandarin language dialect was very similar to the Beijing dialect and was exclusively used in the courts. So it was a political language. So people who wanted to be Beijing's dialect, and it became. Ooh, are we
I think we had.
losing it? No.
Yeah, we had a bit of a
sorry.
glitch there. My apologies to the audience.
And,
Maybe.
And then it became the standardized language, whereas Cantonese has a very, very long history. And it's not just a dialect that's different. I think the use of the language, the Chinese language, is quite different as well in terms of Cantonese versus Mandarin.
Very interesting.
But you coming from India must have a similar, being such a vast country, there must be, thousands of dialects and different ways of using the Hindi language.
Yeah, in fact, I'll get to that in a moment. Speaking of India, the player from India, Meherzad, has decided to go all in with the King 10. Pretty easy spot to shove there with about 13 bigs, getting it folded to him in the small blind. Not to mention the effective stack here is Dong with the 7 bigs, 2 of which went in while on the big blind. Finds the call with Jack 10 suited, Jack 10 offsuit rather. Don't blame him, but is going to be dominated against the King 10. Laughing it off, knew he had to go with it. Jack 10 is just going to have enough equity against the range of hands. Meherzad might have been shoving there. 10 does not do much.
10. No chopping possibility either. It's a check mark. Dong from the USA will be eliminated. GG, sir.
GG. Yeah, and just to finish what you asked, Stephen, India is so funky because I always like to talk about it as though it's like Europe. It's like the continent of Europe. Because all the states have their own culture, very often their own language, their own food even. Food is very different across the country. So with language, yes, there is a national language that I'd say about 30, maybe 40% of the country speaks extremely fluently. Maybe 10 or 20% of the rest of the country understands it. And honestly, the remaining 40% of the country, they don't even know how to speak it. That's Hindi. And after that, if you go down to the southern states, they all have their own language. I mean, good luck trying to get by if you only speak Hindi, which is the national language. So, very interesting. But yeah, there are tons of dialects across each state. It's a very fascinating country in that sense. And I kind of really like how, every state is so different, yet there is this idea of being Indian that unifies them all together.
Sure. Yes. You all think Tendulkar is a hero.
That's right, the cricket legend. Sports is pretty cool that way, isn't it? Good unifier.
Yes. And you said something about India being a bit like Europe, it's such a vast place with different cultures and provinces and states. Is an old culture. Is very similar in China also. It's just such a vast place, and history diverges people, right? People just take separate paths, and because the history is so long, the divergence becomes bigger and bigger. So, but hey, there is some sort of nationalism that bounds everything together, and China is what it is today, India is what it is today. There must be a reason behind it.
Yeah, when we were talking about sports, I mean, wait until somebody from India or somebody from China makes a final table, is on stream. Doesn't matter what part of the country you're from, then you're certainly supporting them, especially on the international stage.
Or the Olympics, or cricket, or football, when things like that happen, you will be supporting your own nation.
As we mentioned earlier, by the way, the blue chip's worth 5,000, yellow's 1,000. So you can start eyeballing some people's stacks. Most of the players here have plenty of experience. They're stacking in 20s, which is the right way to do it in tournaments. So your stack of blues, that's worth 100,000. Thank you indeed. I believe you were mentioning,
Stephen. What's the
Stephen.
purple one again? What's the purple again?
500, that's the loose change.
500, okay.
But I was saying, you were mentioning yesterday the natural 8 table, not too much live experience, understandably, and as a result, not the cleanest stacking. I mean, look at Huang here, by the way. Look at that stack. Stacks of 20s, that's blue, that's 300k. Stacks of yellows behind, that's 20k. Beautiful. On the other hand, yesterday, why don't you tell the audience what you were dealing with?
Oh, they only had 2 color chips in play, so there were only greens and blues, and the players just had green and blue mixed together on one side, and then when they're putting out a bet, they will have some blues and mix with some greens and mix it with some blues and some greens, and all pile into one stack and push it forward. And the dealer just had to count and count and count every hand. It was quite riotous. It was wild. How many more to ITM? Well, I can't tell you exactly, but I think the top 97 players will get into the money. And I believe we're down to 212 players right now.
I suspect
but don't
it's
quote me
lower.
on that.
Yeah, I suspect it's lower than that, Stephen, because I think we came back from the break with about 216, maybe an hour into it. We'll get an update. What we don't like to do here in the commentary booth is look at the website, apt.poker, for the live reporting, because of course we are streaming 30 minutes behind. But I have to say this, the live reporting team is fantastic, not just at keeping all the tallies and all the live updates coming, but also making sure we don't spoil any of the stream table. They tend to stay away from spoilers there, so in case you're supporting somebody out there in the field, you can go take a look at the live updates. You will not get spoiled about the streaming table here, the feature table.
Well, we are on hand 56 at the feature table. And the flop is King 8-3. Both players have missed. Oh, Marcus, is that so? Okay, I will tell the team about this.
You're referring to the website being down. In fact, I just saw that as well.
Correct.
We will let the team know. It'll be back up very shortly, I promise you that.
Thank you for that, Marcus. I would not have known otherwise.
I do believe this feature table has settled in, Stephen. You can just tell by how active they're being. Of course, we have had some eliminations, but sometimes you can really feel when a table is starting to hit their stride. There's no more big folds, there's no more nervousness. If you remember, we opened the day with sort of an incredible fold, those pocket queens of Nikita,
I know.
who let it go on the turn with the paired ace on the board and the queen high flush draw. Those were, I think, day 2 jitters, maybe feature table jitters, not to be seen on this table.
By the way, I just noticed at the right-hand side of the screen, there was it flashed up the number of players remaining. I think
right.
it's 161.
Yeah, Justin Fairbanks pointing out 169 it said.
169, was it? Okay, there you
So
go.
let's just say about 70 players to go before we make the money. 97 paid. Long way to go, and yet close enough to start tasting it, as I like to say. It is just such a tension release when the bubble is finally burst. Certainly the milestone everybody's looking at right now.
Well, 169 down to 97, so that means just over 1 in 2 players will get into the money at this table.
Yeah, well, you stand up, you look around the floor, and you just realize half of you are going to make it. You play accordingly.
Exactly, it's 1.7. 1 in 1.7 will qualify for money. Lai Jing Huang is Hua is it's just joined the feature table. Defending his King 6 suited from the big blind. It's a 3-way pot. Flop comes top 2 for Kong. 9-8-5. The original racer, Ha Nam, also the chip leader. Checks.
Maybe a small sample size, but I do find that Huang does not bluff multi-way. Has found himself in multi-way pots on this feature table already and ended up checking in those instances as well. A lot of players might continue to tell some sort of a story. Perhaps with the big blind in the mix and the 9-8-5 on the flop, usually hitting the range of the big blind caller. Decides the king-queen of clubs is not worth much there, and he's correct, of course. Kong has top 2 behind him.
Well, I must say the calling range of the button is very capped as well, and this 9-8-5 actually quite hits the button also.
So no value to be had there for the top 2, but a good pickup nonetheless. Somebody in chat asking, when is the final table start tomorrow? Well, it's actually day after, Cutty, in chat. Tomorrow is going to be day 3. But trust me, that's not coverage you want to miss either. Day 3 is perhaps as exciting as the final table because the tension is crazy. The payouts become serious, there's pay ladders to think about, and of course, everybody wants to make it to the final table. I personally really enjoy day 3 coverage.
And without sounding too elitist, you know, when you're lasting that long onto day 3, you are more likely to be an accomplished poker player. That means the quality of play will improve also on day 3.
True, true,
So
true.
stay tuned tomorrow. We will be bringing you all the action from Da Nang, covering the main event, day 3 of the main event tomorrow. And of course, on Saturday, we'll be covering the final day of the APT main event in Da Nang, playing for 4 billion Vietnamese dong. Who wants to be a billionaire?
$875,000 USD has been the prize pool in this tournament. Absolutely incredible scenes, and I really hope in future summer series we can hit that 1 million mark. But guess what? The upcoming APT in Korea in Incheon actually has a 1 million USD guarantee for the main event. And if the last big event in Taiwan is any indicator, I suspect we will be smashing that guarantee. If I can think back off the top of my head, Stephen, 350,000 USD was the first place prize in the main event in Taiwan.
I need to double check on that, but I will take your word for it. Wow, there you go. So flopping middle pair, and now got outturned by Alan Koo. Barreling again from the cutoff. Alan with 8 big blinds behind is likely to stack off. Oh no. No, just flat calling, hoping for one more street of value. Pretty safe river. Checks again.
Kong effectively bought himself a cheap showdown there with that 1 BB bet on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Alan should have attacked that bet?
I would have done, but perhaps the weak kicker was a consideration. Perhaps survival was also another consideration. And you know, it's always easier for us to, because we see all the whole cards. You know, oh, you hit your top pair, your opponent has a reasonable pair to call your bet, and then we think you should be betting. But you know, when you are sitting there at the feature table with a very weak kicker, a very weak ace, hitting on the turn, you might just check to kind of reduce the variance a little bit, just to hope for a cheap showdown.
Well, every time we have a slight glitch in the graphics and we have a mystery hand, I am absolutely lost in the hand. So I can only imagine how confusing it might be to have a slightly marginal holding facing some bets from your opponent. You're absolutely right. How much easier poker would be if we could just see the whole cards?
I need to digest that statement.
Yeah, even I was imagining what that game looks like. There we go. Alan finds the queens. Goes all in from the small
what's
blind.
the flipping point?
Well, there are variants of poker like stud where you can see most of your opponent's cards. Of course,
yes,
not the whole cards.
Yes.
And Leroy, with a bit of a decision here, can consider making a loose call here with the ace-8 of diamonds if he's in the gambling mode. He should realize, though, that Alan's range is going to be pretty strong, and that smile from Alan certainly should help make the case that Alan has a decent holding. Looks very comfortable, has a slight smile on his face. Quick fold.
Good, solid poker there. Cut off, standard open with ace-8 suited. facing aggression from small blind, you have to leave a bit of folding range with your open. So, excellent play there, Leroy. Very good. I approve.
There we go. You have the Stephen Lai seal of approval, one of the highest honors at the APT. And I say
on
that
this stream, yes. One of the 2 highest honors on this stream, yes. By the way, I was my brain was on overdrive when we were talking about concealing. So how about this variant for Hold'em? How about when we don't open the river card? So you play the flop as normal, you play the turn as normal, and then the river card is face down.
I mean, I'm in. Like, I love
Right?
these
That'll be interesting,
little
right?
twists to the game. And I mean, I know you're talking slightly in jest, but I think anything that adds a twist to the game, which means you have to throw most of theory and solvers out of the window, I think is a very, very interesting equalizer. It's one of those situations, I keep going back to chess, but for instance, they have what's known as chess 960, where the pieces are arranged at random. And of course, the elite players are still elite at chess 960. But it is an interesting equalizer. It's an interesting twist. Now, you cannot rely on memorized lines in chess, or in the case of poker, you can't rely on solver-approved plays. And instead, it's testing your ability to adapt and really think real time. So I love it.
Well, chess 960 I've heard of, but also that's another game that's absolutely fascinating, which is quantum chess. Have you heard of that?
Never.
Quantum chess, so the principle of quantum theory is...
Let me pause you there, Stephen, because I just
go
spotted
aces,
what
yeah,
Leroy
yeah.
woke up with.
Yes.
Facing a 3-bet from the king-queen suited. I mean, this might be a very interesting hand.
Well, for Leroy, he's definitely thinking, how am I going to double up here? Excellent. Good, good, good. I was worried that he was going to flat call the aces from the hijack, but he didn't. Good. Don't flat your aces.
Excellent
That's really
sizing
bad.
there as well. Look at that, 35.5k. It's almost as though he can see his opponent's hands, giving his opponent just about the right odds to get tempted into continuing.
And it's less of a consideration for in terms of SPR because both players are pretty deep.
You have king-queen suited, 40% of a royal flush, as they sometimes call it. And you have to call 19k.
Who calls that?
You haven't heard that before? That's how you justify calling suited Broadway cards. You have 40% of a royal flush.
That's so funny. I've never heard of that before. That's very good.
19k, 66 in the pot. Has to be tempting. He would only have 17% equity if he does decide to continue. This fold requires discipline, by the way.
Well, against a range of cards, obviously we're not playing the variant you mentioned earlier where every cards are face up. Without knowing he had aces, he's actually pretty right odds to call.
And yet he makes the disciplined, as I was calling it, lay down. Very, very good radar there. Impressive stuff.
Against a code 4-bet, very difficult to, put your opponent on anything less than pocket queens. I don't think there are many code 4-betters at this level who would be creative enough to use ace-5 or something like that to 4-bet. So, yeah, king, queen. You lose to all the ace. It's a solid laydown. We are playing hand 61 and looking at the clock, we know that we are approaching the next break in about half an hour's time. down to 161 players, 97 of which will reach the money. So back to our crazy... Oh, no, Pocket Kings. Let's talk about Pocket Kings first.
Wow, premium after premium, huh?
So you telling me live poker isn't rigged?
Well, if it is, I'm happy that it
simple.
is rigged for our feature table to be as action-packed as it is today.
Wow, King Jack is actually quite difficult from the small blind against a button open.
Oh my word.
It's more difficult than Pocket Jacks.
All the jacks and kings seem to be between the dealer button and the blinds, and Meherzad understandably goes all in. Really unfortunate there for him to have a hand as strong as jacks. He's probably very, very happy to get it in here. He's going to get the bad news, and now Chan needs to decide whether to trap. Nope, gets it all in. Easy fold, I suppose, for the king jack. And one jack is already out. Meherzad in rough shape. 9% equity is, I suppose, what he has here. Live clubs and one jack still in the mix. Needs a lot of help.
No, don't do that. It's only one. Oh, well, okay. Just put the all-in button next to the jacks, not the kings.
They're pretty close in chips, I suppose. That might be one reason. There could be a count after that. King means it's all over. We can see from the graphics that Meherzad was actually behind in chips. So GG to Meherzad, the player from India. And of course the one wearing gives the peace sign. I can't get over his hat. M for Meherzad. I mean, this is like, he needs a nickname, a superhero nickname. We lose a player from the feature table. We'll be filling that seat shortly before we head into the break, as you were just mentioning, Steven. Easy game. Raise on king. Raise with kings, excuse me, from the button. Big blind wakes up with jacks. And
That's
to boot,
how you win the tournament. That's
And
how
to-
you win the tournament.
Indeed, that's right. And to boot, king jack off in the small blind eliminates one of the jacks as well.
Yeah. And hitting a king on the turn. Just a recipe for victory. So back to that variant conversation we had. How about this game? Okay, so it's normal standard hold'em, but on the flop you only show 2 cards. You deal out 3 cards, but you only show 2. How about that? And then turn and river the same.
Okay. I like that too. I mean, I'm telling you, Steven, I'm in for any variant that forces you to think on the spot. And as a result, everybody will make tons of mistakes.
Okay, our fact checking Justin just told us the M on his hat is the logo for the University of Michigan.
It is not. I veto this. It is either for Meherzad or some superhero name we come up with M. Like Mega Man.
I thought you were going to say M means hope in Hindi or something like that.
I wish my Hindi was good enough to come up with some fancy Hindi word that actually does mean hope. I'm sure there's like 4 words in Hindi starting with M that mean hope. Fortunately, my Hindi skills are limited.
I was going to do a bit of a spoiler on the Oppenheimer a scene from that film. But,
Oh, no.
I'm going to stop right there.
We know better than to do that. Actually, by the way,
Oh,
I watched...
They did build the atomic bomb, right? So is that spoiler or not?
That's not a spoiler. History counts as fair play. Although a lot of stuff in that movie I wasn't aware of. I'll cover that in a moment, by the way. Alan Koo is finally in a hand where he does not have the best of it. He did pre-flop, of course. He continuation bet on the flop. Obviously gets called by the top pair of the chip leader. Gets checked to once again in position. Now needs to decide whether he wants to convert his Broadway gut shot into a double barrel. Checks behind. Decides to realize his equity. Ends up with just ace high. Easy value bet, I suppose, for the chip leader here with the king 7.
And relatively easy give up for the ace as well.
You think so? After all, there are some bluffs possible. All the straight draws on the flop.
A little bit straight draw, but you know, hitting a 6, a king, and a 10, all of which is not unlikely against a big blind defender.
There we go. The rich get richer. 130 bigs. Absolutely tremendous at this stage of the tournament. He's going to be one of the top 10 stacks. We'll know more about that on the break. The main event winner from the February APT in Hanoi.
Looking for a repeat. I wonder when the last time in a major poker tour where there's a player that could do back-to-back main event winning. That seems highly improbable, right?
Oh, that would take a
main event.
crazy feat. I'm thinking back to the EPT, which I think was 100 main event deep, 100 main events deep, which means 100 series deep before, I believe, Victoria Corin Mitchell was the first EPT main event winner who did it twice. That's how difficult it
but
is
not
to
back
win
to
a
back. Yeah, not back
Certainly
to back.
not back to back. I think back to back would be absolutely incredible odds.
So Vicky Corin is funny and beautiful and pretty good at poker.
And
God isn't fair.
erudite in the way only British people can be.
Or Oppenheimer. Who's American.
Interesting
On
flop
a
here, the
king
worst
queen
hand.
six flop. Diamond draw. Worst hand, like you said. Has the draw. Jack 8 is pretty hopeless there. Ace high is still winning. Hanam will put in a bet. Oh no, it's not. It's not Hanam. It's Hao. He's putting a bet with Jack 8. Oh no. Sorry, I got that. It's Kong. Sorry, Kong putting in with his flush draw. Hainan must be thinking he has ace high, also a backdoor draw, but he gives it up.
Yeah, with him having the ace of diamonds, actually, the bet looks even more credible, less likely to be facing a flush draw. Lets it go. Well done. The 9-4 of diamond takes it down. This is why you defend from the small blind with suited cards. Or from the big blind, rather.
So there you go. Justin, here we go again. Back in 2017, someone went first and third back-to-back in the EPT.
Hey, you know what, Stephen, actually, I had a minor accomplishment on a related note. In 2018, I went back-to-back in the main event, which was, I believe, maybe 400 entries, followed by 700 entries. I came second and second.
Oh.
Disappointing, although I was pleasantly surprised to find out a few months after that that it had gathered me enough points to become Player of the Year that year. So that was a little bit healing of the wound, I suppose, of coming second twice.
Not bad. In the presence of greatness. Pocket Kings, UTG Open, very standard. Are we going to get defend from the big blind?
And ace folds the big blind like it's nothing. Excuse me? Very interesting. Talk about hard luck. You have kings.
Slightly overvoting, but hey, you know, you can't complain. Height is right sometimes.
Yeah, but good timing too against the kings.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling you about when I came second in the main event, especially the first one of the two. I love playing heads up, sit and goes, as I think I've mentioned, and I was trying to tell my opponent, buddy, I love playing heads up, sit and go. We're about to play a heads up, sit and go for, what was relatively a huge amount of money. I'd say it was probably, maybe give or take, somewhere between 15 and 30,000 USD. And this guy refused to make a deal, which is fine. But I figured out why. I mean, he was such a gambler. In between the final table breaks, he was going and putting 500 USD on blackjack in the casino.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I guess there's no scope of making a deal with such a gentleman. And of course, my queens did not hold up against his king whatever. I was so disappointed.
Yep.
But then you get used to it, Next time around when I came second, I made sure to make the deal with 3 players left.
There you go. So Leroy folded an ace from the big blind, only to find pocket kings from the small blind against a cut-off open. But Hainam is likely to give up.
He has the
And
chip
I'm wrong
stack
again.
to afford speculative calls like this, but 10-5 suited is about as loose as it gets to open and then call a 3-bet. And then flop 2 spades on the flop. This might be an action hand right here. Overpair for Leroy Fan. Flush draw for the chip leader, Hainam Huang.
The equity is running pretty close, 60%, 6-4.
One-third pot
It looks
C-bet.
like we have. It looks like we have 2 players at the series watching the stream. It looks like Marcus is actually playing in Da Nang.
Wow, the ace on the turn is a spade, which means the flush competes, perhaps mercifully for Leroy. It is an ace, so it can give his pocket kings pause. Really difficult to know what to do.
Did we criticize the call pre-flop?
Nah, you just peek at the deck, know you're about to hit the flush, make your opponent be drawing dead on the turn. Very difficult spot here for Leroy. Of course, the spades have come in, but perhaps more so the ace is the troublesome card there. Always an ace, they say, when you have pocket kings.
He was saving money.
There is the dynamic, of course, of facing the chip leader, certainly the table captain, so to speak. Could be getting out of line in position. He clearly was getting out of line pre-flop. Did make the call as well.
When you're calling pre-flop, calling a 3-bet pre-flop against a small blind with 10-5 suited, I wonder whether he has any folding range pre. Like whether they had any open folding range pre-flop.
Well, Leroy makes a great fold there with the kings. Simply put more money into the pot when he was ahead and and folded the moment he was behind. That is always a sign of good poker.
I think live poker is rigged. I've decided.
Don't do it, Steven. You say it enough. We edit you out of context. Suddenly, your poker credentials are up for grabs.
Well, I will attract a different set of followers.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You know,
That's a good strategy.
when there are people who believe in flat Earth, you know, I'm sure I'm a little bit more credible than that. Surely.
I like it. I like it. Very profitable angling there.
Oh dear. Now, joking aside, Leroy is picking up Pocket Kings again.
That's pretty incredible. Back-to-back kings. This time on the button. Of course.
He's thinking UTG +1 open must be a strong hand. Come on. Little did he know it was King 4 suited.
But observe the sizing there, Stephen. Last time around, he made a huge 3-bet. Of course, it was from the blinds. But he did make a huge 3-bet knowing that he's going to be out of position. And, of course, he was up against a chip leader who's going to be calling much wider. This time around, 7K open. Only makes it 20K. Wants to keep his customer in there. His customer, unfortunately, folds the rags that he'd opened with.
But Vidor, I think the key difference here is his position. From the small blind, you do need to raise a little bit bigger with your 3-bet. From the button, you can be a little bit more economical with the 3-betting. I think that's the main difference.
People speculating and asking where the next APT event might be. Well, we are yet to announce any series after Korea. I bet it's being figured out behind the scenes. People trying to speculate an APT in Malaysia. Trust me, if it can happen. A lot of the APT team here is from Malaysia, including Michael Soiza. If APT can be in Malaysia, I suspect we will be there soon. After Korea is wrapped up, that's the APT Incheon event starting August 25th. We will, I am sure, be announcing next stops for the tour.
Well, there are little birdies telling me potentially the event after Korea will be somewhere very, very exotic.
Love to hear it.
I can't tell you on air, but it's somewhere that got me thinking, wow, maybe I have to make that trip.
Well, there we go. How's that for a teaser, chat? It's exotic
Okay, it's
enough
a
for
trip.
Stephen.
So it's not Hong Kong. It's a
And it's
trip.
not Hong
Okay,
Kong.
so it's not Hong Kong. Yeah.
And I can safely say it's not India.
Okay.
I feel like somebody would have alerted me if it was. So that knocks out 2 options. We had kings, kings again, and now queens for the chip leader. No action, once again. No lack of premium holdings at this feature table. The poker gods have been kind. They have been giving the premium holdings, have been giving the action as well, but a lot of them do find no battle.
The poker room is still bustling, full of full of tables with players, despite a few of them having been eliminated.
Yeah, we still have over 150 players remaining. You could see a lot of those players in the poker room in that shot a moment ago. I believe 95 places.
By the
are-
way, oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
go
95
ahead.
places gone. 84 viewers. This is our highest viewing figure today. Still trying to crack that 3-figure mark. So get your friends and family to log on to watch this APT event from Da Nang.
Or, because you love us so much, the 84 people watching, just turn on your second device, your tablet, your phone. Start watching from there as well. Double the pleasure, double the fun. I'm kidding, of course, and thank you so much for joining us. Hit that like button while you're here. I was just going to point out, Stephen, in fact, 95 places, I believe, are paid.
Oh, not 97. I thought it was 97. Okay, 95 it is.
Now I'm going to feel really bad for the 97th and, of course, the 96th place, who's going to be the bubble boy or girl.
Well, if they, I don't know, do they have bubble protection for this series? They must do, right?
I think they announced it closer to the time. Let's see. Last time around, we had some fun envelopes being pulled. By the way, back to the action. A very exciting situation developing here. Ace-King opens under the gun +1. Fairly reasonable. And, of course, Chan finds Ace-9 off and decides to play it aggressively. 3 bets from the small blind. I love the aggression. Has picked a bad spot here. Is up against Ace-King.
4-bet and a takedown.
That's the prediction.
That is my prediction.
Certainly the odds-on favorite. And now that I've seen him grab a bunch of blue chips, those are 5,000 apiece, by the way. I think that's the direction we're heading. Always disappointing to get the bad news of a 4-bet when you effectively bluff with the ace-9. I think the logic there with the ace-9, of course, is that you block better aces. You have an ace in your hand. This time around, not to be ace-king in the hands of Chan's opponent. A little bit of Hollywooding, perhaps, before he lets this one go. Wants to maintain some credibility of what he's doing from the blinds.
Not much he could do. So it's a fold.
Gong shows the ace-king, I believe. But I like the gumption there from Chan. Playing the ace-9 off aggressively from the small blind.
I've been told by the operator that the next hand will be the last hand before we go to the break.
After which, new table.
After this hand. New table, yes.
We will have some new
interesting
faces.
names. Yes, some interesting names. I see the list there. Someone from Thailand, 2 Japanese players, a Spanish player, a player from China, a Natural 8 Team Pro from Taiwan.
And by the way, Stephen, no local representation on the next feature table. That's how diverse we are here.
Yeah.
We are going to kick off the next feature table after the break, as I just said. Not one Vietnamese player on the feature table so far. Of course, we will be swapping in players if there are any eliminations. But it's going to be a fun one, as Stephen just mentioned. So make sure you stick with us. This is the last hand before the break. I do really love this aspect of the coverage, Stephen. I've mentioned it at previous stops. We cover starting day 2. We rotate the feature tables every 2 hours or every break. That means by the time we get down to day 3 and the final table, you and I, and of course the lovely audience as well, has a pretty good grasp on who some of these players are. And let me take a moment to pause here because Alan Koo has gone all in with the ace-king suited. And I suspect we'll see a call here considering Leroy Fan can afford it. Does make the call and in a favorable position to double up here right before the break.
Well, they have 2 separate suits, so all the hearts are clean for Leroy, all the clubs clean for Alan. And then 3 diamonds.
How's that for clean? Some chop outs if an extra diamond comes, not to be. So queen and queen only will eliminate Alan. Otherwise, finds the double up right before the break. Great result there for Alan, who has chipped back up. He was down to under 10 bigs before he got that much needed double up. Now he's up to a comfortable 30 bigs as we see the players have hit the break. As we just said, we will have a new feature table after this break. Make sure you stick around. You see the buzz in the poker room. We are playing down all the way to day 3 here. 95 players will make the money. About 155 players left in the action. You do not want to go anywhere. 15-minute break. Set your clocks. Come back to us. We will see you shortly. My name is Vidar Singhal, and I am here with Stephen Lai. We will see you after the break.
Guys, same seat. Going back on 27. Make a move, guys. Bottom seat 2. Bottom seat 2. Yeah, same seat. Dealer bottom seat number 2.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life, Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 squares.
A 3-way all in.
I'm gonna make 2 sevens though coming.
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, Queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the señoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket 5s. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi Likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stacked, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus 5s on a hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, king jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the queen of diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. Napat gonna start with a stab, 50k into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Makes the call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Napat. Pocket 5s with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Napat. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100k into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands better than 5s.
10s, 9s,
would
maybe.
fold there.
Does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Napat fire the triple barrel here? Like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300k or so into 460k. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop and turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue. That cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due. He has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Napat! Top! Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176.
Okay.
We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
He'll try to get a translation
Okay, let's
and
see
then
the
ended up
hands,
reading
please,
it better.
gentlemen. I have King, Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly
Move
short
away from my
stack.
trophies. Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. King, Queen is still in the lead. Let's see the turn card.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Yeah.
Welcome back here to the APT main event day 2 in Da Nang, Vietnam. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai, and we are covering day 2 of the main event. The prize pool has been astounding, over 870,000 US dollars. That's over 20 billion Vietnamese dong, with the first place prize of 3.9 billion Vietnamese dong. That's over 168,000 USD. That's first place. Second place also 6 figures in USD, 101,000, going all the way down to 13.6 thousand USD for 9th place. That's the final table. What we're looking at right now is that 95 players will make the money, and we have 150 or so of them left. It's time to really put the pedal to the metal, as they say. Make sure you make it into the money and maximize your chances to go for that incredible 168,000 up top. You see some scenes there from the lovely Da Nang where we are. As I just mentioned, there's the main event snapshot. 675 entries, absolutely massive prize pool, 148 players remaining. Stephen, here it is. We might be hitting in the money in this segment, if not the very next one. This is it. This is the time for players to really get their energy, put their full focus, isn't it?
Well, I think that's important. Getting into the money, that's the first step towards winning the whole thing. And also, I think judging by the number of bullets a lot of players have fired for the event, I think a lot of players are, players who've only played one bullet are looking forward to a bloated prize pool and a lovely payout for today. So I've just been told 4 players busted today. That they have fired 24 bullets in total.
Oh my word.
So it's average 6 bullets each.
We do have a new feature table coming up. You see the stacks are in place. Some of the players are going to be taking their position shortly. You see the lovely handheld shot there. We did see the floor. There we are, back with the floor again. A little lighter than where we started the day. About half the players that started the day have been eliminated. That being said, there's certainly a buzz around the floor as we slowly inch our way to the money. A lot of stacks are basically going to be in the danger zone, making sure they don't end up bubbling, as they say.
So this table, I think before the break, we were talking about the diversity in terms of nationality at this table. Let me just recap that. We have someone from China, someone from Thailand, someone from Taiwan, someone from the United States, Japan, and Spain.
Incredible. And as I was mentioning, nobody from Vietnam on this feature table. That's just the way the draw has ended up, but a testament to the diversity of players who have shown up to Da Nang in Vietnam. We have actually beat the record for the highest number of entries and hence the highest prize pool for any APT event in Vietnam. Of course, the event in Taiwan, Taipei, did smash almost $2 million in the total prize pool. But when it comes to events in Vietnam, this is the highest prize pool that's ever been. And as a result, the highest first place prize of 3.9 billion with a B, VND, that's 168,000 USD or so. Life-changing scores up for grabs.
Never gets old, does it? Just to be able to say 4 billion. It just seems like a lot of money.
I feel like I'm finally starting to get used to it after covering so many events in Vietnam. And I have to say, maybe, just maybe, when I eventually become a billionaire in some other currency, it won't feel as special.
Well, wait until the day you become a billionaire in the USA.
It'll be a good problem to have. Not feeling
I
special.
bet you will feel a little special.
By the way, we're looking at...
Judging by the inflation problem experienced in the West, maybe $1 billion won't be much in the future. Who knows?
True.
Sorry, you were saying?
Well, I was looking at the shot of the floor there. I took a quick walk during the break. I am, of course, sitting here in Da Nang. Just landed today. It's been an incredible sight to behold, just the city, the resorts itself. But the floor, you saw the extremely high ceilings. Some new additions this time around, courtesy of our amazing production and operation team. Amazing streamers outside and inside the venue. A huge screen right above the feature table that you see, such that no matter where you are on the poker floor, you can just take a look at what's happening in the feature table. That's going to be fun in the final table. Let me pause that description because now we have 3 premium hands in the mix. Under the gun open from the jacks. Ace-Jack suited, understandably making the call in the small blind. And now Ace-King in the big blind. Surely will want to bump up the action with 2 players in the mix already.
So the player with Ace-Jack suited is Chang from Taiwan. I've known him for many, many years. He started out playing, low stakes on Natural 8, and now he's part of the Natural 8 Team Pro, working his way up. Him and his wife are known as the Poker Couple in Taiwan. They have a popular YouTube channel, and they have finally been signed by Natural 8 to be their ambassadors. So congratulations to them.
Congratulations indeed. That's a great story. Love to hear anybody coming up through the ranks through sheer hard work and dedication. Clearly the case. And I could just see when...
Mostly luck. Mostly luck.
Mostly luck. Don't say such things, Stephen. We're going to edit this whole segment into you saying all the wrong things about poker. I kid, of course. Just coming back to, I was observing Chang, as you mentioned, clearly an experienced player. Eyeing the player in seat 4, I guess we'll go with Dieppe. We'll find out exactly how he pronounces his name, from the United States. When he was carving out the 3-bet, Chang was looking at him very intensely, a sign of a very experienced live player. Action back on Fu with the pocket jacks, does make the call. Knows that he's being 3-bet by the big blind when he raised under the gun. That's a strong range from the 3-better.
Classic flip. Ace on the flop. Ace 10 deuce. 2 spades.
Chang perhaps lamenting his fold with the Ace-Jack of clubs. Little does he know, he would have been dominated. Perhaps precisely why you fold the Ace-Jack in that spot.
Pocket jacks looked so beautiful before we saw the flop. And then in just a split second, 50%, 53% equity turns into 9%. How does that work?
And let's not forget, one jack is actually already hit the mark, the ace jack of clubs there that Chang had in the small blind. Fu is drawing about as thin as you get. He has some backdoor straight draws to think about. One jack perhaps out there. That's really it.
The spade is of no help because the aggressor has the king of spade.
This spot is getting huge. I think the ace on the flop is going to give Fu enough pause. He has 232k, 58 bigs. Could consider seeing one more street. Does not realize he's dominated in spades. The fact that it's the jack of spades might be that extra marginal equity he needs to continue. But he does need to think about, what is my opponent 3-betting me from the blinds, or squeezing you could call it, considering the small blind called as well, when I raised under the gun, and then continuing on this board.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Apparently his name, we can call him Kyle. Okay. We're talking about the American player. Kyle, who's just flopped top pair. Turns a 7. Doesn't change anything.
And Stephen, we have crossed 100 viewers on a very exciting hand, I must say. To all the players, to all the viewers joining us, I should say. A very warm welcome. You have picked a good time to join the action. Things are getting pretty heated. 162k in the middle. Kyle in seat 4 is what he goes by. Has the goods. Ace king. Could decide to play it tricky here. Is taking his time, it seems. The SPR is effectively under 145k in the stack of Kyle. Does go for that tricky check. Can represent all kinds of pocket pairs that are uncomfortable with the ace. In fact, it is Fu who has one of those pocket pairs. If you think about how a hand like pocket queens or pocket kings would play in Kyle's position, 3-betting the big blind. Wow, Fu falls for it, goes all in with the jacks. Turns his hand into a bluff effectively. Gets insta-called. What a misstep there. What a misstep. There are over 110.
A lot of chips.
Exactly.
A lot of chips.
Look at the size of that pot. 451k in the middle. Drawing to a lone jack and a king seals the deal. Kyle in seat 4 gets the massive double up. Fu absolutely crippled, losing 80% of his stack.
I didn't like that play at all. Oh my god. That was a bit reckless, I have to say. Chang is delighted because he got away from the from that flop.
But what a beautifully...
At least 2 streets, right? There with ace jack.
Yeah, you can see, in fact, the grimace perhaps as he looks at the board. But what a perfect check there by Kyle. I mean, talk about maximizing value. Bet the flop, knew that he was ahead surely with that ace king, decides to check. Effectively tried and trap his opponent, and my word, Fu absolutely fell for it.
Wow, that was a huge misstep there.
I think he knows it. He is looking fairly forlorn, but listen, he did go for it, decided to essentially take that spot. I think he either wanted the hand just over with, or thought he could get a hand marginally better than his, you know, the queens and kings of the world, to fold by applying maximum pressure. But in this case, it does not work out. He's down to 13 big blinds, and as I was saying to all our new viewers, welcome. We are here at the APT main event, day 2 in Da Nang, Vietnam, playing for 3.9 billion VND, the local currency, up top in first place prize. That's 168,000 USD. We're now sitting with a new feature table that we're coming into after the break. A host of new players who we will be introducing to you as the day goes on, as this table goes on. But what diversity to begin with on this feature table. You mentioned, Stephen, player from Taiwan who you are familiar with. That's Chang, followed by players from China, Thailand, Japan, even Spain in the mix.
Chang is a very experienced MTT player. He's grinded his way up all the way to become an ambassador for a major online brand. Very aggressive player. A lot of moves. I played with him many times in many high roller events in Taipei.
Well, he's in the mix here once again with the newly formed chip leader. Opens on the button with the King 7 offsuit. The chip leader finds the pocket 9s, puts his newly acquired chips to work, gets the fold. Fair enough. Reasonable open, reasonable 3-bet, takes it down. But the momentum certainly on his side rather now. Look at those stacks.
I just realized Kyle is massively chip leading at this table.
467,000 with lines at 2K, 4K. Chang, the player you were mentioning from Taiwan, close behind, has about 90 bigs. Some shorter stacks in the mix as well. 47K is the shortest stack of Fu. Massive dent to his stack with those pocket jacks, 2 hands prior. Clearly, this is an action table.
He won the mystery bounty at the Hanoi event a few weeks ago. Last month. Experienced player.
And in case anybody is not too familiar with the mystery bounty, interesting that you can win the mystery bounty but still not have the biggest prize. Because, of course, the whole name of the game is trying to win as many shots as you can at pulling those bounty envelopes, one of which is usually huge. This time around, I believe it was 1 billion VND. Usually far exceeds the first place prize in the tournament itself. Very interesting format.
Well, at the WSOP this year for the mystery bounty event, someone from Taiwan once again, Patrick Liang, drew the 1 million USD bounty. $1 million. How sweet is that?
From an envelope.
How sweet is that? Yes.
Now that's the side of RNG you want to be on.
Amazing. I think that event was only 1,500 USD as well. So 1.5K US and just picking up $1 million. Just like that.
Two short stacks on the table. Fu, of course, we just talked about. And the player from Thailand, Sirichai, 13 bigs.
So for the Natural 8 Thai exclusive event yesterday, they had dealers wearing traditional Thai clothing to deal for the table. I wonder what, comments, you have people from Hong Kong watching, what would be the traditional Hong Kong style clothing to be worn at the Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive event in South Korea? Comment, tell me about it. Tell me your suggestion. What should the dealers be wearing for the Hong Kong Natural 8 exclusive event?
Well, if you remember, Stephen, last time around, we had the dealers in Vietnam wearing the traditional Vietnamese attire, which I believe is called Ao Yai.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the white attire you see right now on the dealer is an offshoot of that, of course. I'm not that well versed with the intricacies of Vietnamese attire, but it is certainly traditional. Very appropriate, considering we are in Vietnam, of course.
I was going to say something rude, but I will take that back. I'll just leave that in my head.
I think always a good idea to do that when it is something rude.
No, just the fact that you're not familiar with Vietnamese women's clothing, because you usually see them without, right?
What did we just discuss, Stephen?
Oh, sorry. Yes, leave that in my head. Yes, forgot. So that's a middle pair for the Japanese player. It's a UTG +2 middle position open situation versus the big blind. The big blind actually bets into the aggressor with this middle pair.
By the way, we just see the graphic at the right there. 143 players remaining. 95 players make it to the money. So we're actually at that mark where 48 players will not be making it into the money. 95 will. Essentially 2/3 of the field cashing from this point on.
Catching a 9 on the turn, but that also gives the Japanese player a straight draw. Puts it in with top pair and a straight draw. King 9 will be very difficult to continue here.
Only 6 big blinds though for the player from Thailand.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We're so close. Well, we're kind of close to the money. This is a strong bet. So I wonder whether his name has anything to do with the flower, Sakura. So Sakura, what does it mean in Japanese? Sakura.
Well, I couldn't help but
Does it have a meaning?
notice the resemblance to the word samurai, of course. The most Japanese word there is. Wow, he makes the call with the 9. He knows he's not ahead, but with all the equity of potential 2-pair and that straight draw, takes the spot. It's going to be disappointed to see he's pretty behind. 20% equity only.
I would actually call this a bit of a misstep, I'm afraid. Until he hits it. No, it does not. So that is an elimination. Our Thai player send his best wishes to the other players and making his way off the feature table. So Sakura does mean the flower, as in Sakura. So there you go.
Hey, great guess. By the way, we do see the graphic here. Actually, the player second from the bottom there, Yun Zhang, is actually not a Vietnamese local. He's actually from China. There was a slight error, so I do believe we are yet to see a Vietnamese player on this feature table once again. A testament to the various nationalities out there. Just nobody in the draw so far. That being said, plenty of Vietnamese locals at the top of the top 10 chip stack leaderboard at the moment. You can, of course, check out all the live updates at apt.poker. I do believe the website is back online. I will double check that in case it's not. But the live reporting team does a great job covering exactly what's going on in the field, especially for the main event. Check that out.
As a bit of a profiling for Chang, 750k lifetime cashes, 16 live titles, including 3 APT titles. Well deserved endorsement from Natural 8 with that kind of CV. And of course he hits 2. Hits his top pair against a small blind defend. Puts in a continuation bet and takes it down. Oh no! Got a call, did he? Oh, he did get a call.
Funnily enough, I
Turn
was about
comes a diamond.
I
Yep,
was
go
about
on.
to comment that if you defend Queen 3 of diamonds there, perhaps with the gut shot to the nuts to the Broadway straight, you might continue for a small bet. Now he has the backdoor diamond draw as well, so I don't see him going anywhere.
Pairing up the king and the river. Small blind taking a stab at the pot.
Easy call, I suppose, there for Chang. Even if he thinks he might be beat by that king on the river, it would take quite a hero fold to let his top pair best kicker go here. He actually beats other aces that might be playing this way.
So Chang actually has another name in English. So people in the poker circle sometimes call him Nevin.
Nevin, I like it.
Never fold. Never folds.
Well, Nevin seems to be considering
A fold.
some sort of a crazy hero fold here. 33k to call, 109k in the middle. You have to be good 1 in 4 times. Pretty simple thumb rule in poker. If you have a tough decision, getting some pot odds on the river, if you think you can beat some value hands, usually you find a call. And like I just said, other aces might play the exact same way, and Nevin would beat them with his aces, 2 kings, and a queen kicker versus a jack on the board.
He is blocking the queen as well. He's blocking the queen 10. He might be worried about the trips of kings because, of course, he's c-bet, and then the small blind smooth called him. Check, turn, I think it was.
Is it really more
So-
likely for the small blind to have a king versus having an ace? If you think about it, 1 ace in Chang's hand or Nevin's hand, 1 ace on the board. That's 2 aces accounted for, and there's 2 kings on the flop as well, about even odds there for an ace or a king. Certainly confusing that he's taking this much time, given the pot odds he's being offered, but just goes to show, I mean, he's really thinking about it. He's in the mood to make a hero fold, it seems like.
But to add to that argument, though, having an ace would be more likely for him to 3-bet from the small blind. So,
True.
yep, so we can remove that, maybe.
But as I said, I mean, weaker aces, right, would play the same way. Ace 10 and below. So he does find the call at the end. I kind of like it. We were talking a slight while ago about thinking, taking your time, thinking long, and thinking right. I think Nevin displaying exactly that. Really took his time, and usually people in that spot just toss in the chip. They know they're probably going to decide to call anyway. They don't think it through. I think he really gave it a lot of thought, and I actually respect that.
Thank you, Mr. Win. In the chat, apparently Kyle's surname is Ip. So it's Kyle Ip. The spelling is D-I-E-P, but it's pronounced Ip. Pocket threes, calling from the big blind with 25 big blinds. Maybe just enough to set mine.
Or is he considering a jam there? A 3-bet jam with the small pair. Button open is, of course, going to be the widest range possible.
So from my experience, a lot of the times when a player is counting his chips, he's not actually counting his chips, as in, like, he actually, of course, knew his stack size already. But he's actually using that motion to disguise his thinking a little bit. You know, he's thinking through the hand, what to do next, and then acting as if he was counting the number of chips.
Well, he makes the perfect decision, gets the jack 8 off to fold, picks up not only the chips in the middle, but also the open from
Avoiding
the
a
button
flip.
there. And avoids the flip.
Avoiding
correct.
a flip. Flip avoidance. That will be something that we can talk about a lot more in an MTT course. There are a lot of spots where you can avoid a flip by doing the right thing.
You know what's interesting,
Denying-
Stephen? We were talking about mixed
Go on.
games. And actually playing a lot of mixed games actually teaches you skill sets like that. For instance, all Omaha players, of course, realize because of either pot limit or in general the way the game works, tends to be a very flop-heavy game and sometimes full board reliant game. As a result, people just don't jam it in until they've lowered variance, until they know scare cards are not out, or the board texture hasn't changed. And when players play enough of those mixed games, they can actually bring in those gears into Hold'em as well. Flip avoidance, for instance, would be a great one that you can learn from Omaha.
Oh, completely. Oh, well, I find people who are good at Omaha, they generally play better Hold'em.
I agree.
You know,
Especially the ones who
the-
sort of went from Hold'em, then to Omaha, and then back to Hold'em, right?
Definitely. They're just so much more aware of the board texture. They are more aware of the danger, really, of certain flops, certain turns, certain river.
What I find interesting also is how some of the characteristics of PLO cash don't apply to no-limit Hold'em. For instance, equity denial, not as important in no-limit Hold'em. You can give your opponent free cards once in a while because, of course, it's hard to connect with 2 cards in your hand. However, equity denial is a key component of no-limit Hold'em tournament strategy. So PLO cash teaches you
Yes.
something about no-limit tournaments.
Yes, yes, yes. And MTT players only started seriously talking about equity denial in the past 5 years. Before that, it was not analyzed in that way.
400, 800. 800 as you go for 4 for the sake of taking high orders event. 24 entries so far, you can mind us 20.
Pre-standard defend with Queen Jack
20
suited.
minute duration per level.
Flops a open-ended straight.
Number 4
Zhang
with 19 minutes.
completely misses, still with ace high. But in terms of equity, Kyle is actually ahead with 53%. Check, check. Turns to deuce. Doesn't help Kyle at all. But at the same time, I don't think Zhang will be doing much either. Maybe Kyle will put in a bet.
Certainly a good time for Kyle to semi-bluff. His hand is getting weaker by the card. Has a lot of outs, 2 overs, and the open-ender right now. Can comfortably lead out exactly what he does.
And I'm sure Kyle is thinking his queen and jack out are robust as well.
Tough spot for the player from China. He is ahead. But calling with ace high on a board like this, not an easy task. Zhang lets it go.
Reasonable fold.
See the stacks there. 126 bigs for Kyle, the chip leader, after that monster pot that he played with the ace king. All the way down to 11 bigs for the shortest stack. That would be Fu, who's on the other side of that monster pot.
It seems there are a few active players at this table. Sakura is one of them. I think Kyle is the other one. And also Nevin. There are 3 active players here.
I mean, there's active and there's active and there's
Yes.
limping 9-8 off under the gun +1 active. That is pretty frisky.
Yes. Back-to-back ace-4.
What do you do when you see the limp? Surely it throws you off a little bit. Certainly not a standard at these levels to see limping in early position. And in the back of your head, you start suspecting aces or kings. Those limp re-raise kind of hands.
Do they still happen?
Oh, definitely.
Limb racing aces and kings?
Definitely.
I thought it's such an old school thing to do.
If anything, Stephen, I think this 9-8 off is to balance eventual limp re-raises with aces and kings.
I think that's perhaps a bit too advanced for me.
Whenever you make a play, if you're in doubt, just say it's to balance future plays.
Yeah, you know. It's like the old days in philosophy, all the metaphysics problems. When they couldn't resolve the argument, they say, oh, something to do with God.
Exactly.
That's the ultimate answer to everything.
In poker, it's simply the poker gods. Sometimes you just call 9-8 off. You know the straight draw's coming on the turn.
Very
the poker
balanced
gods
for
are kind.
board coverage. 123 viewers. I welcome you to this stream brought to you by Asian Poker Tour. We are streaming from Da Nang, Vietnam. This is the $1,500 main event. We are on day 2, very reasonably close to the money. This feature table has a very diverse range of players from different countries. And
6
on
flags.
screen right now, yep. And on screen right now, we're Zhang Yun with his second bottom pair facing a bet.
Justin pointing out in chat that that's a donk bet from Sakurai. That's the second time he's done that. Indeed, he does like to dong bet. This time he has picked up equity on the turn. Perhaps a bit more standard to dong bet. Wow. Zhang sticking around with his bottom pair. Or rather, second from the bottom pair. Third pair on the board. Does end up with a check mark there. No dice for the 9-8 off.
Bluffy, bluffy.
He has 9 high. He knows he will not be winning this hand without putting more chips into the middle. Deciding
He's
whether it's
repping aces. He's repping aces.
the limp call pre-flop.
Yeah.
Big bet,
he's
by the
repping
way.
Aces. Oh, he's
Oh,
not just big
in.
betting, he's jamming.
2x over bet. The effective stack, of course, is 69k, so it's more closer to a 1-to-1 SPR. But it does look very strong.
That will be the call of the tournament. If Zhang manages to call off with a 4, a pair of 4s. Second bottom pair. So let's think this through slowly. Well, he's not going to. He's thinking through it slowly. What can be bluffing here? Busted flush draws, plenty of them. Unlikely to be a straight draw because you're not limping 3-5 or anything like that from +1. You're not over jamming a 10. You're not over jamming a set.
Zhang really
You're not
studying.
really playing. You're not really playing Ace King this way, are you? Ooh.
Look at the up and down looks that Zhang is constantly giving his opponent. Let's take a moment to think about what the actual pot odds on offer here are. 69k in the middle, I believe, about 80k or so before. Zhang is getting just over 2-1 to make this call, maybe closer to 2.5-1. Certainly favorable if you think missed spades are a big portion of his opponent's range. Full credit to Zhang for thinking this long. Certainly his radar seems to suggest he might be ahead.
Wow. He is seriously considering. For a mere mortal like me.
Oh, look at that stare too. Just complete deadpan, looking into the distance perhaps, or maybe towards Zhang. I, for one, would not think that man is bluffing, but certainly looks like a man who's capable of it.
What a bluff and what a call it will be.
Really, the object of poker is to put your opponent in the blender, as they say, just put them in difficult spots. He certainly has managed to do that. Zhang is absolutely in the tank, contemplating a hero call here. He's no spring chicken, by the way, has had incredible results, over $100,000 in earnings in his live tournament career. 2 cashes already in Da Nang here at the APT. Did grab a title in the Turbo, as you were saying, in Vietnam, in Hanoi rather, in Vietnam, at the Summer Series in June. The tension is palpable.
Oh, he's giving up.
Lets it go. Bit anticlimactic. Sakurai gets the bluff through. Really nice play there.
Well, if the play continues to be like this, the 137 viewers are in for a treat, because that was good poker. I think it's very easy to just get rid. Like, oh, I hit second bottom pair. Oh, well, forget about it. Just move on. But no, he thought long and hard, dissecting the problem. At the end of the day, as long as you think through it, that's,
and you could
the
tell, by
important
the
part.
way, that was not Hollywooding. He was actually considering it.
Yes, completely. And rightly so. You know, I gave 2 little bits of analysis there. It made no sense. Like, what could he jam with?
Well, the fact that it was limp called pre-flop itself is going to just throw a lot of analysis out for a toss. That's the nature of unpredictable poker. I think very, very studied players can struggle to construct your ranges. On top of that, when you play unorthodox, you donk here, you double barrel, you jam on the river. It's just going to be really tough to solve that puzzle.
Would you label that play as think long, think wrong?
I see Justin in chat suggesting that to be the case. Listen, There's plenty of confirmation bias in the world already. Let's not add to that. But maybe over the series this time we can keep a tally. We can see where my theory ends up. Think long, think right, I say.
Well, think long and be proud. You just think long and, just think long. It's fine.
Hare Krishna in chat asking how to check leaderboard. Go to apt.poker, go to the live reporting. You should get a fair sense of where stacks are at. You're not always going to have the top 10 stacks per se, but close enough. In case you are supporting someone, just sort of control F for their name. See their latest pots, perhaps their latest chip stack. And by the way, don't spoil it for us, because we are, of course, 30 minutes behind here, streaming the feature table. Here at the main event, day 2.
Just as a reminder, we will continue our coverage of the APT main event day 3 tomorrow. And on Saturday, we'll bring you coverage of the final day of the main event.
To all the newcomers in chat on YouTube or anywhere else, do let us know where you are joining from, by the way. Are you locals, perhaps, watching the English coverage? There is a Vietnamese feed as well with Vietnamese commentators. Or, more likely than not, from other parts of the world. Let us know where you're joining from. And maybe, if you're considering joining any of the APT events, which ones, why or why not? We'd love to see you here.
There is definitely no why not.
Stephen, woe be it for me to question anybody's fashion choices. I'm just here to learn. Now, this hat that I'm looking at, would it be fair to say that's a train conductor's hat?
It wouldn't be so bloated.
Is that what
it's a lot flatter?
Oh, is
it's
it?
a lot flatter, right? It's a flat cap.
I've never seen that shape on anything apart from a train conductor. So, like I said, I was a little bit confused, but always respect the diversity in fashion as well. Unlike the button-down and jeans that I'm always wearing.
Maybe he has very big hair.
So it keeps it in the exact same position. I think I saw that on Scrubs. They call it a hairmet.
Hare Krishna from India. I would have guessed that, yes.
I'll be honest, I would have guessed that as well. Thanks anyway, Hare Krishna. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining.
Or it's either San Francisco or India.
My Indian brethren. Always good to see in chat. Where else? I want to know. 138 of you watching. Where are you watching from? What part of the world?
Go on, my friends and fans from Hong Kong. Just type HK in the chat box, just as a gesture of support for me.
Flags work as well.
Yep.
Bit of a situation might be brewing. The man in the hat we were just talking about has found pocket nines in the small blind, 31 bigs. The chip leader on the table goes by Kyle, seat 4, 10-8 suited. Reasonable open from the cutoff, particularly with the chip lead, standard 2x. Time for a 3-bet.
It is a funny looking hat, though. You're right. It looks a bit like a dinner lady at a school, in a school canteen.
Oh, cafeteria lady? Yeah. Lunch lady.
Yeah. Yes, lunch lady. Well, stay tuned for announcements on apt.poker. So at the moment, the last stop that's been announced is the end of August in South Korea, Incheon. But from what I heard, there are some exotic stops lined up towards the end of the year in Asia. So please stay tuned and check out the website apt.poker regularly, and you will find out about the so-called exotic location.
Or of course,
It's not
just
India.
follow. Just
It's
follow
not
us.
Hong Kong.
Oh, that's right. It's not India. We can confirm that. But I was just going to say you can just follow us on social media. You can find us at APT or Asian Poker Tour across all the social media channels. That way, more likely than not, we'll pop up in your feed, let you know. I did see Warzel, of course, who was asking in the chat about future stops. He said he is watching from the UK. Hari Krishna from India. Sadly, nobody else letting me know in the chat where they're from. That's fine. Fair enough. If you don't want to type it out, I understand. All you can do instead is hit the like button. Helps us out a lot. Lets me know you guys are watching. You guys are real. You're not bots. And of course, hit subscribe. That way you can be alerted when there are future streams. You help grow the game of poker in Asia and across the world. Share the stream with your friends too while you're at it. We're up to 131. We were as high as 150. I want to see that number back in terms of players watching. We can get a community going. You can ask us anything you want in chat. We are here to serve.
So Nevin opened from the +2 position, mid position, with a6 suited, facing a 3-bet from Kyle. Kyle seems to be picking on Nevin a little bit. Twice already, an open and a 3-bet. Both times he had a legitimate hand. This time with pocket 10s, last time was pocket 9s.
And both times Nevin was a little bit on the loser side. This time a6 suited. Last time around I believe it was offsuit.
King 7 off it was. No, it was King 7 off last time.
Oh, indeed, indeed.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
a6 good enough to continue this time. Whiffs the board though, all red. Always an interesting dynamic. The two chip leaders on the table, both above 100 bigs. Unsaid rule usually on tables is the two biggest stacks don't bother tangoing with each other. Instead, they try to vacuum up some of the smaller stacks. In this case, both players clearly confident of their post-flop skills, constantly getting into it.
Very straightforward C-bet here. And we'll get a fold from Nevin. And welcome Anthony Wood. Thanks for watching from Okinawa. He was one of the active commenters yesterday during my Natural 8 Thailand exclusive live stream. He kept me company.
Welcome, Anthony. Thank you for watching. Look at those towers in front of the chip leader. Goes by Kyle from the United States. Building a castle in front of him with chips. A reminder, the purple chips, 500, those are the smallest. Yellow's 1,000. And those tower of blues, I count 4.5 stacks or so. Each blue chip, 5,000. Those blue stacks alone good for about 440,000 in chips.
Back-to-back pocket 10s. You can't complain about that.
Chip leading, playing well, and running hot.
Queen 7 off is a very marginal defense here, actually. You can do, but probably can get rid as well.
With just 15 bigs, maybe he wants to attempt some sort of a stop and go if he hits. Try and get a check raise jam in there. If he flops a queen. Not to be. About as clean as a board can get for pocket 10s. 6-4-4. I was about to say, Steven, it's a great situation when you are the chip leader. You have essentially built up the reputation now of being the table captain, even though he did have a good hand, as you said, most of the time when he was 3-betting. And then you find another good hand in the form of pocket tens. You know your bet is just looking more and more sus, and yet you have the goods. It's a great spot to be in.
Anthony obviously did watch the stream yesterday because he just made a comment saying, glad to see the neat stacks today. So he did watch the stream I did yesterday.
I, for one, am certainly grateful. I do not need to struggle like you did yesterday, but at the same time, I do appreciate the fact that players were struggling yesterday means they're new to live poker, and that's always good, to have new entrants to the live arena.
So we are maintaining our 3-figure viewership. So it's time for me to ask our lovely, beautiful viewers to hit that like button and to subscribe to our channel. It's just one click. Just give it a like.
Kyle, by the way, takes down another pot, which was to be expected on that board. Look at that, 135 bigs now. There was a time when essentially there were 2 chip leaders on the table. Now Kyle putting a bit of distance. That position he has on the player from Taiwan, Chang, or Nevin, what he goes by. The 2 players in the shot, in fact. Nevin on the left, Kyle on the right. Really could be an interesting dynamic going forward. Very tough to be second in chips and have the chip leader on your immediate left. I'm sure the whole table, by the way, breathes a small sigh of relief when the 2 chip leaders find the fold button.
Well, Anthony, we were just brainstorming new variants on Hold'em. I was thinking maybe we can have a variant where you deal the river card face down, and then you do a round of betting. You do an extra. Basically, you have 2 turns. You just bet the turn twice.
Zhang, by the way, has jammed Queen 10 off
Queen
from the small blind.
Off.
13 bigs in his stack. Get in the middle, and the big blind. Sun wakes up with an ace. He has 75 bigs in his stack. This might be a must-call situation. Just depends on how much he's valuing his chips right now. He should know that Zhang is going to get it in pretty light with the big blind ante in the mix.
Judging by the body language, which I don't often do, it looks like a fold. It looks like he's going to fold.
There's a good rule of thumb in these situations, blind versus blind. A 10 big blind shove when you have an ace is certainly a hand you should call off. He does make the call, makes the correct play. I was going to say 10 big blinds as a call off. With the big blind ante in the mix, you can go as high as 15 bigs quite easily. Makes the correct call, that being said. It's almost a flip. The equity is running very close. Ace 3 v Queen 10. Off to a race in a way. 9 high flop, no good for Zhang, the player at risk with the Queen 10. Needs one of those 2 cards, hits it right on the turn. An ace or a 3 now to reverse the 10 domination. Not to be, finds the double up. That jam works out perfectly, and now Zhang has a very comfortable 29 big blind stack. Meanwhile, when not really crippled too much, he had 75 bigs to begin with, hands over the 13 bigs or so. Still has 60 in his stack.
Sometimes it's really that easy. You know, you just hit your card. and then you double up.
You know, people ask what power would you want if you were a superhero? People say invisible, run fast, fly. How about hit your card?
That's not very ambitious, is it?
Better to be lucky than good, they say.
They say that, yes.
No misstep there, I have to say. Both players played well. Correct jam, correct call. The rest was up to the poker gods. And they decided Zhang needs to stick around for now.
We're down to 131 players. Once again, may I remind the viewers, 95 players will be in the money. So that's about 4 tables worth of elimination.
We have a call from a mystery hand here. Ohara, the player from Japan, has made the call. Under the gun plus 1 shove. Now, pocket 5 is usually very light, but as I have been saying, Stephen, players have been acting much looser under the gun because of the big blind plus big blind anti-combo that they face the very next hand. So Fu takes that spot with the 11 big blinds or so, 45k in his stack. We're yet to see what Ohara called with pocket queens for the player from Japan, absolutely dominating the 5s. As we head to the flop. 5? No, it was a 6.
No, that
I
did
really
look like
think.
a 5.
Yeah, because it was the diamonds as well, of course. Now a straight draw as well for the 5s. 6 outs. That's not one of them. We do lose. Pocket 5s there. Fu has been eliminated. Got crippled after that hand with the jacks against the ace-king off Kyle. Ends up getting it in quite behind. Does not catch the card he needs. We do lose Fu from China. Meanwhile, Ohara happily stacking up the newfound chips up to 50 bigs. Anthony Wood in chat saying, the format of poker you devised, Steven, sounds fun. And he will be punting in the mixed game tourneys next month in Incheon. Great idea, Anthony. Cannot hype the mixed games enough. And of course, cannot hype Incheon enough. The APT South Korea coming up August 25th. It's going to be awesome. Book your tickets. Go check out the schedule on apt.poker. See all the mixed games we have planned.
Yuhara racing from the UTG position with King Jack offsuit. Zhang is feeling a bit frisky with 7-6 suited. Nope. Folds. 9-4 is the easy fold. Nevin, 9-7 suited. Against the UTG Open. 47 big blinds. Is he peeling? Oh, he's peeling.
Ohara, by the way, playing his rush, as Doyle Brunson used to say. Just picked up a bunch of chips, putting them to work. You win one hand, you play the rush, play the next hand. Your confidence is high, your adrenaline is probably pumping. And why not? Flop top pair against the pair in a flush draw off his opponent. This is basically a flip at this point on the flop. Action board. However, it goes check, check, and the 9 on the turn. Almost seals the deal there for Chang, but a great check on the flop. Keeps the pot in control there.
Put in a 5 big blind bet on the turn. Yes, pretty easy call for top pair.
Oh.
Reverse a jack. Wow, sending him he has to pay off a pretty large bet on this
Frankly,
river.
before the river even came, I was thinking with the check on the flop, it's essentially a trap by Ohara with the top pair. And I was thinking there's not too many cards that could come on the river that would even make him fold. In this case, I mean, he'd be happy getting his chips in there. Most of the times, he's actually going to be ahead with his top 2. This is one of those times, though, his opponent has the trips and makes a massive bet, a polarized bet here with the pocket 9s. Bets exactly the size of the pot. If there was a chance for O'Hara to get away from this with the jack coming on the river, I suspect that is going to be very, very unlikely.
He's asking for a count, is he? Or what did he just say?
I'm very curious, Stephen. What do you think Chang is targeting here? With the check on the flop, he should certainly reduce the frequency of his opponent having top pair.
I think he's targeting 10s, 8s, a lot of pocket pairs.
And maybe ace-jack?
Perhaps ace-jack. But ace-jack wouldn't be calling the turn so quickly, don't think. Because it was a very nice, smooth call on the turn.
Nods his head in resignation. Seemed to know the big bet implied that he was either beat. He was essentially bluff catching with his top 2 over there. Gets the bad news. And a huge stack of chips now flowing in the direction of Chang or Nevin as he goes by. And look at that. We have 2 chip leaders once again. 126 bigs for Nevin. 130 plus for Kyle. Steven, you think that's the better half of the poker couple in chat or just a fan?
Oh, there you go. I don't know. I can IGDM them. I can ask.
Oh, so tell me more about his poker channel, by the way, Nevin. As you said, half of the poker couple
Well,
YouTube channel.
Yeah, so the two of them kind of started together. Just try it out, and then they learned their trade from some very, very, very good Taiwanese players. I don't know whether I should name them, but anyway. So, and they basically grinded through the ranks all the way to where they are now, traveling together to different stops as a couple, as boyfriend girlfriend at the time, got married, and then continuing. And then they set up their YouTube channel about 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, I reckon. And then they just make interesting content, a little bit about their lives as a traveling poker professional couple, as well as their their online sessions. It's just an interesting poker channel with a very human touch to it.
Super cool.
Highly recommended. It's in Mandarin though, so it's highly recommended for people who understand Mandarin, the language.
It's called Win Poker Couple. Check that out. It's on YouTube.
Indeed. And win is actually not just the verb in English win, because Nevin is N, and then his wife is Y. YY.
Ah.
So W and N. I don't know what the I is. So win poker couple. Okay, we see another flop. 7-5-5. Ace high is still good. That's another check from Kyle. Turns an 8. Chip leader will only get richer. Sakura checks. Oh, it looks like we have another player joining the TV table. Kyle is going to put in a bet.
One of the better feelings in poker, I have to say, is bluffing on the flop and just binking it on the turn. It's exactly what Kyle does, and now has the full house, but actually the board further pairing, that is to say the third 5 coming on the river, is actually great for Kyle. Has the full house, 5's full of 8s, but an ace high is going to feel increasingly comfortable to maybe make a call there. On the river, that is. All kinds of draws that were possible on the turn have missed.
And I think of note is ace 10, both cards play as well. You know, like if it's an ace 6 or something, only one card plays, and it's different, right? Both cards play that board.
Kyle once again making a fairly advanced bet, by which I mean he polarizes in the perfect spot to polarize. Lots of missed draws possible. It actually incentivizes your opponent to call with something like ace high, because you're very unlikely to be doing this with marginal holdings that might actually beat ace high, such as maybe just a lone 7 or a different pair. Sakurai certainly needs to be careful of hands such as overpairs that might play this way. Of course, quad 5s might do this as well in terms of value, but there we go, makes the call. Plenty of missed draws. An excellent bet there by Kyle. I mean, truly elite level of poker there. Perfect bet sizing, gets the call from the ace. The rich truly get richer, crossing 600k now in chips.
That really showed his true color. Kyle is a force to be reckoned with.
You know, every once in a while, Steven, you just see a single hand, a single bet size, and it just tells you the level of poker skill that somebody might have. That bet was one of them. It takes a lot of experience.
New player joining us. It takes a lot. Yes, yes.
Yeah, just to finish my admiration, really, of that play. I mean, it takes a lot of experience and study to know exactly which spot to polarize in. He bet exactly the pot. It's almost like he knew what his opponent had and knew exactly how to extract the maximum value. Great stuff.
And best of all, it worked.
That is the key.
We are on hand 89 of this featured table. The blinds are at 2,500, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. Yuhara really needs to learn how to use the RFID sensor. It's the second time we can't see his cards. You know, we might... Oh, there you go. Gago Javier has picked up a hand. He's been card dead for the past 4 orbits. I don't think he's played a hand since he sat down at the feature table. On the big blind, he has pocket queens. For the soccer-loving, football-loving viewers out there, Gago was a legendary midfielder who used to play for Real Madrid, an Argentine player. Very graceful midfield. creative player.
Interesting. How long ago are we talking, by the way?
15 years, 20 years ago? 15
You know why I'm
years, I
asking?
reckon.
I was wondering if maybe he's named after him.
Nah,
Unlikely.
probably not, yeah. I'm not sure whether Gago is actually a surname as well.
Easy 3-bet there, by the way, with the queens, of course, on the big blind. But what I'm more interested in is the small blind, calling with 8-7 offsuit there. Very, very speculative.
Without repeating myself too much, non-suited connectors are so much harder to play post-flop.
So we do have a new player coming in with a massive stack. That's Benson Tam from Singapore. 623,000 in chips. Effectively the new chip lead on the table. We saw a moment ago on that graphic there. 3 stacks above 100 big blinds. Really a testament to the structure here at this main event. Lots of deep stack poker happening on most tables out there, but particularly on the feature table, especially now with the addition of this new player. Look at that. Kings to kick off. Being under the spotlight here. Easy life.
With so many big stacks joining the feature table, they might need a bigger table to fit all the chips in.
And let's not forget the dynamic we mentioned a moment ago, or rather maybe half an hour or so ago. Chang was the second biggest stack. That's Nevin from Taiwan. And he had the chip lead on the table, Kyle from the US, on his left. Now, Kyle from the US has a chip leader on his left in the form of Benson from Singapore. 3 big stacks sitting next to each other could lead to fireworks.
Well, Sakurai should consider himself lucky for completely missing that flop. Queen 9 suited calling from the button. Oh, God. No, don't do that. An ace comes on the turn. May slow down Benson a little bit as he picks up his chips.
Well, there is a temptation to bet and maybe try to end the hand.
He checks.
Check.
I'm not wrong always. Only sometimes.
We do know, by the way, Sakurai not only is the most creative player on this table. I'm thinking back to that bluff on the river with the 9-8 off. He certainly loosened up his play. We saw him with the 8-7 off from the small blind a moment ago. Queen 9 of diamonds this time floats on the flop on the completely dry board. Starts representing the ace, telling some sort of a story. But this bet is just so small. King simply cannot go anywhere for the moment.
He's less repping the ace than repping that he hit the flop with that bet. So Benson with pocket kings, yeah, okay. I'll call that bet, no problem. He's not really repping the ace at all.
Yeah, I certainly
River
would have
comes to
preferred
7.
a bet that
A bigger sizing, exactly.
Yeah, maybe half pot, simply because that bet would then have a lot of leverage. A half pot bet, if called, would set up an SPR of 1 on the river. So you're at least threatening a river jam and putting your opponent to a tough decision. I mean, yes, his opponent happens to have kings, but in a situation like that, a 10 would have a pretty tough time continuing in the hand. Certainly pairs smaller than 10s as well. As it happens, Sakurai has reached the river with queen high and is now making a play for it.
Well, I'm hoping Benson doesn't think long and think wrong here.
The odds he's getting are just so good. Doesn't think too long, makes the right call.
Doesn't need to think too long. I wonder whether Sakurai was thinking that he didn't want to show down his trashy queen high hand. That's why he bet the river.
Well, no, he's in position, Stephen, so it would have gone the other way. If he checked behind, I believe.
Then pocket kings had to show down first. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sakura was just going for it, but he just didn't have the heart, I suppose, to bump up the sizing a little bit more. He was just hoping his opponent would lay down some weak holding that they ended up on the river with. Not really trying to get an actual holding to make a big laydown there with that sizing.
Well, I think the poker integrity department should be checking Benson and Sakura's bank accounts to check for transactions, because, you know, that was a bit of a chip sending moment there. With that bet, you know, you're just sending chips.
Yeah, you most likely are getting calls from hands as wide as any 10, maybe even weaker. Pot odds are a real thing. The math demands if you're going to be winning maybe 1 in 5 times, getting pot odds of 1 in 4, you must call.
Pocket jacks. Yuhara finally gets the RFID reader working, and we see his pocket jacks. Jamming 12 big blinds. 30 big blinds.
Pretty great timing there, considering there's a good chance he gets the hand that has good equity against him, the king queen of fold, exactly what happens, and the hand that is absolutely crushed by him to call. Really good turn of events there.
In many ways, Kyle's fold made the pocket eights a lot easier to call.
2 outs on the river, otherwise Yuhara gets a much needed double up. Exactly what happens. Benson could certainly afford that. Barely a dent in his massive stack, still has over 120 big blinds. But surely the player from Japan, Motokatsu, should be breathing a sigh of relief.
Marcus, you are absolutely correct. His name is indeed Fernando Gago. He used to play for Real Madrid. Legend of the game.
So the shot of the main room is getting tighter and tighter, as they say in filmmaking, because of course we have fewer and fewer tables left. Started the day with 297. Last we checked, as you announced, Stephen, we were down to about 130. I suspect we're in the 120s now. 95 players make it to the money. That means 1/4 of the field needs to be eliminated, and we will be in the money. It's time for the players to do one more look around. Maybe look at your table. If you're 9-handed, 2 or 3 players likely not making it. Everybody else is going to be in the money. It's crunch time.
And of course, as chip leaders, you want to abuse the bubble as much as you can. You know, it's perfect time to utilize that fold equity of people trying to get into the money to extract more and more chips to build your stack.
I'm very curious.
Wow, King 4 suited.
Yeah, I think the player from Spain contemplating some frisk, as we say. Nah, show some discipline, lets it go. I was going to say, Stephen, usually you're exactly right. It's time for the chip leaders to start abusing their position, become table captains, steal all those blinds on the bubble. What do you think happens when you have 3 massive stacks on the same table?
Well, for Benson, it's easier because the big blind and small blind are really far away. For Nevin, it's more difficult because on this button, the small blind and big blinds are the heavy stacks. So it's very positional oriented. So the seat draw doesn't favor Nevin at all.
Go Nevin, good luck, says Tio in chat. Clearly has a lot of fans. I'm sure the poker channel he has with his wife, Win Poker, certainly helps. Jack 9 means an open-ender for Zhang. Great board to continuation bet.
Interesting. Because on this board, with an 8 and a 10, we are talking about the range advantage belonging to the big blind. And Nevin is very, very much aware of that. Puts in the race, 25k.
This board
knowing that he has the backdoor flush draw as well. I think he doesn't raise there a lot of the time, but with the backdoor flush draw and one overcard, he feels like he's got enough potential equity improvement to put in a race. Zhang doesn't care. I have an open-ended straight draw. I'm going to continue.
Was there maybe some merit to finding the jam or another raise on the flop there? After all, the 10-8-3 board is very, very dry. The chances of Chang, Nevin that is, having two pair for value and raising. I mean, he'd need to have 10-8 exactly. And beyond that, a check raise on the flop there tends to be targeting hands such as two overcards that cannot continue in the hand, the ace, queen, king, queen, etc. Chang did have the open ender there, plenty of equity and overcard as well. I would have loved to see a raise there. After all, look at this situation. One SPR has missed, now needs to decide whether he wants to turn his hand, which has a lot of equity, into a bluff on the turn, or realize his equity and check behind. But he does risk completely whiffing. Chooses the latter option.
Wow.
As a result, King 9 gets the check mark. The question is Zhang going to let this hand go to showdown? Lose all those valuable chips he put in the middle?
Alright, here we go for the final number of the day. The new flying star. 600, 1 to 1.
That is what happens. I think Zhang will be pretty disappointed with that result. That hand could have played a multitude of ways. Certainly not the outcome Zhang was hoping for. It ends up losing some chips as well. Down to 16 bigs. We are inching closer to the money, so that pressure of making in the money certainly a factor in those decisions.
Nevin really showed his experience there with that check raise on the flop. Very, very good check raise. There's no one, there's not much merit in betting that flop from the button, I'm afraid. It's just asking for someone to outplay you. And, if he really wanted to gamble his open-ended straight draw, then he needed to commit more chips into the pot and just really put on the pressure on the turn.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, once you decide to c-bet the flop with all that equity and you get played back at, knowing that you're going to be 1 SPR on the turn if you call, there is merit to at least trying to maximize your fold equity. You can represent all kinds of overpairs. Could actually get hands with a lot of equity against you to fold. Not just the king highs that Nevin seemed to have there, but hands as strong as 8s would certainly find the muck against a jam on the flop. Something for Zhang to think about if he does catch this stream. My word, Justin in the chat seems to suggest that Nevin was in for 6 bullets as well. I'm starting to doubt some of these statistics, Justin. Are you just trolling us? That's a lot of bullets for most of the players we've seen on feature tables.
Well, I know Nevin is never afraid to play a tournament when he sees value. You know, he sees the field not being too strong. He'll be happy to commit as many bullets as he can and as he has the time for.
Well, it has worked out. He has a monster stack.
Well, I wonder how much of the pay ladder he needs to climb up to break even his 6 bullets.
Well, I have the payout for the final table in front of me. 9th place is good for 9x the buy-in. So let's assume 11th place, give or take. But hey,
Good
we're
luck.
down to about 120, and he has over 100 bigs. Top pair for Kyle. Best hand by far on this board. 2 overs and a straight draw. Ace Jack hits the muck. However, the nut flush does come in for the dealer button player. Win San deeply eyeing his opponent now. Kyle, that is. Kyle does have the queen of spades as well. There'll certainly be incentive for him to continue in this hand. As I'm looking at Win, he decides to trap and gets a beautiful card on the river. Top 2 now for Kyle. He might actually bet this for value. The check behind on the turn would certainly imply a flush is very, very unlikely, with the exception perhaps of the nut flush, which is exactly what Win has.
60k bet, come on.
Well, yeah, we did
60k
see
is a
him
good bet.
polarize earlier with a great bet, reaching for a huge chunk of those blues. That's 5k apiece. Goes closer to 2/3, it seems. Perhaps even closer to half pot, 35k. Here comes the raise. This is going to look mighty strong. Can Sun represent any credible bluffs here, Steven? Of course, the nut flush draw blocker would be one potential bluff, but this is going to look so strong.
How much is that? 100k. Wow, little did he know that his opponent hit 2 pair.
And has the queen of
I wonder
spades
what-
as well.
Yes, yes. I wonder what he was targeting.
I don't think he cares at this point. He just knows he has the nuts.
Fair enough.
Now Kyle has a problem here. He is fairly at the top of his range, considering he has the spade blocker with the queen as well. Once again, the turn went check, check. He needs to be giving his opponent credit for a flush that was checked behind on the turn. Any flush that is not the nut flush is unlikely to do that, and very often the nut flush is going to bloat the pot by betting the turn as well. there is certainly a small chance that his opponent is doing this with just the ace of spades. The hand might go down the same way. Kyle also thinking any straight is probably betting the turn also. It is really tough to make this lay down here. I mean, there is a small chance his opponent might be doing this with the worst two pair. A hand like Queen 7, Queen 8 might play this way as well.
8-10. 8-10 might slow down because the flush got there and the straight got there. But for Sun,
makes the call. Very tricky situation there. I can't say I blame him, but that tricky check on the turn works out to perfection.
You know, it's interesting because Sun actually had all the Jin cards in his hand. He has the nut flush as well as the 6. So, in a way, he got lucky that Kyle hit the 2 pair. Because if the Queen didn't come, he would... I think Sun would have played pretty much the same way. Maybe Kyle wouldn't have bet the river, maybe. But he would still put in a very big bet on the river, hoping for a payoff. And most of the times, he wouldn't get paid on the river.
Such
so
is the
he did get
nature
very lucky.
Of poker. He did get lucky indeed after that check back on the turn. I think he was also giving his opponent a chance to catch up and make all kinds of straights. Funnily enough, it worked out when his opponent hit top 2. We did have some people in chat guessing that a reluctant call was coming. They were indeed right. As we just mentioned, a unique combination of cards there. So Kyle crippled for the first time in a long time, at least on this feature table. Still plenty of big blinds to work with, almost 100. I think he's down to 93 bigs. He's no longer the out-and-out chip leader, but certainly amongst the top 3 stacks.
I'll call that a bite rather than crippling. You know, he was just a little setback.
Indeed. A minor dent. Nothing the shop cannot fix up for you very easily.
Yes.
By the way, Steven, take a look to the right of the screen. 113 players left. Let me do my quick arithmetic. We only need to lose 18 players. That's about
2 tables.
Yeah, that's right. 2 tables out of maybe the 12 or so running right now. We are getting dangerously close to the money bubble, which means I do expect a bit of a slowdown in the pace of play. This is very, very real money we're playing for. Players have really grinded it out over 2 days across multiple day 1 flights to get to this stage. And as we know, so many players have fired more than 1 bullet. There are 220 players in for 1 bullet and another 150 in for more than that, leading to a total of 678 entries. Incredible showing here.
I'm getting massively distracted because in real time, you know, half an hour in front of the stream we're watching now, they're getting very close to the bubble, and my horse running in this event is live updating me his hands.
Oh, no. Airplane mode, Steven. Airplane mode.
I'm on the desktop with my WhatsApp client running on the desktop. I can't. Maybe I mute that thread. How about that? I mute him. Okay, muting in action.
I say you block, you delete as a friend, anything for the stream.
Well, I have to be honest. The amount I get paid to do this stream is insignificant comparing to the action I have on this horse, shall we say.
Wow. Very, very interesting. Well, good luck to him and you. I don't want to know who he is. I'm sure he'll end up at a feature table. I don't want to root for anybody in an, in a biased manner. That's just the kind of commentator I am, Steven. I have no financial incentive.
So flipping bias if he gets on the TV table. I'll be screaming, going, no, fold. I will not conceal my excitement if I see my horse at the feature table.
Look at this, by the way. A limp with the ace-king under the gun. Now, this is what I was talking about, being balanced, Steven.
Highly unorthodox.
No, I told you. I think the last we saw this was with 9-8, with that crazy hand.
Yep.
With the same player, Sakurai, and there he goes, balancing it out.
Oh.
You limp the 9-8 off. Now you limp the ace-king, hoping to get raised like he did last time. Not to be so far. Simply lets the blinds in.
Oh dear. 3-way. And you're very vulnerable. Turns out not to be the case. And now we have 2 straight draws.
And there we have it. The nut straight for the chip leader, Benson. Ohara hits a tiny pair on the river. Sakurai just...
So I don't care how balanced you are, but you don't waste ace-king like that from UTG. That's
like
just my point of view.
It's like a gift he's given to Benson here in the small blind. He's like, here's 5k of my chips and a wasted ace-king.
And Benson actually has the nut straight here, the top end.
Wow,
you
Sakurai
lost.
pays it off as well. Really speculative stuff going in the wrong direction there for Sakurai. He's now at the bottom of this table chip stack, 15 bigs, 76k, 16 for Zhang, going all the way up to the man who just scooped another pot, Benson Tam from Singapore.
He only had one setback earlier with his pocket 8s, I think, against jacks. Against Yuhara.
Another dent,
And then,
I'd say.
Yes, a little dent, a little setback. The rest of the time, he's pretty impeccable. So Justin, our unofficial researcher of the stream, is telling us that Benson and Kyle are only in for 1 bullet each. Puts the race in from the button. Very standard min click versus a 34 big blind small blind.
Very happy to see all the viewers sticking around on the stream, but I would love to request you all to leave a very quick like. It's going to take you 1 second. We have been stuck at this like number that is just irking me to see. We cannot have 140 of you watching with these few likes. It just really helps the stream, guys. I'm sorry, but the YouTube gods are very fickle. They'll just love the offering that we have to make to them off the likes. Really helps the algorithm. Really helps us. Really helps promote the game. If you could take a moment and hit like, please do that for us. Thank you once again for staying with us. We are approaching the third break of the day, by the way. It's going to be in about 20 minutes. We mentioned a few minutes ago we had 113 left, 18 eliminations. That means to go. That number is hovering around that mark. As I said, the pace of play might slow down a little bit. But look at that. The poker room is full once again. We have other events kicking off as well. Go to apd.poker if you want to check out our full schedule. Get a good sense of all the events being offered this time around at the Summer Series in Da Nang. Plenty of mixed games, by the way. Anybody joining us that didn't get the chance to hear, we have Limit Stud, we have Raz, we have Omaha High-Low, we have draw games. I mean, APT is just taking the mixed game offerings to a new level, and it's going to be a great start, I feel, for plenty of mixed game action to come. It's going to introduce a lot of players to different formats of poker. And of course, these events will also be on offer at the series in APT Incheon coming up, South Korea, August 25th onwards. And if mixed games aren't your thing, there's always the 1 million USD guaranteed main event. And trust me, guys, we should be crushing the guarantee, as the APT has been doing over the last few stops, most notably in Taiwan, where we approached $2 million. Back to the action, by the way. Sakurai, clearly the most active player on this table, irrespective of his holdings, has found the all-in button from the small blind with Jack-8 suited. Good timing, though. Ohara, rather, has a pretty speculative hand. Ace-3 off. Lets it go. Sakurai probably has a VPIP double of the tightest player on the table, who's likely the player from Spain, Gago.
Yet, Gago is sitting comfortably with 36 big blinds, waiting for his chance. Anthony, I don't actually know how the dealers got on with the mixed games, but I assume with the leadership of Lloyd, they would not be too bad. Lloyd would not accept anything less than 8 out of 10, I think. That's just my guess. I wasn't on site to see it.
Yeah, same here, Anthony. I actually just arrived in Da Nang today, so I would not want to comment out of turn in terms of how proficient the dealers were, but to Steven's point, Lloyd, of course, our, let's just say, captain of the ship in so many ways here at the poker room, would not have settled for anything but the best. The dealers, of course, are extremely well trained in all kinds of formats of poker before they decide to sit down and deal the mixed games. Don't worry, it won't be a struggle when you get around in Korea. You said you faced a struggle in some other fields. As with everything else in the APT new era, it's all about the players, all about making sure you have a good experience. Mixed games have only been introduced when we could be sure that would be the case.
So Sakura is feeling frisky again with the jam from the button with Queen Jack suited. He's jamming his way to the trophy.
Well, usually as
so
we approach
close to the bubble.
Yeah, as we approach the money
Sorry,
bubble, you expect the big stacks to be essentially picking up the blinds with loose opens, perhaps jams as well, putting the smaller stacks at risk. In this case, Sakura has decided to take up the mantle, has chipped his way up to 20 bigs now. Let's see what kind of gear he has in mind when he's in that 20 big blind range as opposed to the 10s.
Nevin is definitely less active since the appearance of Benson.
Great
he used to have
observation.
one chip leader at the table in Kyle. Now he has two, one after another, right behind him. He's playing a lot more snug now. I hear a lot of card calling there, shouting, "Ace! Oh! Ace! Oh!"
It's either card calling or someone is doing a shot.
Why not both? So where's the player party going to be this evening? Is it going to be nearby here, or is it going to be at like a beach bar or something?
Well, actually, like I said, Stephen, I just landed. I wouldn't want to speak out of turn once again. I will get that information to everybody in chat and, of course, any of the players watching the stream who might be out on the table. But yes, it is going to be at a fun bar. This I do know. And and of course, with us being in Da Nang, I am really hoping it is next to some body of water that we can longingly stare at, perhaps jump into if things get too out of line.
Skinny dipping.
Here's hoping.
Wow, is Gago going to make a move with ace 3 off?
Is this the moment? Is this where you take advantage of your image? Not to be.
Because it's not a bad combo to do it.
That's right, ace little, king little, especially the suited kind, very, very popular these days to 3-bet, maybe even 4-bet. Certainly, you see a lot more 3-betting out of the blinds with those hands because of the nature of that hand. Of course, you block an ace or a king if you choose to do it with a king hand. Then also you can have a lot of playability on all kinds of boards. There we
And
go.
look at that, ace 3 on the board.
Would have flopped the best of it if it had indeed even gone till the flop.
Wow, easy takedown from Nevin.
About 15 minutes from the break right now. We will be getting, once again, a new host of players after the break. This is my favorite aspect of covering day 2. We get to see between 40 and 50 new faces sometimes playing the main event. And as we inch closer to the money, I think I can safely say we will be hitting the money in the next segment, right after this break.
Hey, you said the same in the previous segment.
I said there's a chance we might not, and pretty close. I think we're down to about 108. 95 players paid, of course. This time I'd be willing to bet a lot more that I'm going to be correct.
No. Beep. Seymour. Only teasing, only teasing.
And look at that, we're 100 hands deep into the day. This is hand 101.
And Gago finally plays a hand.
Justin in chat had said, the man, that is Gago, has played literally one hand since the last break. And now he's doubled it.
No, if we pick that up, Nevin is going to pick that up too. So sometimes there's actually a school of thought that if you're playing against someone so tight, you can actually 3-bet quite liberally to get him to fold his opening because they're so tight. And you always, even it doesn't matter how tight you are, you will still open a certain range of hands. And because of your tightness, you will fold to a lot of 3-bets. So Nevin is doing exactly that.
This is really impressive. Talk about exploitative play. Bit of a leveling war here too. Gago knows his image is tight. He knows that a player as good as Nevin certainly knows his image is tight. So just the fact that Nevin is 3-betting must mean that Nevin has a strong hand. And Ace-Jack might not perform.
From
the small blind, that
well.
too. Absolutely correct. We just spoke about King Little as a hand selection in terms of its blocking qualities and its playability on various flops. Talk about having a deep sense.
Here's the puzzle here though. Does Gago know who Nevin is? Right? So here's the question. You know, is Nevin overestimating his image in the mind of Gago? Yeah, does Gago actually know anything about Asia poker?
Perhaps not, but certainly Nevin has been a force on this feature table so far, both in terms of his playing style. There we go.
Look
What
at that.
a great bet. I think Gago is going to feel a little humbled when he looks at that on the stream. Of course, Gago has a respectable stack of 34 bigs. As we inch towards the money, he can certainly fold his way to the money. But it is situations like that that separate the chip leaders from the ones who end up with fairly small stacks after the bubble bursts.
By the way, my friend, I actually made that prediction there before Nevin put in his 3-bet.
True that. Full points to you, my friend.
Just
Very well done.
to have it on record.
Once again, 95 players will make the money. 2,560 US dollars. That's good for 60.8 million in VND. Off a 35 million buy-in. So 1.7x return on your money for the min cash, that is. Going all the way up from 95 to first place. Good for over 165,000 USD. That's almost just a few million short of 4 billion VND.
Phew. The way you say billion makes me very excited.
Billions like the TV show, which, by the way, written by the man who wrote Rounders.
Is that right?
That's why there's a lot of poker in that show sometimes.
Nevin hits again.
Mid pair versus the wheel draw of Benson. Certainly enough equity to continue here. After all, you have 5-4 suited. Flop a straight draw. Probably want to see one more card. Also helps how deep these two players are. If you can bing the deuce and your opponent actually has something strong, you can start putting a lot of chips in the middle. The deuce looks pretty innocuous most of the time. Not to be. Turn comes the king of diamonds. I love Chang. That is Nevin's demeanor at the table. Very calm, collected, fairly focused, always gives his opponent a few glances in case he picks something up. Checks behind. Nevin knows his hand looks a little bit weak, but the ace pairing on the river is actually a great card for him. Reduces the likelihood his opponent has an ace. Benson knows he needs to bet big now in case he wants Nevin to fold exactly the kind of hand he has. Is he gonna go big? Doesn't seem like it.
$20-16, okay.
Goes fairly small,
Yeah,
is
that's
targeting.
Yeah, that's not gonna get a fold.
Yeah, well, we did see Nevin contemplate a hero fold, if you remember, when the king paired on the turn. But he did end up making that call. He was getting 3-1 at the time. He's getting more than 4-1 in this case. That being said, most of the hands that call on the flop, apart from the wheel draws, actually do have a reasonable holding here. Once again, the situation is that Benson might actually be block betting with the same hand. That is a pair of tens. And that might be enough for Nevin to be forced to call here.
Yep. Sees the good news. I think you don't have to worry about kicker if you both have a 10. You know, ace, king will play, and then the 10 will just complete the 2 pair. Down to 108 players.
13,
We are so close to the money.
13 unlucky players, pardon the pun, will not be making the money.
Gargo looks like he's dressed to fold to the money. But I think we are very close to the break as well.
I believe 5 minutes away. Just a reminder, we will get a new set of players after the break. As usual, we can see into the future. We're looking at 1 local player from Vietnam, 4 players from Thailand. The Thailand contingent clearly coming in strong. A lot of them very likely to make the money, of course, considering how close we are. 1 player from South Korea and 1 from China, at least so far, on the next upcoming feature table. Question in chat, no mic on the players. I believe there's a mic at some position on the table, but just one. But when we have final tables, we mic up all the players, so you can catch all the action. As you can understand, with the feature table changing every 2 hours, maybe not as efficient to do that. Better to keep the pace of play as quick as possible, swap out any players. We have Ace-10 going all in.
Oh, Ace-King is
easy call.
Calling that. I don't think it's fair on the players either, because it takes about 15 minutes to set up the mics. So that's 15 minutes worth of break time or playing time that is wasted for setting up the mics. So, you know, for the FT, for the final table, you know, everyone is sitting there for the long haul. It's worth setting up the mics. So we might get another elimination. Ace-10 suited versus Ace-King.
Pretty close to the bubble too. Zhang really hoping for a 10 or some hearts. Very dry board there, 7 high. And 8 means there aren't any chop outs as well. A 10 or a 10 only, not to be. We do lose, excuse me, the player from China. Zhang is eliminated. Seat open is the sad announcement from the dealer. GG, sir.
So have you noticed Nevin is actually now the chip leader at the table with 122 big blinds?
Indeed, you are correct. And 122 big blinds on the bubble is just a massive stack. If he did not have the other 2 big stacks behind him. By the way, look at that. The current chip leader of the tournament, Shinya, 750 even. Look at those stacks in front of him. Does help to have a stack of purples as well. Usually means he's eliminated a bunch of players. 750k, by the way, good for exactly 150 big blinds. A monster stack on the bubble, and when you have a monster stack on the bubble, it's a good opportunity to actually increase it, put pressure on your opponents, the ultimate ICM pressure of not cashing at all versus making it into the money. Really intriguing to see how this plays out. We are 2 minutes away from this break. As I said, we'll have a new feature table, so we will bid goodbye to all the players on this feature table, including the 3 big stacks that are just about in the frame right now. Benson being one of them.
I just saw Nevin waving at us as if to say goodbye from the feature table.
Goodbye, Nevin.
It's always very happy to see a familiar face at the TV table. Yuhara wakes up with pocket jacks. 27 big blinds is a shove.
Some interesting insight as we leave this table, by the way, Stephen, is that the player from Spain, Gago, his highest cash on hand and mob does not exceed $550, or perhaps that's his total earnings. And maybe that explains the style of his play. The cash means a lot. Meanwhile, back to the action, the 3-bet and the all-in from Sakurai, who has never been afraid to get his chips in the middle, no matter how close to the bubble we've been. He's clearly going to take this flip. Ohara makes the quick call with the jacks with a smile. Does have 8 big blinds behind, so he's not the player at risk. But Sakurai, the player who's been the most active, is all in on the last break surely before the bubble. 107 players left. 12 more eliminations to the money. Off to the races. 10 high. An ace or a queen is what he needs to survive. A brick on the turn. And unfortunately for the player from Japan, well, indeed, they're both from Japan, but Sakurai is eliminated. 10 away from the money, loses that flip. GG, very entertaining player to say the least. Definitely the lose aggressive kind, made some very creative plays.
Same seat, all right? Who's the bottom now?
GG, sir, GG. And with that, we have hit the break with 106 players remaining, as you can see on the right of your screen. That means we are 11 eliminations from the money. Clearly, the room is abuzz as we hit in the money on day 2 here at the APT Da Nang main event right after this break. Stay with us. We will be right back. See you soon. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. Stick around. We will see you shortly.
All right, third players coming away at 6 p.m. Same seat, all right? Your seat 6, okay, 11 million to buy in, 15,000 starting chips, and 20 minutes to yes. Move your chips, then you can take a break, okay? 28 minutes. It's yours, right? Your seat 3? Sorry. Once again, tournament players coming away about 28 minutes. Satellite for the high roller, featuring 11 million buy-in, 15,000 starting chips, and 20 minutes duration level.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
card. Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut shot for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King
4
Queen
needed.
is still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King Queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that
players.
10 is going to make a straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody. All right, guys. On this table, we have 2 players all in.
Look at the phones out.
Covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And excited.
Seat number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in. They are both covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack.
seat 1, Fan. Let's see him.
As jabbed
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of spades.
Here we go.
Covered by Ace King of Hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's...
Well, King's in good shape
Okay,
for sure.
so he's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's
All right,
all
seat
in on the
7,
stone
Ace
bubble.
10 of spades is covered by the Cowboys and the Ace King of Hearts.
This man is an inspiration
Dealer, let's
and
see
a
the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
6
covers.
of spades, Queen of clubs, Deuce of hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc., but the Cowboys
50%
are
of the
riding
time we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. 5 of diamonds.
Pretty clean.
5 of diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
Kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace, either of the
Does he
2
have dice in
remaining
his
aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack of spades.
So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated. Please
And
stay
there we go.
because we have 1 more all in.
Oh, wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my 3rd all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
another all in.
CK has him covered. We have a queen of diamonds, 10 of spades, king of clubs flop. Show me. King, queen of spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of hearts, king of diamonds for an open ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open ender. Needs an ace
All
or a
right,
9.
top 2 against an open ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player
needs
is
a
the one with
king,
top
a
Yeah,
two.
queen, or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with king
to
jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here. Open under the gun. 8-handed. Button 3-bet. He's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
ace-king. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block ace-king when you have ace-king, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event here in Da Nang, Vietnam. We are looking at the live coverage of day 2. We are in that zone of the tournament. The tensions are peaking because we are only 11 players or so away from the money. 95 players will be in the money, and I suspect that will be happening shortly. We are, of course, looking at the $1,500 main event where the minimum payout is going to be close to about $2,500. That's USD, of course, 60 million in the local currency. But of course, it's all to play for 168,000 USD. That's almost 4 billion Vietnamese dong to the first place finisher. But the first milestone to hit, of course, is to cash. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. Stephen, it is that time. The tensions are going to be high. It's bubble time. One of my favorite stages of any tournament.
Well, it is exciting for us. I'm not sure it's so exciting for the short stacks who are nursing their little short stacks hoping to get into the money.
There we see it. 675 entries, creating an incredible prize pool of over 20 billion Vietnamese dong. 11 players to bubble, as I said. By the way, the 500 chips are out and the 25,000 chips are in. Now that's when you know the tournament is approaching some serious stages. We are left with 106 players, as I said. This is going to be extremely tense. We have a new feature table to introduce to you. Once again, that is my favorite part of day 2, meeting more and more players. As we said right before the break, 4 players from Thailand on this feature table. 1 from South Korea, 1 from China, 1 from Vietnam. So clearly, the Thailand contingent dominating here as we head into the money very shortly at this main event.
Well, I am missing the quality play at the 3 deep stacks from our previous session. But hopefully, we are going to see some we're going to have two big chip leaders, one from South Korea, one from Thailand, and then the other ones are a little bit short stacked. So that will create an interesting dynamic, no doubt.
That's right. One of the players from Thailand in seat 8, I think his name is Nisentat. We'll try and find out how to best pronounce that. Has 679,000 in chips. Lines we're coming back to are, I believe, 3K, 6K. So that is well over 100 bigs. We did see the tournament chip leader right before the break had 750,000 at the time. That is an incredibly huge stack. That's due to, once again, the beautiful structure of the main event, 1 hour levels, deep stack. There you see some of the trophies for some of the side events, but the one to win is the trophy for the main event. We'll shortly cut to that, I'm sure. It is a glorious APT Lion Trophy, as always, as we get straight to the action on this new feature table. 4 players from Thailand, as we said. 1 seat still open. Folded to the blinds already.
Chi, huh? I can't say I actually know her from China. Let me have a look.
Aggression from the big blind, deservedly so, with the pocket 7s. Every hand matters now. We are so close to the bubble. 11 left, 106 in the field. It's that time. You stand up, you take a look at the remaining field, you realize that just 1 elimination from each table means you have cashed the main event here at the APT.
And I think the advantage of having an event in Vietnam is that the visa, the travel visa requirements is quite relaxed for Vietnam. So a lot of players who could not otherwise get into South Korea and places like that would easily be able to come to Vietnam to play. I think that's why it's attracting such a diverse array of players from all around the world.
Absolutely, and if I could sing more praises of APT events in Vietnam in particular, the visa, of course, you just mentioned. Of course, how nice the venue is itself, Da Nang. Beach town, lovely ocean view. Of course, it's cheap as well, not only the accommodation, but food is famously cheap here and famously good here in Vietnam. It's just a fun experience overall, a fun country to come play in. It's been a fantastic experience every time I've made it out to Vietnam, but let's not forget, APT Incheon is the one coming up. That's going to be a massive prize pool in Korea. I've never been. I'm certainly looking forward to checking out what that country is all about.
Okay, someone tell the man in the big blind to use his RFID properly. That's it. So, thank you. And then he's showing me the bad news that he's playing 6-4 suited from the big blind. 6% equity on the flop.
110 bigs in his monster stack, suited cards. What are you going to do?
He can do whatever he wants. So have you got a coffee ready? Because we have 4 more hours of poker coming ahead.
I'm always caffeinated. You know the
Excellent
the
news.
people who respond, I was born ready. I was born caffeinated.
Well, I'm drinking a cold brew green tea right now.
Always showing me down, Stephen, with your healthy choices.
Oh, no, I'm just... I like my variety. I had ginseng tea earlier. I had a big black coffee this morning. And then now I'm moving on to a cold brew green tea, which is very healthy indeed. Yes.
Okay, tomorrow.
But I've only eaten oranges all day, so that's something.
That's healthy too.
Nothing else.
That's a double whammy.
What is it? To me, that's just bloody hunger to me.
A very interesting bet in a call, by the way. The King 10 decides to continuation bet. Runs into the top pair of win there. Time for a double barrel. The guns are loaded. Out he fires. The 3. the brickiest of brick on the turn. And Lee has decided he's telling a story, and he has a lot of leverage, as I like to call it, on this bet. 43k into the pot. If Win does decide to call, he's going to have less than a pot size stack behind. He does have top pair. I mean, from a theoretical perspective, you simply cannot go around folding top pair too easily.
And he shouldn't do, because, you know, he's
no.
playing at the small blind. He's folding. Wow.
There she goes. That's called ICM pressure, bubble pressure. Lee uses his stack perfectly in that scenario. This is why we love the bubble time. All kinds of interesting poker. Aggression is rewarded, as we saw there.
So it's 7:30 in the morning in North America. So potentially we are going to welcome some viewers from North America. If you are listening or watching this stream from the US or Canada or Mexico, drop us a comment. Say hi.
By the way, Stephen, he's yet to be in the mix, but as Justin from the chat points out, a familiar face to you is on the table. Seat 1. Happy coding.
He was the chip leader for the longest time yesterday, and then just got into a spot of bother and lost.
Oh wait,
75%
Stephen,
of
so
his stack.
does this mean he is into the main event for $30?
Potentially. Potentially.
He would have been given a main event ticket for making the final table of the $30 Natural Aid tournament that you were commentating at the final table of yesterday. And I would love to hear that he has run it up essentially with that ticket to come all the way to almost cashing right now here at the main event. Has 14 bigs. Certainly one of the shorter stacks on the table and at risk to bubble, but 14 bigs is plenty to work with for now.
Well, one thing I know, he is still wearing the same Natural 8 jacket. That is probably a freebie from Natural 8 also. So he's value tagging everything in this series. Expenses, travel expenses, a chance to play at the feature table twice, and now that close to the money. A6 off from the chip leader. Easy open. Got a fold from Happy Coding. And gets a jam from the big blind with Ace 10 off. Yeah, well, after a bit of muttering, you're going to fold. So, on to the next hand.
Uten there has picked a good spot. Firstly, a button open, going to be fairly wide. On top of that is the chip leader on the table, on the button. It's going to be even wider. So despite being close to the bubble, he decides his ace-10 off is good enough to put it in there, pick up the chips in the middle. And he is absolutely right.
They seem to be wearing the same patch as well. They probably know each other. Not suggesting any, bad play or anything like that. They're both from Thailand. They both wear the same patch. I can't quite read what it says, but I'm sure it's a... Oh, this guy's wearing the same patch too. 4 Thai players at the same table.
Just as you were talking, by the way, we have seen one more elimination. 101 players left. We are 6 away from the money. We have somewhere between, I want to say, 11 to maybe 13 tables going on right now. We just need an elimination from about half of them, and we will be in the money. That being said, I do expect people to start tanking a bit, maybe. And of course, as we get down to 97 or 96 players, we will be going hand for hand. By the way, just like the main event in APT Hanoi, we do have some sort of bubble protection, which is to say that the player who is the stone bubble, the 96th player out, will get to draw from some envelopes. And I'll tell you more about that in a moment, because of course we have pocket kings under the gun +1. The relatively short stack of Chen there, looking for some action.
Okay, well, maybe she will get a full double up. She's hoping to see a queen. Nope, an ace. Flop comes ace, 8-4, a rainbow board. Lee decides to donk bet. Smooth call from Cheng. Turns a 4, pairs up the bottom card. Lee checks. Cheng checks behind.
Well, Lee had the right idea of essentially putting pressure on the short stack, converting his absolute air on the flop with a donk bet into a bluff, but seemed to have given up on the idea on the turn, and now is making a small bet on the river. I don't know about this. I mean, he has queen high. What do you think will happen?
Get caught off.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he value towned himself with the queen high. In poker, the idea is to put your opponent in tough spots. Even if you lose the hand, as long as you put your opponent in a tough spot, you effectively played the hand pretty well. I would say making tiny dong bets into the pre-flop aggressor is pretty much the opposite of putting your opponent into a tough spot. He had the bigger stack. He could really apply pressure there. We are on the bubble, 6 players away. Now is the time to wield that big stack.
I could not explain that play, I'm afraid. But it is what it is.
A reasonable open there from the chip leader. Ace-9 off this time. Late position in the hijack. This time around, when he gets 3-bet, he decides to continue. Once again, has the chip stack to be speculative, but Ace-9 off is fairly disconnected hand. Does not flop any of it over there. King on the board, though, might give Lee pause. It's big stack versus big stack here.
He's going to bet. Nope. He checks. Turns a king, which doesn't help either side. Lee should be quite happy with that king. Puts in the bet of 40,000, 35,000. I can't quite see 35,000. There'd be a pretty loose call to call that bet with ace high and a weak kicker.
15,000 starting chips and 20 minutes duration for level. We already have
The chip leader seems to have a bit of a carefree kind of style for, you know, for being on the TV table. He just kind of goes, yeah, okay, take it, no problem.
Yeah, towards the passive side, I would say, which actually helps the likes of those who are second in chips actually go for value, feel a bit comfortable in the hand. Does not seem to be in the mood to take advantage of his massive stack on the bubble. Instead, he's happy to just maintain that stack. Fair enough.
But I'm looking forward to watching the chip leaders abusing the table because of the bubble. So don't let me down. Five-4 off. That's an easy fold under the gun. 10-4 also. Back to the chip leader. Oh no, he's folded. Happy coding folded. Queen 10 off, which is fair. U10. Ace Jack off, very legitimate open. And he does so. Ace Jack off. Second chip leader, Lee from South Korea. Fold and fold. Big blind is Cheng from China. Queen Jack suited. Pretty standard defend. Let's see the flop. Flop comes King, 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. And I see a shot clock in play as well. Small continuation bet. Betting the gut shot and the ace high. Easy call from Chang. Turns pairs up to 3. Probably another check. Yes. Another check just to protect his range. It's fair enough. River comes to 10. Chang has the second nut flush. Checking behind because of the paired up board. Missing value there. Yeah, it's a flush. Yeah. Chen takes a nice little pot there.
Well, we were looking at, rather we were talking about the slightly passive play there by the chip leader on this table. Now, I'm not the best at Thai pronunciations, but I believe that would be maybe Champon. Let's just go with that for the moment. You'll have to, of course, pardon me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, and anybody from Thailand, please feel free to correct me in the chat. But Champon there has a total of 3,464 in total live cashes on Henenmon, which means he is now chip leader on the feature table with about 100 big blinds as we head into the money. He is looking to almost double his total career earnings simply with the min cash alone, and is in the running for 168,000 USD. I mean, that's the nature of the main event. It can just absolutely be career-defining and, of course, life-changing in the sheer amount of money.
Well, those days are long gone for me. You know, the excitement of like a first main event. I think my first main event must have been 12 years ago.
How the times have changed, huh, Stephen? How do you think it compares from 12 years ago?
I believe I am older and wiser and better, but my results are not reflecting that. Somehow that naivete, when you first started out, you start off taking more chances, and then you end up running deeper because you're taking more chances. You're making more high variance plays.
I know exactly what you mean, but by the way, coming back to the action, talk about taking chances. I mean, shoving the ace rag on the bubble, getting it through from the big blind, but I am very impressed. It's exactly in line with what you just said. Perhaps it's naivete, perhaps it's aggression.
That's why I didn't stop my story, because I really felt like I was describing the situation.
Absolutely. Fearless there.
Dear. Exactly.
And think about it, you know, he shoved just a hair over 20 bigs, but as a result, picks up the 5 or so bigs in the middle.
Yeah.
It makes all the difference once the bubble is clear. You're not crippled going into the late stages of the tournament. It can make all the difference between simply min cashing and working your way towards that final table.
And I suppose for a slightly more experienced players, they will avoid spots like this. You know, we generally just think, okay, well, you have 20 big blinds. You should have a little bit more of a defensive strategy. According to Justin, the guy who just jammed with ace rag is in for 5 bullets.
That's incredible. Well, clearly then, a min cash is not going to cut it. He wants to go for it all. That's Yingrui, by the way, from China.
Oh, he's going to go mad with 8-6 off as well? No, good. Whew. Yet another win. 7-5 off against a mid-position open. Decided not to defend, which is a fair decision, I would say.
I like the open as well, by the way, from the player from Thailand.
Yeah.
Yutin. Had about 18 bigs. Ace-2 suited. Just decides to show the gumption, go for it. Knows that picking up just the dead money in the middle is going to be extremely valuable. Just make him extra comfortable as we approach the stone bubble here.
I believe his name should be pronounced Yingru. It's Y-I-N-G, right? Ying.
I see.
It's more likely to be Yingru, I think. I'm not sure, but seems to make more sense than... Yeah, I think so. Ying. Let's go for that. I'm just going to call him Ying. So Lee opens from UTG +2, the low jack position. Gets a fold. Another fold from cutoff. Ying from the button. Queen 3 off.
Ying, by the way, rocking what I think is a wind cheater. I mean, very non-traditional. He has the hood on, but it's not a hoodie. Certainly prepared for a rainy day, metaphorically at least on the poker table.
Sorry, I like that.
Anything non-standard, you know, catches my eye.
Or like 7 deuce suited from the big blind?
That is extremely non-standard, but hey, it was suited. Champon.
Brilliant.
Living out that t-shirt we all used to have back in the day, which said 7 deuce, I don't even fold laundry. Here he is doing that at the main event bubble here at the APT Da Nang. Okay, you can call 7 deuce from the big blind if you're willing to just start bumping up the action no matter what the flop. A check raise by the chip leader. Never mind
check raise.
all the passivity we alleged at him a moment ago. This man knows exactly what to do with his big stack.
This man doesn't give a flop.
Lee, by the way, as pointed out by Justin in the chat, also only has one recorded cash for $4,000. So both these players perhaps not rocking those kind of career winnings that you might expect at late stages of an APT event, but man, oh man, they certainly have the poker skills and the aggression. Big stack versus big stack. The winner, the biggest stack.
Who didn't
deuce.
give a flop?
Did not give a flop. He's going to be feeling good about that one, surely.
Such a flopper.
This is the power of the big stack. As you could see, even the second biggest stack simply had to meekly fold. We're on the bubble. You can really have your way with the table if you so desire.
You need the heart of a lion to make that kind of play. Folding to the small blind. Legitimate this time. King, queen off. Was in the race for 18,000. Just basically putting him all in. A quarter of his stack. And he folds. There's happy coding on the big blind.
Chump on, just showing how it's done. 109 bigs. I think he's getting the flavor of what it's like to be a huge stack here at the bubble of the main event. Once he's made that play with a 7 deuce, it's like the dragon you're chasing, you know what I mean? Of picking up pots and chips you don't deserve to with your holding through sheer aggression. Can be very addictive. Over 120 of you watching. Let us know where you're watching from, by the way. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for joining us. We hope you're enjoying this tense portion of every tournament. The bubble. We're 5 players away or so. Once we get down to the double digits, things are really going to get tense as we approach the stone bubble. And just to finish a thought that I was talking about a few minutes ago, we are going to be drawing envelopes for the stone bubble. Sort of a, I suppose, a redemption consolation prize. Those envelopes have tickets, entries to various APT events within them, most notably the High Roller.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's also a mini main, I believe. I think the stone bubble from the APT in Hanoi ended up winning a ticket to that. All in, I hear. 121K. I mean, Newton, talk about not giving a flop here. Just jams ace queen in there, and the chip leader, Champon, actually has ace queen as well. Could consider making this call, surely. Ace queen is strong enough considering the chips Champon has, but does he want to risk 120 of them?
It depends whether the pocket threes goes mental.
That I highly doubt.
Puts the money in. Look at him. He is thinking about it.
That he
He's
is.
trying to convince himself. No, he's not, though, is he? Well, the man who doesn't give a flop will call off. And
quick call.
Yep, showdown.
Very, very, very likely a chop, but A small chance of elimination, of course, with some sort of clubs or diamonds coming into the mix. As it happens, Uten at risk. Chop it up.
Chop it up. Yeah, chop it up, chop it up. Go on, let's go.
But how about that jam, though, taking the spot with the ace-queen, once again showcasing how the lack of fear is going to help you pick up chips on the bubble.
Just as an aside, the man who folded pocket threes turned a set.
Indeed, he did. Against the trips, by the way, on the river, off both the players from Thailand.
He would have tripled up.
Cannot be results oriented in poker. He needs to not think about it.
But all we can talk about is results.
Such is the nature of life. This is why poker is so interesting. Everybody cares about results. Good poker players only care about the process.
So here's a question for you. So we often say, "Oh, poker is so interesting," because it imitates live, etc., etc. But nobody says live is interesting.
Wow.
Well, I
just
do
blow
sometimes.
my mind.
But
That's
yeah,
true.
well, you don't say that, right? Even though it is actually flopping interesting.
I think we just take it for granted, I once heard somebody talk about how many choices we have in the modern world. And they said if you go into a grocery store and just don't take for granted the sensory overload that's on offer, it would just blow your mind.
Yeah. And it's scientifically calculated as well. There's actually a team of people working out product placement, how they have a bakery at the front of the supermarket to get you all homey and excited. Everything is laid out scientifically, well calculated.
On the one hand, as a poker player, I can appreciate any psychological manipulation. On the other hand, I feel a little taken advantage of.
Oh, don't get me started of being taken advantage of.
By the way, the player you were commentating on yesterday, Happy Coding, Chaturon, I believe, on the button, makes a reasonable open, ace-8 suited, facing now the 3-bet from Ying. Oh my word, he's 4-bet jammed. This is really strong and gets the quick fold.
Ooh, really? No, he's
no,
he's
that
tanking.
was not.
No,
Yeah.
he's tanking.
Alright, once again, current players. We are
This looks very strong. If the players don't know anything about each other and how much experience they have, a 4-bet jam on the bubble should be the tightest of all ranges. It is
Absolutely.
relatively questionable how ace-queen off performs against that range, but Ying makes the call. He does have his opponent covered, which is a huge factor there. Justin actually correcting me. Thanks, Justin. I was confused with the graphics myself. Actually, an open from Ying and a 3-bet jam from Happy Coding. So we're off to the flop, and 8 is needed to save the natural 8
that was
player.
an 8. No, but it's a 9.
Some chop outs.
Another 9. Lots of chop outs.
Not to be. We do lose rather. Chaturon, or Happy Coding as he's known. Close to the bubbles. GG.
Well, he's not very happy bubbling, but he could remain happy coding. Seat open, says the beautiful dealer.
99 players left now. We are in the double digits, 4 away from the money. Nimg, by the way, in chat telling us how the RUI is pronounced Ray. So it'd be Ying Ray.
Perfect. Thank you. I feel like I owe all the commenters on YouTube a drink. So why don't you all come to South Korea? And I will, especially Justin. Actually, Justin has been a trooper, absolute trooper, helping us, doing all the research for us. So if I see you, Justin Fairbanks, at the next APT event, I shall buy you several drinks. If you don't drink, I'll buy you a green tea.
And if you do drink, there's a players' party and Steven's drinks waiting for you at
There you
APT
go.
Incheon. Justin says he's going to go to bed. No, Justin. Not until the bubble, my friend. Come on.
Well, I have my personal cheerleader just come in to say best commentary. Thank you, wife.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, Mrs. Lai. Pocket queens,
Pocket
by
queens.
the way, in the hijack.
Beautiful.
I mean, with 4 players left before we are in the money, the ranges are going to get tighter, but pocket queens is going to be in all of them.
Wow, don't do that.
3x?
Really no need.
He's raising into the 2 chip leaders on his left. That might be a factor. One of them is in the small blind with ace-jack, contemplating their options.
Got all he wanted.
I wonder if this is what Win wanted. Of course he has pocket queens, but this 3-bet forces Win to essentially 4-bet and commit. With a hand as strong as queens, of course, the only thing you're really afraid of, aces and kings. You could make the case that you do not want to take a flip against ace-king on the bubble. But you do end up maximizing your fold equity. Still enough room, by the way, for him to even 4-bet without going all in. If that's a play he wants to make, the click, as you called it, Stephen.
Well, as far as I understand, when you open 3x from hijack with pocket queens, you are only looking for one move, which is a 4-bet jam. But perhaps I'm just too standard.
He throws in, by the way, what is now the time bank card or time bank chip. Those reddish rectangles.
15,000 starting chips and 20 minutes duration of level.
Gives him extra time in this hand. I believe each is worth 1 minute. Only the call. 92k in the middle, 104k behind, 1 SPR. I suspect Win is going to commit unless a truly gross flop, such as one with an ace and a king, comes on this board. An ace would certainly give him pause as well. Very interesting hand developing. An ace right there. That flop making the exact case for why you 4-bet jam. Your fold equity is also worth a lot of money this close to the bubble. Check, check. Lee plays it slightly trappy. Does not continuation bet. Knows if he's ahead, he's going to stay ahead. If he's behind, money's going to get in anyway.
He's going to put in a small bet. Nope. No extraction here.
Lee is telling a convincing story of not having an ace, perhaps having 3-bet from the blinds with a smaller pair. Win plays it safe, purely considering we're 4 away from the bubble.
And then jams the river. 1 SPR.
Giving off all kinds of I don't want to say tells necessarily. Win throws in all his time banks. Wants to really think about this. I like the bet from Lee, by the way. It represents a big stack trying to bully someone on the bubble. Of course, there's a lot of confirmation bias when I can look at the cards, but did make a big show of it. Almost like some reverse tells.
Has someone just been murdered? Okay. Someone's
That wasn't the bubble, considering we never went hand for hand. So that means somebody did have a much needed double up and an expression of emotions. We'll try and find out more about that. Back to the hand here.
It's such a tough decision for pocket queens here. What can Lee have to check 2 streets, having 3-bet pre from the small blind, and jam the river? What could it be?
By the way, pocket aces might play the exact same way. Win makes the right fold. Hard luck there. Got punished for simply flatting behind pre-flop, but does get away from it without losing extra chips. Now down to 17 big blinds.
Without losing extra chips, also with a fighting chance for the money.
And with that, I believe I can hear Lloyd announce we are hand for hand. Stephen, you mind explaining to the good folk what that means?
Well, to ensure fairness and people not tanking and thinking too hard over a hand to make sure they get into the money, the whole field will play at the same time. So if someone goes all in, the cards will not be shown, and so that nobody can take advantage of someone losing before they do to get themselves into the money. So hand for hand means every hand will be played synchronized.
That's right. Until the hands are over on all tables, we do not move on to the next hand. What a great look here at the field, by the way. Hari Krishna in chat was asking for some Indian on the TV table. Where, Hari Krishna? That's chosen at random, but we did see Chirag Soda there. Chiggy in the field, one of India's best poker players. A lot of familiar faces from previous APT events, including APT main event and high roller finalists that I can spot. I'm sure we will get the chance to commentate on them later on today or in day 3. We are playing, by the way, till the end of level 10 for the day. That is 10 levels total. So we're down 6 levels. This is the 7th one. Or if we get down to 48 players, 95 will make the money.
We're playing down to level 20.
Level 20, that's right. And we started on level 11, that means, I assume.
Correct.
Neil Johnson there in the shot. These guys really do the math. As I said, we play down till level 20 or till we have 48 players left. I suspect those two things will be pretty close to each other.
Boy. In the red jacket. Go, boy. And we also saw Victor Chung, co-owner of APT, also the mastermind behind Natural 8.
And a great poker player in his own right, by the way. Recently ran deep in the main event at the World Series.
Okay, without offending Victor, I would actually say he is surprisingly good.
I think he'll be the first to agree with you.
And we have Lloyd here and Ray Chu at the back with this little fan.
How dainty, Ray?
Yeah. By the way, did you've seen Oppenheimer, right? And then you saw the, some of the more explicit scenes in terms of showing the flesh.
Well, actually, I saw Oppenheimer in India, where they censor things aggressively.
I see. Okay, well.
And while we're looking at the poker floor, let me tell you something funny on how they censor. They can't get rid of the scene because A, it's Nolan, and he'll probably fight them tooth and nail, and B, it was important to the story. So they actually CGI on some clothes.
Yes, yes. I saw the screenshots of that on the internet.
That's an interesting job, right?
How did he do that? There were 3 scenes of explicit nature. How did they do the third one?
Well, funnily enough, I thought there were only 2. So I think that answers your question.
There you go. Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert, indeed.
Well, the fact that there are some announcements happening and that action is paused, I can only assume somebody's all in.
And speaking of Neil Johnson, he is the another director of operations for APT. And during the event in Taipei, he was getting his hands dirty and, helping move tables and chairs and everything.
Yeah, that was a crazy day too, because of course the field exceeded expectations. In fact, we could not stream because we needed to be 10-handed across all the tables for the 50 or so tables running as we kicked off day 2. Incredible scenes. Hope to repeat that in Korea. Some people in chat pointing out it's going to be tough to have the kind of success that we saw in Taipei in Korea because the local players are actually not allowed to play. Be that as it may, I'm still very optimistic of the diversity of players that will show up to Incheon in Korea, including hopefully all of you guys watching. Check out apt.poker for all the details there. APT Korea kicks off August 25th.
Well, South Korea is actually experiencing a massive poker boom right now. They are attracting in poker clubs around South Korea, they are attracting over 2,000 entries per event. Absolutely gigantic in South Korea right now, poker. So I have no doubt that there will be many Korean players with foreign passports going to the casino, taking part in the APT event coming up late August.
We are hand for hand. That means, as you just explained, no table continues until all the tables are done with the hand in play. So far, I believe no all-ins. Otherwise, our excellent production team and cameraman, who is giving us coverage of all the tables as you see, would have rushed over there. Stephen, with the stone bubble getting the consolation prize of the envelope draw, I suppose you could say with 97 players, we're on the actual bubble right now. Somebody will have to go home with zilch.
Oof.
And the next player out will be that person, that unfortunate person.
Also, this is your last chance.
Okay.
For the high roller single day, registration is about to close in 15 minutes. Once again,
It's quite funny that, a bunch of people are on the streaming table but not getting any TV time at all.
Hey, that's only fair. Finally, the rest of the field gets some coverage. You get to see some familiar faces from early on in day 2, but mostly new faces, of course. By the sheer numbers, that's going to be the case. Everybody seems pretty excited. There's usually a huge round of applause when the bubble bursts, understandably. 2 days at minimum of grinding leads you to secure the $2,560, that's USD, min cash. And of course, allows you to be in the running for the $168,000 up top. Exciting, exciting stuff.
All right, players, our next match
There's another Indian superstar. Anuj Yadav was actually the day 2 chip leader. Just crossed the left of the screen there. Certainly. We are going to just cover hand for hand across the floor, but in case you are joining us for the first time and have not yet been to an APT event, especially the summer series we had in Hanoi and now Da Nang coming to you live, this is the best way you can get a sense of what it's like to be on the floor. This is the APT main event bubble. The tension is high, but so is the buzz. Everybody can taste that min cash. That addition to your Hendon mob.
Oh, I laugh because I know min cashing after 2 days of poker might seem insignificant, but when you're there, you really do want that. You want to establish that min cash first to build on that to go further.
I mean, just look at that fold, or rather the flat from the pocket queens. It's purely a function of the bubble. It affects all kinds of play dynamics simply because it is important to a majority of the population playing, and why not? It's $2,560 US, a 1.7-ish return on your investment, on your time.
By the way, for the hand for hand segment of the tournament, the clock is paused and they're going to play 8 more hands until the blinds go up. So the clock has no effect starting from now, and they are going to play 8 more hands before the next level.
And that number, I assume, is determined by how many minutes were left in the level to begin with, correct?
Correct.
If there are a lot of cameras gathering around a table, it means a big pot is brewing. Not necessarily somebody all in, because if that was the case, we'd have some announcements for the rest of the field to get involved. But just look at the buzz. Look at the rail here. Just on a normal table here at the bubble. If you look at this and do not want to be a part of this excitement, I don't know what to say. Tournament poker might not be for you.
Usually for online poker, the bubble just bursts like, within 3 minutes, especially for hyper turbo.
Yeah, hyper turbo, but I see my share of tanking online, Stephen, don't you think?
Yeah,
because
sure,
people
definitely
save up their time banks.
All right, attention in the main event. We have an all-in call here on table 8. Our at-risk player is Tan Dinh Tien from Vietnam, called by Joe Dong-Yoon. That's the best I can do, sorry, man. From South Korea. Let's see the cards, please. I got pocket queens for our all-in player. Ace-king for the caller. Classic race, queen of hearts, queen of clubs. Ace of diamonds, king of clubs. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. Three, 4, 7 rainbow. Queens are still in the lead. Turn card. There's a 6. 6 of spades. We have 3, 4, 6, 7. A 5 would chop it. Queens need to dodge the ace, the king, and they will double through. River card. It's an 8, and the queens are going to double up. All right, everybody, nothing happened. Take your seats, please. Lloyd, I can call it, right? Oh.
So we're moving on to the next hand. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Johnson there. Something did happen. The guy with ace king did lose
Yeah,
lots of chips.
Tell that to Tan Din, who did not bust from the tournament. He thinks something happened for sure. Doubles up.
But anyway.
Back to hand-for-hand coverage. I mean, our cameraman is certainly earning his pay, covering pretty much all tables at the same time in an unbroken shot, mind you. Love it. Great work.
So I'm guessing the coverage will be at the outer table rather than the TV table from now on.
By the way, we see the ticker down there. Hong Win Dang Lam wins a huge flush over flush pot to make her chip leader with 950,000 chips, it says. We are approaching 1 million chips in someone's stack. Stephen, is it me or is there...
everyone started... Sorry, just think everyone started with 40,000 chips.
That's right.
For her to make 1 million. Whew. Isn't that amazing?
That's 25 skulls of buy-ins.
25 bullets.
And Stephen, before we cut away from the shot or zoom in, is it me or is everybody wearing white? Or is that like a psychological trick your eyes play on you?
I would say 50-50. If you freeze the frame and really count it, I would say 50-50.
That'd be a good freeze frame for a Where's Waldo.
Once again, Sojam Classic tournament players.
There you go.
All in.
Seems to be another all in.
2 minutes.
But I totally agree with you about having this kind of bubble time coverage in this manner. It really does give you a good sense of live poker, the atmosphere of live poker. It's fascinating.
Yeah. To the 120 odd so people watching, I really would love to hear. Have you been to live poker tournaments before? Is this a familiar sight for you? I have, of course, seen many bubbles in my time, but I would say the buzz here is certainly on par with the most exciting of them. Every time there's an all-in, of course, we do make a big show of it. That's because the whole field is invested. In this case, we're doing hand-to-hand with 2 players left, of course. We are down to 97 players. So there's actually 2 eliminations before we actually are in the money. The 96th player out, the stone bubble, will get to draw some envelopes to win some free tickets as sort of a consolation prize. Another
Mr.
ticker
Johnson
announcement. Yeah, by the way,
with the all-in player. Go on, Mr. Big.
Yeah, Mr. Big, aka Octai Win, the winner of the high roller from APT Hanoi, eliminated. We saw him lose a big pot, jacks versus aces. I believe he never recovered.
Well, he was pretty crippled at the TV table earlier.
Nim G in chat says, I played in Macau's tourney, Red Dragon, before. How was that, Nim? Was the bubble similar to this?
Once again, players, this is your last chance to get in.
Don't talk to me about the Red Dragon. That was pretty much the worst bad beat of my poker career.
Oh no, Nim. You seem to have brought up something.
Well, no, I mean, it happens, but yeah. But when it happens to you.
One over on that table, one over here on table 12. On table 12, we have blind versus blind action. John Wynn from Australia, covered by Wai Kin Wong from Hong Kong. Gentlemen, let's see the cards, please. I got Jack 10, Jack of Hearts, 10 of Spades, Ooh. King 5, both hearts. Jack 10, covered by King 5 of Hearts. All right, dealer, let's see the flop. I got Queen Jack King, an open ender for the Jack 10 and a pair of jacks, top pair for the King 5. No hearts, no anything else, so the flushes are gone. Kings against Jackson and open-ender right now. Dealer, let's see the turn card. It's another jack. 3 jacks. 3 jacks now against a pair of kings. River card.
Don't do it.
It's the fourth jack. So 4 jacks is going to be just good enough to beat the kings. We have a double up here, sorry, and we're going to head over to the next one.
Nothing happened.
All right, guys, as you heard, that was a double up there. We still have 97 players.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Nothing happens until I get there.
So
I
that's
gotta find my
Mr.
camera
Johnson's
guy.
tagline now. Nothing happens.
I got dressed up pretty and everything.
Yeah, you're looking great, sir.
Seat 3, right? Wait, where are we? Table 11, okay. Li Chun from Taiwan, and covered by 5. 5 is Dong from China, right? Okay, on table 11, all in is Li Chun from Taiwan, covered by Dong Yongfu from China. Let's see, gentlemen. Ace Queen, pocket jacks. We're off to the races again. Ace of diamonds, Queen of spades is at risk against Jack of diamonds, Jack of clubs.
Seems pretty standard so far.
All right, dealer, let's see the flop. 10 in the window, 10 queen 4. Ace queen makes top pair. Queen of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 4 of hearts. They both have a diamond, but the queen has the ace. Let's see the turn card. It's the deuce of hearts.
Doesn't
Ace
help,
queen
no.
needs to fade the 2 remaining jacks, and he's going to double through. River card. 7 of diamonds, double up.
Nothing
Everybody take your
happened.
seats. We're going to keep rolling.
Well, there you have it. All the flips favoring the all-in
All right,
player.
dealers, shuffle up and deal us one more hand.
That's good. That's what we like to see.
Yep. Yeah, pay up. The pocket jacks player was like, yep.
All right, guys,
What,
as
what,
announced,
what?
we still have 97 players left in the main.
All right, calling back all of high rollers. See the day.
Back to hand for hand. One hand will be dealt across every table. I do suspect at least one table will be all in again, considering we have 12 of them going.
So we do a total of 60 entries, which is 35 remaining, and prize for a holder is 3.1 million.
The player with the backpack, by the way, I saw him out in the hallway, loudly complaining how he 4-bet jammed pocket 9s, and his opponent decides to call him with pocket 5s. And of course brings the 5. Pretty tough beat. But the takeaway there for me is when you go outside the hallway, outside a hall where the main event is happening, get ready to hear some bad beat stories. One more ridiculous than the other. And if you go into the washroom, get ready to hear 3 at the same time.
And don't get me started at the smoking area.
Media only, please.
The
We
smoking
can all
area
gather
is
around
the
if there's an all-in later.
Dolby Atmos super surround sound of bad beat stories.
Indeed. By the way, Stephen, the Indian contingent a little bit light coming into Da Nang. Few reasons. One, Da Nang a little bit difficult to get to, particularly from Goa, which incidentally is where I'm coming from. A lot of Indian poker pros live in Goa, and you need to go 2 stops, which is usually tough logistically. Secondly, there's also the
No
poker.
direct flight?
Certainly not a direct flight. You got to choose between Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh, but usually you have to stop in one of the metros in India as well, Delhi or Bombay, to get there. And secondly, there's this very interesting event going on right now. It actually lasts a month, and it's played both virtually online as well as in person, which is called the Poker Sports League. And
I've read about that.
Yeah, about 70 to 80 of the poker players in the Indian ecosystem tend to be involved with that, so they need to play some events online. They usually can't make both schedules work for them. Poker Sports League is essentially a team-based format. It's a TV show style of poker where you play to get points and then you compete in the finale live. So a little bit sad to see the lack of Indian representation, but I did mention a couple of the top Indian pros who seem to be just huge fans of the APT have trekked all the way out here in Da Nang. Hope to see them on the feature table down the road. Really cool representation.
There's a lot of order amongst this chaos.
Oh, indeed.
Imagine a team less experienced running this. It'd be an absolute mess.
Yeah, I mean, you were just talking about, firstly, the world-class team that runs it, but we were asking the chat whether this is par for the course for many bubbles. The only reason things can get this crazy but still stay functioning is thanks to the experience of the team. Hare Krishna in chat says nothing happened. Exactly right, Hare Krishna. New phrase for every bubble.
That was comedy gold.
I almost want to see.
He didn't even know it.
Yeah, I know he's going to catch up on stream and figure out we were mocking him. Neil Johnson, that is. I do want to see another all-in where, somebody's shy, and jokingly so. Okay,
Hey, that's Happy River. That's my friend. Simon Lim from Malaysia.
Well, let's get her onto the feature table, clearly. She's not the biggest fan of being in the spotlight.
Oh, no, that's the... I was talking about Simon next to the lady next to...
Right.
The lady was the one who was shying away from the camera. But Simon's... Simon used to live in Hong Kong. Now he's a full-time traveling poker pro. I think that was pre-COVID. I think he made 13 different flags on his hand and mark in 1 year.
Wow.
It's not bad, huh?
Smiling away from the rail, it seems like. By the way, this is, of course, the inside of the... I suppose this is actually the convention center or the poker hall, as you might call it. Eventually, we will give you a glimpse of the top part of it. There's a huge screen above the feature table so that the entire floor can watch and join in on the fun action happening on the feature table. That should be extremely interesting, particularly when we get down to the final tables. I expect some oohs and ahs. And then outside, we have sort of a Hall of Fame going on, Stephen. We have big boards and standees with some of the top performers in the APT from previous events. And I've seen a lot of Instagram stories, people taking pictures next to themselves. Always fun. And let's not forget, a huge APT, I want to say blimp, although people have been calling it balloon, so it might be an Asia thing. But I think there's an APT blimp outside the venue. I haven't spotted it personally, but I know it's out there. Love a good blimp.
You mean a big balloon, yeah?
All right, attention in the main event. We have an all-in on the river here. The board is ace of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 3 diamonds, and a gut shot straight draw on the board. All-in player is Fan from Vietnam. He's shoved, been called by Daiki from Japan. Fan, let's see.
Talk about tension. They're yet to flip.
Yep,
4
show the
to a
cards,
straight
please.
on the board.
Show down, sir. He has 3
aces for top set.
He's facing pocket 8s for the rivered straight.
Oof.
3 aces is going to lose this hand to a rivered straight.
Oh, that is...
We're double checking the counts now to see who's covered.
If pocket aces is the one with fewer chips, we have lost someone in 97th place.
The flop
with a
three
pretty-
aces is covered, everyone. That's going to be number 97. We're now down to the actual bubble of 96 players.
Something happened.
Something definitely happened.
Lloyd, I'll pass it over to you, sir.
Oh, that's very sad to see.
All right, guys, this is a stone cold bubble at this time. We're down to 96, correct?
That is
All
correct.
right, we're updating the clock, guys. We're going to update the clock. As you guys can see on the screen, this is a 96-man player field. In the event we lose 2 players at different tables, will be a split for last place money. 2 players going broke at the same table, we'll take a chip count to determine placing. On behalf of Asian Poker Tour, our sponsor Natural 8 and VSOP, wish you all good luck.
Lloyd, wait.
We are going to break a table, guys.
Sorry, we got to break a table
Yes.
real quick.
Because when it's down to, they're going to play 8-handed from now on.
Yep, 96 players left, 12 tables of 8-handed exactly. Now I have to say, Neil called the 96th player the stone bubble. I would definitely argue going out in 97th is perhaps even more painful. You get literally nothing for your efforts, but such is the nature of tournament poker. Somebody has to be the bubble boy. Ace is losing with top set on the flop there. Truly rough stuff.
All right, guys, we are
GG,
breaking a
sir.
table. Again, sit tight.
So now we're at what Neil called the absolute stone bubble, of course. The person who actually bubbles will get to draw from some envelopes, perhaps win a ticket to the mini main, or even better. But we'll go home with 0 cash, so we are on the bubble. 95 players will be in the money guaranteed. 2,560 USD, that's 60.8 million Vietnamese dong. But perhaps more importantly, a chance to be in it to win it. First place prize, 3.9 billion VND. Talk about tensions being high, Stephen. Every hand, of course, if you have a medium stack or so, I guess you can just fold, wait for the bubble to burst. But the big
Unless you have
stacks,
aces.
unless you have aces, that's a great point. Yeah, I mean, we have seen crazy folds on the bubble. And sometimes folds that seem crazy might actually be theoretically correct. I mean, if you think about a hand like pocket 9s, pocket 10s, where if you get called when you raise pre-flop, equities are running pretty close against a calling range, might be better to just let it go. Think about the upside downside, right? If you lose it all, you get 0. If you win some chips, okay, you put yourself in a better position, but it's not always worth way more than your existing stack. Do you have a strategy going into situations like this?
Make sure you're not medium stack.
What if it's too late and you are?
Then you just fold your way to the money.
There we go.
Really, there's not much more to it than that.
Yeah, it sort of is. We talk about ICM pressure. Usually that is something that comes up towards the later stages, particularly on the final table, referring to pay jumps. But going from 0 to something is the ultimate pay jump. So in a way, it's the ultimate ICM pressure.
It's the infinite percentage increase.
The absolute overhead cam, by the way, is something we might want to consider incorporating in poker coverage in general. I kind of enjoyed that. If you could find a way to display cards along with that, I highly recommend it.
Cinematic.
Extremely.
It's a bit like that scene from The Dark Knight, shot in Hong Kong, where Bruce Wayne jumped off from, at the time, the tallest building of Hong Kong, the International Financial Center, and gliding his way towards the harbor. IFC 2, yeah.
I actually worked in a building that reminded me so much of IFC2, as I mentioned. I'd been to Hong Kong as a teenager, and this was in New Jersey, right off the coast of Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so blown away because it reminded me of IFC2 so much, and it turns out same builder / same architect. This was the Goldman Sachs building in Jersey City.
Mm. Oh, so you worked for Goldman Sachs, did you?
Actually, this was when I was interning for Goldman Sachs, and this was sort of like the back office. But I did get a flavor of possibly the mecca of global capitalism, Goldman Sachs.
The end of history.
The end of history, that's right. If you don't know what Stephen is referring to, join us from the beginning of streams for some knowledge bombs.
You can simply Google Francis Fukuyama, a American scholar who wrote a book called The End of History, who has been proven repeatedly incorrect in the past 30 years.
Speaking of tall buildings, I keep thinking about Mission Impossible 4, which had Tom Cruise scaling the Burj Khalifa in Dubai.
Okay, yes, yeah.
That does remind me. We were talking about Barbieheimer, the movie top of the world right now. But did you watch the new Mission Impossible?
Of course.
And verdict?
I preferred Indiana Jones.
Really? Not a popular opinion, I have to say.
Absolutely. Like, without shadow of a doubt.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I did check out The Flash, by the way, which you had been hyping up, and I must say, I really liked it. And for some reason, most people did not. Pretty good.
Well, the computer graphics was a little bit below par.
Certainly.
But I thought the story was excellent.
Yeah, for sure. Any comic book fan will have fun in that movie. Catch it on OTT or VOD.
But then again, did you manage to watch Spider-Man as well, the animation?
You know, I missed that one. I really wanted to.
Yeah, well, that was also very good. That's my boy. Go on, Alex Lamb. You can do it. Yeah, he's putting the patch on, HKPPA. Good work, kid.
I see the ticker below says official bubble time. Indeed. Talk about tension. For some players, it's like you said, just fold and move on to the next hand, probably not even think too much. But for the short stacks, it's constantly getting up. It's not like online where you can just see a list of all the stacks remaining. You have to actually get up and sort of try and eyeball it and see whether it's worth it to get into marginal situations. What if there's like a one big blind stack hanging around, as Teddy KGB would say? Completely changes the dynamics.
I have played in a tournament where players are not allowed to check out the other tables.
Oh, wow.
So during bubble time, you are not allowed to leave your seat.
Are you allowed to stand up?
Yes, but you're not really allowed to... Yeah, you're not allowed to leave your kind of, 30 centimeters radius.
So you're limited to your field of vision. You can 360 turn around.
Yes.
Man, it is tough to run a poker tournament, isn't it?
Well, I think there's some merits in doing that too. It just saves the room from being chaotic.
Anthony Word pointing out that he thinks that might be the APT rule. Actually, we'd have to check on that. Depends on the new era APT rulings, which were obviously rewritten. I just see a lot of commotion all over the room, but could be. Certainly haven't seen people moving about, but I thought I saw some bigger stacks freely walking about. With the bubble lasting as long as it has, it would actually free up some of the players to not be constricted to their table alone. We have a pot brewing, by the way. Those 4 green chips are 25,000 apiece that you see on the screen. All the time banks thrown in. I think this means that a player has been at least asked to be all in. We can see the stack of the player who threw in the time banks in seat 6 is less than 100K. So there's a bet of 100K, a call of 100K, and the short stack has a decision here. An ace, 5, 10, 3 on the board. Wow, he must really have a hand if he's contemplating calling multi-way on the stone bubble. Flush draw, ace, 5, 10 on the flop. A brick 3 of spades, I believe, on the turn. Should we venture some guesses?
Oh, I don't dare, because it's going to be so nutty. It's going to be such a bad beat situation, right?
He has
Because
made
generally,
the call.
when you have something inferior, you just fold. So
Yeah,
it's going to be a
absolutely.
massacre.
He's left himself a few chips behind, as you can see. All in, says the player who had led out on the turn. Certainly representing either a huge main hand or simply wanting to bully given the bubble situation. And actually stands up on his seat. I mean, talk about physical tells. That is not the demeanor of a man who is bluffing, I have to say. And I think the other players know it too.
I'm sure he wants the other player to think that.
I'll be honest, Steven, leveling wars and reverse tells at this stage on the stone bubble seem quite unlikely.
I agree. I do agree.
Seat 5, really thinking about it. He's going to have to throw in some time banks if he wants to think longer. He has plenty of those. We can do a quick count off his stack. The yellows that look slightly orange right now are 1K apiece. That's 40K in yellows and about 300K in blues. Each of those blue towers worth 100K. Each blue chip 5,000. So that's a 300,000 stack there. And the all-in bet is almost exactly, yeah, a little bit more than that. So he would have to be all-in as well. Makes the fold. And the extremely short stack would have, I want to say, less than 60K behind if he makes this fold.
So this is Charles Wong from Hong Kong. Brought up in the UK. A regular tournament player around Asia.
What a rough spot. Mind you,
When he
Steven.
first started playing about 5 years ago, I was the quote teacher who taught him a little bit about ICM and, well, mainly ICM actually at the time.
Well, what do you have to say about this situation? He clearly has a hand. At the same time, we just discussed the jam from seat 4 is clearly extremely strong. We are on the stone bubble. If he makes the fold, should have, I want to say, maybe somewhere between 3 and 6 big blinds behind. What a spot. Everybody is watching. Those who know that there's a situation anyway.
So behind Charles, there's Alex, also from Hong Kong, paying a strong interest in this. partially for rooting for someone from the same city, mainly because the bubble could burst right in front of our eyes. He's letting it go.
Wow, huge fold. Please tell me we see what the cards were. My word, the suspense.
Go on. Is it showing?
No. Don't do this to us. Do it for the camera. Oh, he's already mugged them. Wow, that is strong. Does not even show.
Off we go on to the next all-in situation.
Well, I'd say that was anticlimactic because quote-unquote nothing happened, but so much happened. 2 players were put to the test, and the fold there from your erstwhile student, choosing to have just a handful of blinds, effectively choosing to make the min cash as opposed to take the risk of busting right there, despite all the chips in the middle.
ICM pressure is real. It's not a made-up term. Of all things, in poker theory, ranges or, I don't know, nut advantage or, I don't know, all kinds of jargon, ICM is the most pressing concern for a tournament player.
For anybody watching, Stephen, what's your best Eli 5, explain it like I'm 5, explanation of ICM pressure and ICM in general?
If you don't die, you can win more money.
There we go. Surviving is more important than gaining chips, right?
Don't die and you earn more.
Calling busting dying just puts a morbid spin to things, I have to say.
Okay, well, how about survive?
No, fair enough.
To earn more.
It's like gaming, You die, spawn again into the next tournament.
Well, there's a Zodiac event this evening at the APT series. I think a lot of players are playing that already. And also the nightly turbo every night around 9-10 p.m. There's always a nightly turbo that lasts around 6 to 7 hours. One for the grinders.
Certainly one of the longer bubbles I've seen at any of the APT main events, but considering the stakes, makes sense as well. I see Anuj Yadav came in as the day 2 chip leader. Looking at other tables, I can only imagine he's still in the mix, which means we do have confirmation that players are clearly allowed to walk about, look at other stacks, if they so choose.
So I hinted at a terrible experience in Macau several years ago. So what happened was, it was the Red Dragon event, and we were in the money already. I was 4th in chips. We were down to 22 players. I was 4th in chips with about 70 big blinds. To my left was someone 3rd in chips. And I opened with pocket kings from the button.
All right, let's go, tournament dealers. Please shuffle up and deal in the main event.
And
Again,
she
all tournament dealers of the main
4-bet,
event, please shuffle up and
she
deal.
jammed her stack from the small blind. I reluctantly called with pocket kings, and she showed pocket queens.
Oh no.
Yeah. The flop was clean, but the turn wasn't. So she became the overwhelming chip leader. And the worst thing about it is, she busted before the final table.
Well, that
With
brings up
that
an
kind of
interesting
chip
question.
lead.
When somebody busts you, are you now rooting for them to win it, almost as a way of justifying them busting you? Or are you secretly rooting against them, whether it's a bad beat or even in general? Be honest, Steven.
I have to say I'm quite indifferent. I have to say I'm quite indifferent.
You're a better man than I. I feel like if I know the player, then I'm rooting for them. And if I don't, and if it's some stranger who gave me a bad beat, I'm rooting for karma. Which of course is not a thing in poker, but it's just where my mental game is at right now. I don't mean it, of course. It's just my way of venting to the universe.
Well, going back to your point, if there's someone I know, I'll root for him regardless whether he took my chips or not. So that I can remove that from the analysis. If I didn't know him or her, I would just not care. I would just move on to the next one. However, it's easier said than done because you always have other people telling you what happened. Right? Because other people actually saw that. A giant pot of like 150, 160 big blinds over a bad beat. And then people, you know, I received the same WhatsApp message from, same link from Poker News, like just all over my inbox. The same Poker News kind of snippet of the live text reporting.
Well, it is a bit silly as poker players who court variance so much to care about 1 out of the 1,000 hands you'll play that week.
Yeah.
Very interesting life.
And that's why I don't really think, I wouldn't bring it up unless someone mentions the Red Dragon, and I'm like, here we go. I have a tale to tell.
And of course, we're watching the hand-for-hand play here at the bubble. But let's not forget why. I did say I expect the pace of play to be slow. Of course, this is a different situation. We're hand-for-hand. There's nothing you can do. If a player is tanking on one table, it means all the other tables are paused. Understandable. A reminder, 2,560 USD is the min cash. All but one players in the field will be receiving that at the minimum, moving all the way up to 168,000 USD or so. So with the hand-for-hand lasting as long as it did, I'm guessing based on the calculation that the geniuses that run the tournament made, we're certainly looking more likely to play 10 levels as opposed to reaching the 48 player mark. You never know, of course. But in my experience, these calculations tend to be pretty sorted. So once we escape the bubble, we'll essentially have 3 levels to go.
Does it mean you're going to miss the players' party?
I believe the players' party kicks off at 9 or 9:30. And we should be wrapping up maybe 10 or 11. I'd have to do the math there. So if I so desire, I could get in a nightcap at the players' party.
Brilliant.
That's
Don't
usually
forget
the
we have a
case.
date. Don't forget we have a date tomorrow.
A date, Steve? Are you coming
You and
down
me,
to
we're
Danang?
gonna- Well, no, a date online. Online
Oh, no.
dating.
That's COVID dating.
Correct.
Level 17. Clock paused, as you can see. Playing down to level 20. Till the end of level 20, rather.
All right, let's go. Tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal in the main event.
There we go. That was the table we were
A
waiting
minute
on.
and 20 left in this clock. Last 2 hands in this level.
last two hands.
If anybody watching has any friends in the field, just know that they're very, very likely to be making the money. Now's the time to text them, congratulate them, perhaps slightly in advance. And maybe time for some swaps or to buy some pieces. Can happen after the bubble sometimes. And by the way, anybody watching in chat, if you ever had any questions for Steven and I, certainly now is the time. Hand for hand here at the main event, day 2 in Da Nang. I have a question for chat, actually. I'd love to hear about what their favorite hands in poker are. This is my favorite question, Steven, because I love the weird answers. Every once in a while, you get the 8-3 off. So I want to hear what your favorite pre-flop holdings are. Let's see if we see some uncanny, superstitious hands in there. What's yours, by the way, Steven?
Well, the reasonable side of me would say aces. You know, that goes without saying. But for a more speculative hand, I go for 10 jack suited.
Okay. Classic, classic. Very high equity holding.
Indeed. Good for short deck also.
I'm personally a fan of the Daniel Negreanu hand, the 10-7.
Very speculative. Oh, God, look at that.
That's 20K.
That's a short one. That's what she said.
20,000 in chips. Certainly cannot survive too many orbits. Blinds are 3K, 6K. 2 more hands left at this level. 4K, 8K after that. Don't forget the big blind ante is same as the big blind. So that means each round costs you 15,000 to play. Each orbit, that is. We just saw a 20K chip stack. We saw the player get crippled, your erstwhile student. Lots of short stacks abound, which means tensions are to the max. Each is going to try to outlast the other. When you have 20K left, unfortunately, it's one of those situations where you've given up, at the moment at least, on trying to spin it up. There's just too much value in trying to make it past the bubble.
But you've got to commit under the gun, I think, because otherwise your 20K becomes the ante and you don't win anything.
Well, that's my point. I mean, committing under the gun means, honestly, really trying to double up, even triple up if somebody apart from the blinds calls you. But at the same time, if you think somebody's all in, when you're going to be under the gun, and you can sneak past the bubble, might make sense to actually risk having a random hand. And let's not forget, he has 20,000, at least the player we saw, and you only need to pay 15K per orbit. So you actually get 2 orbits.
When it goes down, when it goes down to, so what's the threshold, I suppose? When you have 1 big blind left, then you must stack off UTG, right?
Well, even then, might make sense to wait till the very next hand, because somebody on some table might bust when you're UTG.
Yeah, but when you're big blind, you literally don't win anything. Right? You
well, that's what I mean. You've given up on the tournament. You're just trying to bubble.
Yeah. Yeah, you have literally given up. I need to think about that. So, yeah, there are several situations where I think big blind ante is not so great for a tournament. Number 1 is during bubble time. Number 2, when it's short-handed. So when it's down to 6-handed, when you pay a big blind ante, it's way too big of an ante.
I do agree. I think we should actually change that rule across the global tournament space. I think we should adjust down the big blind ante when we are short-handed. Just make it essentially proportional to the amount of players that are left. And this is most obvious to somebody who likes playing heads-up sit-and-goes. I'm a little bit studied in that format. But of course, when the big blind ante is a full big blind, even though there's only 2 players in the mix, all study goes out the window. And you can actually start shoving really, really wide with 20 big blinds in your stack, which makes for actually less interesting poker.
I totally agree. I think I've played in a tournament where when it was below 7 players at the table, 7 players or fewer, is half big blind ante.
That would be an interesting addition. I know it adds a certain amount of complexity to the game. When you start out the final table, you probably get used to the big blind ante. And after all, if there is going to be a big blind ante, you can certainly study for that different format. But I'm just talking about what makes sense in terms of being consistent with everything that has happened in that tournament so far, which is to say, the ante has essentially been proportional to the number of players.
And I think it's especially difficult when we're playing down to, say, 3 tables, and the tables are not perfectly balanced. Then, so for example, we have 2 tables 8-handed and 1 table 7-handed. Then the 7-handed table is actually slightly disadvantaged because they pose more big blind ante more frequently.
We have a situation here. I see an all-in triangle on the bottom of your screen there. No dice though. Nevin.
All right, no action. Tournament dealers, please shuffle the deal. Again, this is the last hand at this round. Blinds are still 3,000, 6,000. Last hand at this level. Again, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Bubble continues with the last hand at level 17. Can't be too long now. We saw the short stacks in the mix. Of course, when it's hand for hand, it's a while before the blinds necessarily reach those short stacks, but they are coming. There is no stopping them. Death, taxes, and blinds. They're all coming for you.
Oh, these people are still at the TV table? Hello, long time no see.
That's true.
I wonder what they got up to in the past 45 minutes. You know, they weren't allowed to leave the table and walk around. They didn't have their phone to play on because they had their phones taken away from them. So did they make up a new game or something, or did they actually have an intellectual conversation, maybe discussing the meaning of Nietzsche or Sartre, maybe?
I'll take the under on that.
Don't underestimate poker players.
Well, you did say they might be playing some game, maybe doing some flips.
Yeah,
that's what I expect from poker players. Nietzsche be damned, we're here to gamble.
I think my answer to my own question was don't overestimate Nietzsche and Sartre.
That's right.
Totally irrelevant to most people in the world.
A somewhat surprising lead out there by the chip leader, who, by the way, has 1 million chips. We seem to have missed a hand during the hand for hand. Look at that, 163 bigs. Is that where we left him?
Ooh.
Champon from Thailand has 1 million chips in front of him. 66k in the middle here. They're heading for a chop unless Champon can find a way to steal this hand away from Chen from China.
A perfectly chopped hand.
If it goes to showdown, of course. Seems likely. Check, check. And with that final 11k boost to his stack, Champon has reached the 1 million mark, is essentially tied for the chip lead in the tournament.
So was that some kind of Christopher Nolan editing? So did that happen concurrently with what's happening here, or was it a bit of a time jump?
Well, we effectively do have a time jump when it comes to the feature table, but we were hand for hand covering the outer tables. So clearly, despite us being on the stone bubble, the feature table got up to some action.
Right.
It says in the ticker below, this is a bit dated. This was before the hand for hand, how a huge flush over flush resulted in a new chip leader with 950k. If that stack hasn't moved too much, I think Jump On might be the actual chip leader in the tournament with 1 million chips. And it's one thing for us to follow the action here in the booth, Steven, but I feel like the players might be feeling some fatigue as well, given the hand-for-hand situation. I think any tournament player versus Sol tends to find themselves in the zone. The adrenaline sort of takes over. Your fatigue is conquered usually by all the mental energy and acuity you need to spend at the poker table. But when you're simply waiting around for other tables, I think it does take a hit to the stamina there, don't you think?
Oh, to me, the problem is actually mentally taxing rather than physically. You're just in a constant state of anxiety, and that takes a lot out of you.
The blinds have gone up 4,000, 8,000. Again, tournament dealers and players, blinds are up. 4,000, 8,000.
So the 20,000 stack is not looking so good now.
That's right. 20,000 is exactly how much each orbit costs. I know we are hand for hand here, and I'm not sure where that player was located in terms of the blinds, but he will be all in this orbit one way or another.
Well, I'm feeling highly jealous looking at him eating a big plate of pasta and a cold glass of Coca-Cola. Wow, she snap-folded pocket fives. Very good. In Ray against the chip leader from the cutoff with Jack 6 off.
Now Yingray may have taken a look, considering the feature table is elevated, at some of the other stacks out there. Although this could be an easy jam, given his 10 big blind stack. We're on the stone bubble here. Look at that, lets it go. And Lee taking perfect advantage of the situation with the absolute rags. Showing how it's done. We discussed how Lee's Hendon mob was fairly sparse, but this man knows what he's doing. Jack 6 off, no problems. Let's pick up those blinds. Absolutely putting himself in the best situation, chipping up in preparation for whatever happens after the bubble bursts. Taking some dead money from the middle, putting it into his own stack. The dealer's actually standing up when a hand is over, letting the tournament executives know that they're ready to go to the next hand. Obviously means once all the dealers stand up, we can move on to the next hand. We see Kai from the live reporting team in the white shirt with the lanyard, doing an incredible job live reporting. You can see him on his phone. Notes down the action. He's the reason you can follow along on the website, along with the other live reporting team members. Of course, you can go to apt.poker for live reporting, but why do that? Be on the delay with us. Feel the tension in the room. This is certainly the longest bubble I have seen in a while. Just goes to show how high the stakes are for some of the players. You know, the same situation in Taiwan. Even more players were making the money. But when we reached the bubble, we actually had 3 players all in at the same time. 2 of them actually busted and chopped.
All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal in the main event.
On to the next one. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000, as we mentioned. The clock only goes for a few seconds every time when it's time to deal the next hand. After which it's hand for hand. Back to the feature table where we can actually see the whole cards. The dominating chip leader, Champon, lets it go. On to Lee, who we saw make a tremendous play with the Jack-6, knowing the pressure that existed on the short stack in the blinds. This time around he has Ace-Queen suited. Folds to the big blind. 12 bigs in his stack. Huang Win has King 10 off. Ordinarily can easily peel a flop now on the bubble. It's going to be tough. Easy fold, you think there, Stephen?
Wouldn't say easy, but it is a fold. Never an easy fold, but it's a fold.
A humbling fold.
You just have to accept the
reality
that the fact that the chip leader is going to abuse you.
The haves and the have-nots become pretty evident near the bubble.
Yes. Chip EV goes out of the window completely. King Jack off versus what's the other hand? Oh, okay, so someone jams and he's showing King Jack off without calling. Right, okay. He's tanking with his cards faced up. How interesting.
I believe back in the day we used to call that Jamie Golding it.
Oh, is that right?
Jamie Gold notorious in his 2006 main event World Series win, showing his cards, getting reactions, sometimes showing players his cards when they were making a decision. That was banned. As a result of Jamie Gold, by the way.
Obviously not banned here. Oh, no, well, I guess it's been put all in. We'll see.
Yeah, just to clarify, Jamie Gold would put a player all in and show one of his 2 cards. You know, like a home game or something.
Yeah.
And sometimes he'd flash them, like quickly show them, as though he knew he was breaking the rules, but was doing the other guy a favor. And all his speech play just worked out in his favor every time. Pretty legendary run. I actually recommend players check it out to see what that era of poker was all about, the 2006 main event. At the time, the largest main event and largest prize pool of all time, beat only this year in 2023 by the World Series main event. Live poker is back, baby. World Series breaking records, APT breaking records. We have the largest prize pool at the APT here in Vietnam. It's a good time to play live poker.
I think we talked about this last time when we did the stream for Hanoi. You know, there was such a boom during COVID of online poker. And all these players having tried online poker is, you know, seeing all these live events popping up left, right, and center. And then they just go off and give that a go.
Indeed. And of course, Natural 8 has some excellent satellites to many of the APT events, especially mains. That certainly helps the cause.
Well, I am truly appreciative of the 120 viewers sticking by us, witnessing this monumental moment of the Stone Bubble at APT Da Nang.
It seems like the likelihood of getting a call is either very high or the call has been made and we are waiting to flip over the cards. In fact, the more players that join the rail with cameras on, or rather in their hands on their phones, the more I think I might be correct. There we see it.
I don't think that's allowed though, because this guy has flipped over his hands already.
Yeah, the players are
shouldn't
actually
be allowed.
The players are actually all in, and the player who's flipped over his hand was just asked to flip them back, just so that
Oh, I see. Okay. Fair
nobody
enough.
else on other tables realizes what he has. So we know one player has at least King Jack. The all-in player, the player at risk with the smaller stack, could have him dominated, or we could be looking at a flip. And if I remember correctly, this was the player with only 20k left. So just in case anybody is confused, we are finishing up the hands on the remaining tables. There's that 20k I was just talking about. A pretty gross feeling, I have to say, knowing you're all in on the stone bubble. You have to wait around. Mercifully for him, he knows what he's up against. And unless he has a weaker king, maybe something like a Jack 10 or something along those lines, he should have a fair amount of equity.
He seems quietly confident.
That could imply jacks or better.
King Queen?
King Queen would be perfect. That being said,
All right,
you're
here
never
we
too
go, ladies
happy.
and gentlemen. The
All in
best
on the
bubble coverage in Asia, hosted by Neil Johnson.
Asia's world famous bubble coverage, coming to you live from the Thunderdome. Excuse me, guys, nothing happens
From
until I get to the
Mr.
table.
Nothing
Thank you
Happens.
very much. Right, over here on table 11, we have Chon Chan from Macau. He is all in, covered by Jinyuan Mai from China. Yep. Let's see him. I got King Jack Black, King of Spades, Jack of Clubs for the all-in, covered by Pocket Fives. We are off to the races, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry.
King Jack is at risk against Pocket Fives. Dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Needs a king or a jack.
Got an 8 in the window, 8, 8, 4. 8 of spades, 4 of spades, 8 of diamonds. The only player with a spade is our all-in player with the king of spades.
Are we losing
Let's
a player
see the turn card, please.
on this hand?
There's the queen of spades.
Spanked. Pretty
Our
close
all-in
now.
player is looking for jacks, kings, or any spade that isn't the 5 of spades.
Too many outs, maybe?
River
Shakes
card.
his head. Does he feel it coming?
King!
Wow.
It's a king! And one man raises his hands. Chon Chan doubles through. Come on, guys, let's do it again.
Oh.
Nothing happened.
All right, guys, once again, no elimination. All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal. Still
Unreal.
96.
So John is slightly above the starting stack now. 20k doubled up with the ante and the blinds. He's going to have around 50k or so, just slightly over the starting stack. He's played for 2 days, surviving the bubble with a starting stack.
That went down to the river. Talk about maximum tension.
Lee is just opening any 2 cards now. Chen is tanking a little bit. She's going to race. Better show me a legitimate hand. It is quite legitimate. Ace queen off for a 3-bet.
Oh my word. Pocket queens in the small blind. We saw Win actually get pretty handicapped with pocket queens last time around when he chose not to 4-bet them. Ended up getting outflopped against the ace-jack of Lee. Also in this hand, by the way, with king 7 suited. What a 6 spot. He knows he can fold his way into the money.
This is quite a complex situation.
I think he's going to fold here. The 3-bet from Chen is just so strong against 2 players who have her covered. He's hemming and hawing, but clearly Chen can have aces and kings. She squeezed 2 stacks bigger than hers, including an under the gun open.
And the overwhelming chip leader, who could just call that 3-bet to peel a flop, and you just get exploited like no tomorrow.
What an interesting spot. This is what the bubble is all about. Look at this fold. The queens hit the muck. Unfortunate timing for picking up a real hand there, including facing the aggression from Chen. I mean, frankly, Chen could have easily, thinking of the bubble herself, not 3-bet it. And then his decision would have been completely different. But as it happens, Chen gets the stronger hand to fold. Now, will she get the weaker hand to call? If Chen gets this through, this is one she will enjoy watching on the stream later on. What a great result. And this is why aggression pays off in such interesting ways in poker, especially on the bubble in a tournament.
I think it would be criminal for Win to do anything other than folding here. Good. On the other hand, if Lee flats, oh yes, he is going to flat. Oh my god. Just to mess with her mind.
Well, 1, he can afford it. 2, he knows the pressure he can apply, which we've seen him apply on all kinds of boards. He's going to peel. What an interesting hand we have developing here on the stone bubble. Diamonds would be interesting.
Chen got herself in a 6-4 on situation for a lot of money.
And whiffs the board. What does she do now? 7-4 Lee. Unfortunately...
What? a play. Just puts it
Essentially
in.
made it a stop and go. I have to say, this does get better hands to fold. Sometimes 8s, 9s, and 10s come to mind. But what better hand really folds with this shove?
Ace queen,
Ace queen's not a better hand.
but it's a better hand than king 7.
Not on this board. He flopped middle pair there.
True. Yeah.
All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal in the main event.
And shows his hand as well. Very confused why he's giving away free information. If you want to muscle the table, muscle the table. Don't show them how you're doing it.
See, the bit that I'm a little bit confused about is the feature table, the TV table doesn't seem to have the hand-for-hand restrictions. Yeah, they were just showing down. Oh, I
with
suppose
the
it wasn't
all-in
all
there?
in, was it?
Yeah,
it
no,
wasn't
both,
all in. I suppose.
both
Yeah,
players have to
yeah.
be all in for that to happen.
Yeah.
I have to say, we looked up Lee earlier. His hand and mob was fairly sparse, as we said. I think live tournament inexperience showing there. He did use his big stack effectively, but he essentially converted his king 7 suited into a drawing hand. I'm not sure what he would have done if he whiffed the flop. Once he hit the flop, he could have tried to check raise all in to maximize the value he got, plus put the pressure. Yeah, he was risking his opponent checking behind, perhaps catching some cards, but once he goes all in there, he's only getting called by better. He is putting half of his stack at risk there. All that being said, I think what irked me a little bit was that he showed his hand at the end. That is certainly some inexperience. It's not something you want to do. You want to quietly keep chipping up. Not to mention, you want your opponent to feel the pain of not knowing whether they were ahead and whether they got absolutely bullied or whether you happen to just get lucky, catch a pair, and jam it in. I am convinced once again with that overhead shot that we could make it a new standard shot in poker. We just need to figure out how to display the cards on top of the actual cards, and I think that'll cover it. Some poker vlogger can figure it out. Greg, if you're watching or listening, my friend, try it out at your next home game and next video. I think it's interesting. Always on the lookout for some new aesthetics when it comes to poker live streaming. And of course, big shout out to the production team for discovering it. Lee doing what Lee does, flopping middle pair and taking down pots, it seems. Outflopping his opponents, mind you.
Something is happening here. Mr. Nothing Happened Johnson. But I think once we ITM, we are going to lose a lot of
Take it away,
players quite
Lee Johnson.
quickly as well.
Oh, definitely, especially the short
All right, we're
stacks
over
that
here. We've got all-in
Been grinding
player
down.
Jacob Neil Locke from Australia. He's covered by Tarush from India. All right, gentlemen, let's see the cards. Ace-King was the call. Oh, Jake is sweating his cards. He hasn't looked at them yet. He's all in the
Excuse
big
me?
blind. He has King 5.
Oh, he was automatically all in. We might have
5
our
of
bubble boy
spades,
here.
King of diamonds is all in against King of spades and Ace of diamonds. So unfortunately his flushes are covered as well.
Rough spot.
I hear a lot of Australian chants for a 5. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. Queen in the window, 6-3. 3 of clubs, 6 of hearts, Queen of hearts. No one has a heart in their hand.
Backdoor. There's a little bit
Are
of
all in
backdoor
players
situation
looking for
here.
a 5 or running straights? 5.
Wow. Unreal.
Wait.
Dealer is looking like.
Right, the 5s have
doesn't quite
paired.
see the
They have to
gravity
dodge
of the
one of the
situation.
3 aces in the deck, and they will double up.
Unreal.
Dealer,
Neil
let's see the
Barry.
river. It's a 10. All right, that was so exciting. I think we should do it again.
Nothing happened.
Dealers,
Nothing happened.
shuffle up and show us one more time.
All right, guys, you heard the man.
Unreal.
Tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
As
You
though
heard
this
the
bubble
man.
had not been tense enough. We had an ace-king versus the auto all-in on the big blind. The man sweats his cards only when the action comes around to the table. Finds the king 5, absolutely dominated by the ace-king. Binks the 5 on the turn, clean river. Sometimes you're just meant to cash in a tournament.
Don't speak too soon.
I mean, that is true, but he would have picked up at least 2.5 times the stack, I suppose.
I wouldn't consider him healthy in any shape or form.
Yeah, but let's not forget, with the big blind ante, he can pretty much wait out 7 more hands.
That's true.
And we have aces here on the feature table. Our feature table, by the way, has been insanely active during the bubble. We saw the 3-bet from the ace-queen, gets the queens to fold, then gets the king-7 action. Now we have aces. Lee had flatted under the gun, and we have a flat from the short stack. This is the worst option. I'd rather he fold the aces than flat the aces. If he's worried pre-flop, he's certainly going to be worried post-flop no matter what comes.
Well, maybe he saw the play earlier from Lee, showing a 7.
Now he's going
But
4-way to the flop.
Multi-way, oh dear.
I'm hurting, Stephen. I can't see this. 2 diamonds on the board and 2 6s. As I mentioned, if you were uncomfortable pre-flop with pocket aces, this flop isn't going to get you any comfort either.
And he checks it. Ooh.
Well, of course now. I mean, he's only getting it in with aces full. I doubt he'd be too comfortable if another 6 came out. The player who can get busy here is the man in the big blind. Thought about it, has 2 overs and a diamond. Instead, the chip leader, well, at least second in chips, but certainly the most active player on this table, Lee, knows what to do, bets 20K. And what does aces do now? What a spot. Being asked to put in 2.5 bigs. Has 6 left.
Against 3 other players.
Here comes the fold.
Oh my god.
Chat, if you don't react to this hand, we aren't friends anymore. This is crazy stuff going on here. If you stuck around with us, watching the bubble coverage on the outer table, I feel like I'm being rewarded for our patience, our collective patience at waiting for this bubble to burst. This is the bubble hand dreams are made of. Lee, by the way, chowing down his, I believe, egg fouillon or something. Could not be more calm.
Yeah, he doesn't give a flop. He doesn't
Hemming
care.
and hawing, wiping his brow. Unfortunately, I think he's made up his mind already. He's going to let this one go. It would serve him well to look to the right. See the player who's actually led into 3 players. Does that look like a man
So
who
was he-
has the nuts?
So did he call to set mine?
Yeah, that's
He did,
exactly what
right?
he did.
Sorry, I just couldn't quite grasp his intention at all.
Like I said, I understand the temptation to cash. I don't have any disdain for anyone for whom this cash means a lot. We saw a lot of inexperienced players, particularly in the live format based at least on the Hendon mob. But of all the options you have with aces, obviously going all in, giving yourself the chance to A, double up with 80% equity all in, or B, pick up all the chips. Lee had limp pre-flop. That is certainly not a sign of strength. Very likely he might find the fold. That is, of course, the best option. But between calling and folding the aces, at least you have a story. You folded the aces pre-flop on the bubble, on the stone bubble of the main. Calling, unfortunately, puts him in the bind that he finds himself in right now. I do not envy his position, but I do suspect we'll see a fold.
Well, to me, it's not about folding aces as a story. It's you not committing another penny into the pot. You are preserving your stack. Every big blind counts in this situation.
What's crazy is he has 82% equity multi-way right now. If he can find the jam button, he is very, very likely to take this hand down.
He's going to do it. Please do it.
He's
Courage.
not as I suspected. He'd made up his mind a long time ago, Stephen. You can just tell sometimes. Obviously, we can see the cards, but despite the strength of his holding, you just knew he was pained. He threw in his time banks. If anything, he wasted his time banks. But I understand the decision did deserve some thought. Think long, as we have said. Now, Putin lets the king 9 diamonds go.
You are absolutely correct with your think long, think wrong hypothesis.
No. Oh, you mean... Well, I'm just saying, in this case, I don't think he thought long at all, by the way. My read is he'd made up his mind a long time ago.
Right, okay. He didn't need to think long. He knew it. He knew what he was doing, right? He knew he was just going to give up.
I do believe so. If you're not jamming aces there, you're certainly not jamming them multi-way. If you're not jamming pre-flop, that is. Hey, there we go. Chat wakes up. They say, what just happened? Well, chat, I was asking you guys to react because, as I said, I really felt that he would let that go. And that is the nature of the bubble.
Once again. Bubble coverage by Neil Johnson.
It means a lot to a lot of people.
Nothing happens if I can't reach the
can
table.
Hit the muck.
It's going to be really boring if I can't see. Thank you very much.
How quickly
you lie,
Neil
me,
has...
Lloyd, there's still a table in play.
How quickly Neil has leaned into this catchphrase, by the way.
Let's all turn around and look at this table for a while.
He's loving it.
Stephen, I'll be honest. I want this bubble to continue, and I want to go back to the feature table because we have seen some wild, wild stuff. Queens fold pre-flop, dong jams on the flop, aces limp pre-flop, fold the
showing
flop.
a 7.
All you have to do to win is flop a straight.
Great point.
That's what happened over there. All right, over here on table 15, we have an all-in. Frederick from France is all-in with pocket queens. He is in a race against John from the UK, who's got ace, king of spades.
Here we go again. Last time queens held up. At risk.
Classic.
We are off to the races, boys and girls, with the queen of spades and the queen of diamonds in the lead against the ace of spades and the king of spades. Dealer, let's see what happens next.
Ace, king's at risk, I think.
At 4, 5, 6.
Queens, I believe, Stephen.
4 of hearts, 6
Queens
of
at risk,
spades, though. 5 of diamonds. Queens are still leading. Let's see if anything changes on the turn.
Ace king covered.
Jack of clubs.
Oh, somebody asked if ace king.
All right, the queens just have to fade the aces and the kings, and they are going to double through.
There we go.
The river card is...
Queens are covered.
3
Safe.
of clubs. That was very exciting, wasn't it, everybody? Queens double up. He's very happy. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Once again, the flips favoring
All right, guys, once again,
the
shuffle up and
all-in
deal.
players. Breathes a sigh of relief.
96
Knows
still left in the field. 96.
he has cashed
Hey, anybody
the main
know what
event.
the longest APT bubble is? Asking for a friend.
Somebody's popping cigarettes into their mouth on the floor. Clearly desperate for the nicotine fix. They're not going to be lighting it, of course. Nimji in chat says, nothing happened. Indeed. The poker gods do not want the bubble to burst yet. Lots of flips, all favoring the all-in player. In one case, we had ace-king versus king-5, favoring the all-in player with the 5 in the turn as well. I think this bubble is just here for Lee on our feature table to just become an absolutely dominant stack. He must be loving life right now. Look at that, gets a walk in the big blind. Not surprising at all. Unfortunately, we don't see any crazy action.
Off as well. I bet if he was facing a race with 8-4 off in the big blind, he would just call it and see the flop. And just bullies whoever was battling with him on the flop and just bully him out of the pot.
Seemed very, very likely.
So just as well that everyone folded and gave him a walk.
Back to the outer tables. Marcus asking about that pocket aces hand. Was he expecting a back raise against the chip leader? Actually, Marcus, I don't think so. I think he was expecting to be heads up with the chip leader and evaluate accordingly, not realizing he's giving, well, firstly, the big blind was automatically going to be in the hand with the limp. Secondly, the small blind got the right odds as well. And once you're four-handed, if you're not willing to get it in pre-flop, unless you flop top set, chances are.
He was just, oh well, just chalk it down as inexperience.
Precisely. He's going to have the stream to look back on. Some of our scathing remarks as well. We apologize for that. Definitely got emotional there, but a learning moment nonetheless. As I said, I understand the desire to cash. I completely understand. Can be very, very meaningful, whether it's the money or the glory.
I don't think he went about it. He didn't went about it the right way, did he? If he really wanted to cash, he would have done it otherwise. He would have done it another way.
You could fold it. Fair enough.
Yeah, for sure.
I definitely take the story of folding aces. I know this.
Just not committing another big blind. You know, that's all it is.
I think back to a very famous hand, by the way, in Poker Stars, the big game. If you remember the format, an amateur was given $100,000 to play with 5 pros in a cash game, and whatever money they made at the end of 150 hands, above $100,000, they get to keep. This teacher came around and sort of coolered Phil Hellmuth into a crazy double.
All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
We move on to the next hand, of course. Just to finish my story, he coolered Phil Hellmuth, ends up with 250K. So he's locked up 150K, right? Now he's just going to fold the next 50 hands. Why not? Completely understandable. I mean, he's a recreational player. He's going to walk home up 6 figures. So then he gets tens, doesn't think too much about it. This is 6-handed, by the way. Finds the fold. Then he gets aces. And he can't help himself. Is about to put in some chips, which he did with the tens, by the way. He just limped and then got muscled out of the hand. So this time around, he just open folds aces. Phil Luck wakes up with 6s behind him and flops quads. If you see it in a movie, you'd think it wasn't true. But crazy things have happened in poker.
I'm going to say this the 3rd time in the past 9 hours.
Don't say
live poker is amazing.
Oh, there we go. Nice save. We're going to have a compilation by the end of the series of Steven claiming live poker is rigged.
Yeah, and online poker too.
You're just going to have...
was like, I'm just going to be like the conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, you're going to have like...
the poker world.
5,000 new Twitter followers for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to call myself an Ace Anon, not QAnon.
Well, as expected, no lack of action on our feature table. This time around, I believe we saw a min raise and a defend. No, that'd be too many chips. My apologies, I'm a bit confused. I think a limp. Yeah, there we see it. We see a limp from the chip leader on the table who'd been silent for long enough. He'd been letting Lee have all the fun. The big blind comes in for free. Champon is now bluffing with the best hand.
Puts a bet in on Queen High. Could have checked. But then it's for his tournament life, right? Julepin has very, very few chips.
Actually, Champon made a mistake there. He did not even put Julepin all in. That'd be the right way to put pressure. Very, very interesting to see the lack of experience resulting in some suboptimal plays, but that's what leads to entertaining poker. Many, many stacks now in the extreme danger zone, by the way. We did see the 20k stack survive with that King-Jack V5s, catching the king on the river. I believe multiple stacks out there in the 2, 3, 4 big blind range. Would not be surprised if this, or perhaps the next hand, where some of those stacks are forced all in, is when the bubble bursts. So far, the poker gods certainly rewarding the bubble boys from being eliminated. The potential bubble boys, I should say.
And do we get a shot of the envelope drawing session?
Yeah, I believe...
Did we have that last time?
We did have that last time, and I think maybe a half hour after. Not exactly sure. Make sure to try and get it on camera. I'm not even sure if
that'll be fun.
The players are alerted to it. It could be just a pleasant surprise in store for them as well.
Well, after an unpleasant experience?
Yeah, yeah. Probably the best way to do it.
We say that in Cantonese, we say 先苦後甜. Bitterness first, and then you get your sweetness afterwards.
There we go. It's like you eat your vegetables, then you get dessert.
The dessert?
Any stats for longest bubble in history? Hare Krishna. I don't know, mate, but we have to be
excuse me, guys. Yep, excuse me, guys. I gotta sneak in. Excuse me.
We have an all-in,
Sorry.
that means.
Check, check. The flop. 3 diamonds on the board.
The all-in player does
Guys
not
on the rail,
look...
do me a favor and back up. We have live action on this table. They need to be able to look at their cards without you guys directly behind them. Back up, guys, please. Guys, for everybody listening, I'm not kidding. Back up away from the table, please. We have live hands. Okay, oh, hold on. This is fully checked, right? This is fully checked, right, Bear?
The short stack
we have 5 players with 1 all-in on a board of 8 of hearts, 3 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds.
I think the short stack knows he's out. This could be it.
6 players. Excuse me, 6 players. Where's my button? Right there. All right, you first, please, sir. I got Jack 10 for a pair of 10s, 5 of diamonds for a flush. My all-in player, please. Pocket queens. Let's see the others, please.
Yeah,
a flush.
Queen Jack. It has to show, sir. 64. Ace 9. 5 is going to make a flush. Congratulations, everybody. You have made the money. APT Summer Series Da Nang.
I have just been told the bubble boy you see on
All right,
the
guys,
screen.
once again, congratulations on behalf of the Asian Poker Tour, our sponsor, Natural 8, and our partner, VSLP, for making in the money.
Here it is. I think I played against him in Taipei before.
Condolences for our bubble boy. We do have a random draw.
Oh, there it is.
In this draw, one of these 8 seats is your money back for the main event. The others are entries to the double stack, the mini main, or the micro main. So you get something for it. It is other side. Micro main ticket on Sunday.
Better than nothing.
All right,
Thanks for
guys.
playing, man.
Special award there for our
GG.
bubble boy. Once again, guys, congratulations. Round of applause, guys, for our main event. Those of you making the money, once again, congratulations. From here on out, no more hand for hand. First one out, first one paid. We're going to run the clock. Again, congratulations. And tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Oh, look at that. There's a mother with a little baby.
Well, congratulations first of all to everybody in the money, and condolences, of course, to the bubble boy. I believe his name is Armin van Wyk from Australia. You could see he looked pretty devastated. The last thing he wanted to do was pull out an envelope, but I think maybe with some time he will be happy to get that free ticket. Maybe try to aim for some redemption at the micro main event. But he did show his emotions at being eliminated at the stone bubble. But with that, the bubble has finally burst. 95 players in the money, $2,560 in USD, give or take, guaranteed to all of them. Now the game begins. Exactly. So many short stacks. We're waiting for the bubble to burst. I suspect we're going to see a lot of all-ins, including on our feature table. Of course, we're back to covering our feature table. We will be taking a break at the end of this level, followed by 2 more levels of play, or when we're down to 48 players, whichever comes first. My word, Steven, what a bubble it was. I don't know if we beat some record for longest in APT history or not, but I think the tension was very palpable, but more so the action on our table was just fascinating.
That's one way of putting it. And I thought the tension of the bubble was way enhanced by the excellent coverage of the operations team.
Absolutely.
And Neil Johnson missed the trick there. He should have said, something finally happened.
I think the shock in the face of Armin there perhaps did not leave too much room for jokes. Did look devastated. True. I'm usually a fan, by the way, of players showing emotions, especially in a live tournament. I know the general wisdom is to be stoic, certainly good for your mental game, and certainly impressive when you can be stoic in the face of all kinds of defeat, but we are human, and to the extent somebody feels a certain way, I'm happy to actually see them express it. And in that case, as tough as it is to watch, he did seem fairly devastated, as anybody would be, stone bubbling the main event.
I think also blinding himself out and picked up pocket coins, you know.
Yeah, cautionary tale there.
With such a short stack, short enough that 6 ways could go all in against him.
Exactly why it is not recommended to bleed out even when you're close to the bubble or on the bubble. You want to have some fold equity. If not fold equity, you want to have enough chips that 5 players don't call you, pretty much guaranteeing your exit, no matter how strong you're holding.
Oh wow. Onwards and upwards.
The player on the right-hand side of the screen, Champon, I believe, from Thailand, 1 million chips. Possibly the chip leader of the entire tournament right now, if not certainly a top 3 stack. But the player we have been focusing on the most, Juyo Lee. Second in chips on this table, but was so active during the bubble. Probably picked up 100K in chips right there.
There you go, UTG open and takes it down.
Makes it look easy. 3 big blinds for the man who played aces and let them go at the bubble. He has cashed, which was clearly his primary goal. Now it's time to spin it up. By far the shortest stack. as you
I'll
might
be
expect.
tempted to say he disrespected aces.
Maybe. Certainly, we discussed would have preferred any other option apart from the way he played it, but sometimes you panic, you know. Want to be generous. It's not every day you find yourself on the stone bubble, off the main event, off the APT.
With ace. On
with
TV.
aces. On TV, that's true. He made, I feel like I heard somebody discuss this during some recent World Series coverage, but he made a fold you make in private in public.
Mm-hmm. Wow, UTG +1 jamming my favorite hand apart from aces. 10 jack suited. Getting folds all around.
Great use of fold equity, and mind you, we're right after the bubble here. Barely any ICM pressure, which means that the pay jumps are so minuscule at the moment. Now is the time to not worry about those pay ladders. Simply try to maximize how many chips you can pick up, especially whenever there's dead money. The next pay jump, by the way, is to, I believe it'd be 2,900. 2,560 right now, 2,900 at 71st place, so not that much. We only crossed 3,000 at 55th place. It's almost the end of play. 48 is where we end the day. So between 2,560 and 3,250 are the next 55 players. As I said, barely any ICM pressure. Go get those chips.
So someone just made a comment. Nick just wrote in the comment, I wouldn't be able to play these APT tournaments. These Asian dealers would be too distracting.
Well, that's a great compliment, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what he's talking about.
I think I do.
From the big blind, that's a BVB race. Easy takedown against 8-4 off.
Any ace when you're limped to in the big blind from the small blind, usually a must-raise scenario. Even though he was raising into the chip leader, felt comfortable. Has been sort of a quiet presence. Van Dan Nguyen. Solid 28 big blind stack there. Third in chips actually on this table now that everybody got blinded down during the bubble, especially the bottom three stacks. 3 big blinds, 9 big blinds, another 9 big blinds. Those are the bottom 3 stacks. Somebody in chat says, Pocket Aces Fold is the best advert for APT. I'm coming back. Haven't played since COVID. Well, come on down. We'll see you in APT Incheon, August 25th. Greg goes all in the chat, letting us know he's going to the players' party. Very lucky, Greg. Very lucky. Good life, sir. Malibu Club at 9:30 p.m. Food and drinks. See you all then. Well, we'll see you in a few levels from the commentary booth, but anybody watching who's out there on the floor has busted, perhaps sadly, or perhaps is just watching, playing a different event. 9:30 p.m. onwards, Malibu Club. We will see you there. Always a good time. All players are invited.
So Ying Ray just put in a jam and he's picked it up. The blinds. Up to 93k now. Lee has a plan. Julepen, UTG with ace 8 off, putting his last remaining 28k into the mix. 28k, that's less than 4 big blinds.
Let's not forget 16 of those would have been all in. Well, not all in. Would have been in the middle automatically on the very next hand. He would have been on the big blind. As it happens, he seems to have found the right spot. Folds all the way around to the blinds. Queen 8 suited. 9 big blinds. Makes the call. So ace 8, 43% to triple up in this hand actually.
See, okay, sorry, I need to make a comment. So U10 flatting from the small blind with 6 big blinds. It was just asking for trouble from Lee. What was he doing?
Absolutely, considering how Lee has played against the short stacks. If he had slightly marginal holding that could have withstood a raise, he could have isolated. As it happens, ace 8 is going to find the triple up. What a result here.
There you go.
This is why you fold aces on the bubble, maybe. You get up to a 12 big blind stack, tripling up, jamming ace 8 under the gun. A sigh of relief and a smile, understandable.
So randomly U10 just wasted 3 big blinds and putting himself into critical territories with 6 big blinds. I wonder what happened there. What was he thinking? Ying Ray, nope. Queen 3 off is not good enough. Fold and fold. U10 just folded. Back to Lee. BVB situation. King 10 off. Against King Jack off. One look. Julepen with Queen Jack off. It's putting it all in. 84k altogether. Win is flatting from the cutoff. So Lee is calling as well. Another 3-way situation with
Rough shape,
Julepen.
but could triple up again with the queen.
Exactly.
And still live for that queen.
Ace high board. Lee checks. Win checks. Turns comments an 8, which helps no one. Julepen's picked up a gut shot. River hits the gut shot.
Wow.
See? That's why you play aces the way he did.
Look at the smile. I love it. He cannot control his emotions. There was a tiny side pot brewing, but he knew he had the absolute stone nuts. Slow rolling too. Yeah.
Yay, baby.
Another triple
happy
up
man.
means he has 33 big blinds up from 3 big blinds 3 hands ago. That is
There you
incredible. How do you like
By
that,
the way,
chat?
Are
How's that
you
for karma?
noticing the bottom right corner where the players remaining is dropping very rapidly? We're now down to 86 players. 32 big blinds.
Dropping like flies as you predicted, but Our man Julipin is not one of them. I cannot believe he's up to 32 bigs in the span of 2 back-to-back triple ups. Chip in a chair, they say, ladies and gentlemen. How about 3 chips, now up to 32 bigs? I believe that makes him comfortably third in chips on this table, following Lee. And of course the chip leader. Some of the shorter stacks probably can't believe it.
All right, guys, tonight's fun game is called Lazy Rivers. Be the first champion of this event. Lazy Rivers is simply played the same way as No Limit Hold'em. Instead of a community river card, each player will get a river card face up.
What?
So the name of the game, once again, guys, is Lazy Rivers tonight.
Steven, did we just
come join the fun? Also,
this
guys,
game?
starting at 9:30 is tonight's players' party. That players' party will be happening at Malibu Beach Bar.
So did
It's
Lloyd
up to us,
just...
guys, to extend that party. It is scheduled to be ending right around 1 to 2 a.m. So again, Malibu Beach Bar is a venue for the APT players' party starting at 9:30.
And now he's messing with pocket fours? Yeah, good. Phew. So did Lloyd just explain the rules for this new game called Lazy River?
Yeah, isn't that the game we were trying to devise, or pretty similar?
Maybe. Yeah.
Uncanny.
I swear I had no insider knowledge of that.
Same. Very close to your idea of, what was it, keeping the river face down in this case.
Yeah.
And my idea of keeping as many cards face up as possible. In this case, everybody gets their own river, it turns out, and it's face up, right?
Yep. So basically is 3-card hold'em with only the turn. Right? So you only have 4 community cards and you get 3 cards each. That sounds quite fun, actually. Pocket 9s, easy all-in from Chen. Should be happy with that. So a new distraction is appearing at the table. I'm just following on from what Nick was saying earlier.
Loving Chan's presence at this table, by the way. Just a solid, aggressive playing style, solid demeanor. Has consistently stayed a middle stack, whether it's through post-flop play or pre-flop aggression. Never really at risk during the bubble, but being a middle to short stack, had to fold pretty often, with the exception of when she actually decided to play the ace-queen off aggressively with the 3-bet. Did backfire with that donk jam with the flop middle pair, but got away from it, I suppose, as cheaply as she could, and got the queens to fold behind her, which was a great result. Super impressed.
Well, not as impressed as Lee, who got help from Chang to fold the best hand, which was pocket queens.
True, and many other instances where he took perfect advantage of having not even the biggest stack on the table, but just a big stack in general, close to 40, maybe 50 bigs eventually. Knew exactly what to do, including betting pure air into 3 people, one of whom held aces, one of whom held 2 overs and a flush draw, and just getting it through. Nick's watching the action, says, I'm a fly out ASAP. Please do. 3 days of action to go. Trust me, the high rollers are even more fun.
And full of distractions.
Indeed. And there's a mini main too, by the way, for everybody who missed out on the fun of the main. There's also a micro main, I believe, which the Stone Bubble got the ticket to. Plenty of action left. Come on down.
Five high. Oh no, it's a 5, a bottom pair. Okay, so let me answer this question. So the question is, well, first of all, thank you. Great job commentating. Yes, thank you. USD and HKD. For all the APT events, they accept USDT. So if you have a crypto wallet, they will accept Ethereum USDT. They also accept natural aid deposits. So it should be relatively easy to get USDT. Just put it on your crypto virtual wallet, travel to the destination you desire, and Bob's your uncle.
Wait, Stephen, can I ask a silly question? Surely they accept USD as well.
I don't know whether they do for every stop, but they definitely accept USDT.
Okay, maybe we get back to the commentary on that,
Yeah.
just in case, you know, the idea of crypto and natural aid is a bit of an impediment. I do know at least some stops rather certainly do accept USD. And trust me, if you come down here with the USD, we will help you figure it out.
Yes. Yes.
I feel like there's been a buzz in the room ever since the bubble burst. Usually it's just excitement, everybody has cashed. Back here in the booth, I can actually hear it from outside the room as well. We're, of course, on a 30-minute delay. Lee with an actual hand this time, ace king suited, under the gun +1. Dream scenario, when you've been the most active player on the table, you've been fooling around, you open once again, hoping not to get credit this time. People love Queen 8 suited on this table.
Wow. So with 9 big blinds
8, I
from the cutoff. 8 was it?
Yeah, I mean, more or less 8 or 9. You're right.
8 or 9. Okay. Calling a raise from the aggressive chip leader. I would say don't try this at home.
Certainly not. Queen 8 suited seems to be the hand of the hour.
All right, guys, for the
Everybody loves
satellite
speculating
to
with
the
it.
APT high roller event.
Simply a
Registration
perfect
is-
flop for ace king. Super dry. You can feel extra comfortable betting this out multi-way. I expect folds all around. The chip leader, by the way. I mean, I know you're the chip leader, but queen deuce off from the small blind is pretty ugly. What are you hoping for? Deuce deuce? A queen's not gonna do too much good. 4-way. Certainly a warning I would give anybody in this beautiful situation, I'd say. 122 bigs. About 75 players left in the main event here. Have to still treat your chips with respect. They're speculating and then they're speculating. The small blind, as it is, the most difficult position to play.
Okay, I'm going to get slightly, just ever so slightly technical here. There's a concept called Kelly criteria in gambling theory or investment theory, where it says with your limited bankroll, which is very applicable in tournament play, because you only have a certain number of chips, even though sometimes it's a positive EV play, it depends how positive that EV is before you can commit to it. So for example, even if you have aces against and someone's have kings faced up, if the amount that you have to commit doesn't work out against the Kelly criteria formula, mathematically you should be folding the aces because you're restrained by the number of chips, your limited bankroll that you have.
Yeah, I have a good example for Kelly criteria, perhaps best understood with coin flips. If I gave you a coin that's 55% heads and allowed you to bet on it, and you had $100 to bet on it, how do you maximize your winning? And that's what the Kelly criteria formula helps you figure out. It helps you figure out how much to bet.
Here's another example I think might even be better illustrating this. Imagine there are 100 ping pong balls in a box that you cannot see. Out of the 100, there's one red one. The rest of them are white. And I will give you 200 to 1 odds if you pick the red one. So that sounds like a dream scenario, right? You're getting so much EV from me. But you have to bet half. Minimum bet is half of your bankroll every time. Do you still take it?
No, sir. It's too much.
How about a quarter?
That
so
begins to sound interesting, doesn't it?
That you plug the numbers in.
Yep.
There is actually a formula. You can work it out.
By the way, Ace Jack folded there by the man who acquired 2 triple ups. Would have been in an absolutely dominant position. Lets this one go. Got a bit uncomfortable under the gun there. Still third in chips. Slowly working his way up the ranks. 5 shorter stacks behind him, including the 4 big blind stack of Newton.
If I told him he was going to sit there with 30 big blinds an hour ago, he'd be pinching my face. But Kelly criteria is a very important concept. I think a lot of people, they understand the basic concepts of equity and pot odds, etc., etc. But I think in a bigger scheme of things, in terms of bankroll management, they're not very good at assessing how much they should be risking in a cash game or in a tournament. But more specifically, in a tournament situation where you cannot rebuy, you only have so many chips left, that's when Kelly really comes into play.
And even if you don't want to approach it in that way, if you are not the technically oriented sort of poker player, just play tight. That solves most problems. Don't overthink it. I'm always here to undo your technical teaching, Stephen, but the end result should be the same, right?
Yeah. Just stay on the conservative side.
I heard Phil Locke, this applied more to cash games, break down no limit hold'em as such. Start with the best hand, and don't get sucked out on.
Whew. Excellent principles.
Honestly, if you start out playing poker with that in mind, it'll be a long time before you become a losing player as you move up in stakes.
I think it's the second part of that principle that I can't quite grasp.
That's the harder
Don't get
part.
sucked out.
Not getting sucked out on, not getting bad beats. Ten nine off.
Joking aside, we have U10. He's very short stack now, down to around 4 BBs, 5 BBs, 4 BBs. Put it in. Chang wakes up in the big blind with pocket queens. seems a little bit anxious, but she cannot hide her quiet happiness, quiet delight. Pretty good flop for her. Looking for runner flush card. And that's at the end, the check mark. So we have another elimination. U10 from Thailand has been eliminated. GG. I think he must have come maybe 80th or 81st or something like that. I don't think he's reached the next page jump yet.
Yeah, I think you're right. Next page jump. Still a ways to go. As I mentioned, it's at the 71st spot. And it's not too much.
I haven't seen the graphic popping up for a while now with the players remaining. I haven't noticed.
I think the graphics teams know that with the page jumps being so small, it doesn't matter as much. It does say 80 players remaining though in the Chiron below.
There you go. Yeah. The CNN ticker. By the way, do you follow those Marvel TV series on Disney Plus?
Not anymore. I feel the quality dropped and they lost me.
So you didn't catch Secret Invasion with
I think that's the first one I'm just consciously skipping.
Oh,
How about you?
interesting. Well, I watched the finale last night. It
Any
was slightly disappointing.
Shocking.
Yeah, wow. I was pot committed, I think. I watched the first... Oh, it was only a 6-episode miniseries. I committed to 3. I just thought, wow. I don't care about Kelly criteria. I don't care about anything. I'm committed now.
Yeah, I made the hero fold in this one.
You didn't register?
I didn't register for this series.
You've simply skipped the series.
That's right.
You missed your flight.
Steven, don't even remind me. Bit of a nightmare coming in here. But worth it, worth it. Worth it. The action alone makes it worth it. The ocean is a bonus. You know me. I have an issue. I love watching poker.
I must admit, the bubble coverage was really, really good. And Neil Johnson made it that much more fun.
Yeah, he needs to do this more. He needs to be in the mix, not just for the bubble.
Pocket Kings! He's putting the money in with Pocket Kings. Woohoo! Hallelujah!
He is putting the money in. He's putting a lot of money in, by the way. Playing a little bit scared. Certainly could have 3-bet that instead of just going all in, considering how wide the chip leader might be opening. My word. Works out perfectly.
What?
10-9 suited. Takes the spot. You get the call. The chip leader can afford it. Decides to gamble. We're looking at a 468.
You are much more diplomatic than I am, sir. He decided to gamble. Yes, he did decide to gamble. That's true.
80% to be up to 60 bigs almost. 10 on the flop.
There's a 10.
Never easy. 17% for the chip leader. Jack won't do it.
No.
5 outs.
No help.
Otherwise, there we go. Close but no cigar. 468k in the hands of the player from Thailand who not so long ago was down to 3 bigs. And Lee on his right laughing at the sequence of events that have transpired. In fact, Lee and him might be pretty close in chips now. Amazing. What a story. Chat.
What did I just see? That was absolute craziness.
Actually, he's been overtaken, Lee, by 1 big blind. Incredible. The chip leader certainly overplaying his hand there, deciding to gamble with the 10-9 suited. Prayer answered, it seems.
And they're saying something about. No, they're not. I don't understand Thai, but I could make it up.
And by the way, how about me admonishing him for jamming the kings? He just knew his customer perfectly. Puts it all in, gets the call from the 10-9 suited. 4-1 to double up. Here we go. Ace Jack now with 58 bigs. Limps. Why start raising now when all kinds of unorthodox plays have been working for you?
When I thought I had poker or Texas Hold'em, kind of figured out. No, sir, not yet.
Flops the best of it. And gets checked too. He was only the limper. But people realize he'd have to have a strong hand to be limping. I'll tell you what, Steven. If Lee was in this hand, he'd find a way to take it away from him. Chulapun is playing scared poker. And I think the players know it. It's just tough when you think he's probably flopped the best of it. Putting some distance between him and Lee now. Not sure if he was looking up at the clock or thanking the heavens above for the run up, the spin up that he has accomplished here.
Mr. Tran on the comment section made an excellent comment. What a fun player. I have to agree. Pocket tens opens from high jack. Very standard open. Perhaps I'll prefer slightly smaller size.
It's 2.2x.
Yeah, no need to get too fancy. Just keep it 2x.
Ingray takes the spot as he has done before. I really like this shove. Is going to run into the 10 surely here. Wow. Sevens in the hands of the chip leader who has been fairly frisky. This time he has the open and the 3-bet jam.
If he rejams. Oh,
Only
wow.
a call. Jen should know that she is very likely ahead of the chip leader's range. Should find that. Wow.
She's folding. Wow.
Folds it. As it happens, would have been flipping against the Queen Jack suited. Disappointed to see that she could have jammed against the pocket sevens. Been all in with a pretty favorable side pot and a flip for the main pot. As it happens, we have a flip on our hands. Ingray at risk. And a 10 on the flop for maximum pain. But of course, every time you make a hero fold. Or is it the 9 on the turn means the Queen Jack makes the nut straight and ends up with a straight? A straight versus a smaller straight. She would have lost with the 10s. That is how the cookie crumbles.
No.
What a wild hand.
What a fold pre-flop.
She would have lost to first. She would have first flopped top set. Then lost to the straight for the side pot, or the main pot in that sense. Would have been in good shape for the side pot, and then lost to the jack on the river. What a save. Cannot be results oriented in poker, and yet sometimes when you see hands like that, you cannot help it.
So I just witnessed two crazy spewy hands from the chip leader. Still, he's still sitting comfortably with 80 big blinds. No, 125 big blinds.
has been a bit of a spiral. I think that loose call with the 10-9 suited could have been the start of something drastic here. You do end up in this scenario sometimes, Stephen. You might be familiar with it, hopefully from not too recently, of wanting to get back to where you were, taking spots, convincing yourself you're due. It's a bad place to be, especially in the late stage of a tournament.
Seven hits. Lee once again hits a middle pair, pulling ahead with about 62% equity there. Queen Jack decides to take a stab. Put in quite a lot of chips there. 45,000. That's a big bet. It's no small ball poker here.
Lee could be considering not tangling with the only man on the table who has him covered. Although I suppose the man on his left would be pretty close. By the way, Stephen, looking at the stack of Julepen, I think there might be a situation of big chips not being up front, correct?
Yes, there are a few green ones.
Well, I couldn't decide firstly if your reaction was to the 7 being folded there. Power poker being showed by Champon, the chip leader on the table still. Takes it down, gets the ace-7 to fold. But yeah, pure inexperience, of course. Nothing malicious there, but Julepen stack looking shorter than it was because his green chips were not up front.
Mm-hmm.
He is still second in chips on the table.
Yeah, Chen does seem to play a very solid strategy. You know, just very, very tight aggressive. It's good. I like it.
Tight aggressive with keeping ICM, and I don't mean in this case the pay jumps, but more your concept of surviving in mind. I'm thinking back to her fold with the 10s. Certainly would have called it off if the chip leader had not got involved, but once the person who had it covered was involved, made a huge fold with the 10s. From a results perspective, it worked out, of course. Although I hope she learns the information that she got shown in that hand. The chip leader was much, much lighter than she gave him credit for. In fact, thinking back on it, Stephen, Champon, who's been the chip leader since the start of this feature table, I don't think he's had a premium hand.
No.
Tends to be pretty light whenever involved. Not this time, though, top 2, but I did mean premium hand pre-flop.
What do you mean King 9 isn't a premium hand?
Suited,
How
my
dare
friend.
you.
Suited. Extra premium.
It's harder to get King 9 suited than aces. You know that, right?
Yes. Nice
There you
little
go.
riddle there. Oh, the flop changed, in fact. Maybe some graphical issue, but either way, he did have the best of it with at least a 9.
Yep. Top
Gets
pair.
the fold.
Yep.
Lee check folds. Out of position.
Against the chip leader. Against a pretty erratic chip leader.
You see the clock, by the way, covered up by the chip count. 44 seconds till the end of the level. We will be on a 15-minute break.
A well-deserved break.
Yeah, table 9. Same dealer bought that.
Okay.
So the table remains unbroken, but gets swapped out from the feature.
As a teaser, we are expecting 3 Vietnamese players, 1 Thai player, 1 Japanese player, 1 Indian player, and 1 American player after the break.
Should be a fun table, especially as we close out the day with the final 2 levels with that table. All in under the gun +1. Going to look super strong, but not much else to do there with pocket kings. Just hope somebody wakes up with a hand. A7 probably not going to cut it. Did he know that there was somebody all in?
Oh,
we might be in trouble here. We've spoken many times about the inexperience. This could be binding.
Oh.
I think we have the floor nearby.
Oh.
Which actually will make sure we get a clear ruling.
He did say call, didn't he?
He didn't say call. He actually put in a chip thinking he was completing the blinds.
Right.
The floor is not that audible to the stream, so I will speak on their behalf. I think this call should be binding. He will have to call off the 96,000. Pure inexperience.
No.
Wow, he's allowed to fold.
Wow.
The decision being challenged, understandably.
Well, it's too late now. The cat's in the mug. Well, Win cannot be happy about that because he was expecting a full double up.
I think the floor pointing out that perhaps somebody announced 8,000, leading to the confusion, which might be why he's relaxing the rules just a little bit. I wish we could hear the discussion, of course, but as we mentioned coincidentally right before this, he's clearly not as experienced playing live. We could tell by the way he arranged his stack. Could be a mistake. It is an unforced error, of course. There's no angle shooting involved here. The only question is how binding his call is considered.
Because he thinks there's no all in. You fold, right? Yeah. Folded. Yeah.
No, he didn't fold. Ayah.
I think the floor is giving credit to the intention. I have to say, on most tables, that is not the case. It would be a reasonable ruling to take somebody's inexperience into account, but if the player who actually went all in is demanding a call, not sure there's too much room in the rules. Very interesting situation here. He accepts the ruling, and I have to say, Chulapun dodges a bullet there. Could have easily been held.
I think the bit that I didn't like, with the, I couldn't challenge the ruling because obviously tournament director has the final say, but the cards went into the muck very, very quickly.
Yeah. You have to hold on
That's
to
the
them.
bit I didn't like so much. But anyway, we're on break.
That's correct. We have hit the break. So since we had some drama right at the end, I will quickly cut to the break. We will see you shortly as we play down the final 2 levels or down to 48 players, whichever comes first. See you guys shortly.
Come back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with ace king O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching?
I
Just
mean,
the level
think
of
about-
play. Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there.
Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the ace king, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a three-way affair, a four-way affair here. Not often you see four players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, Chen with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. You see Tsai going to continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the ace king suited is...
You see Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing dead to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the main event here in Da Nang, Vietnam. We are down to the final segment, if I may say so, of day 2. 2 levels to go. We are playing down until the end of the 20th level, or whenever 48 players are left. Players are now in the money. About 75 or so players left, all guaranteed at least a 1.7 return on their buy-in of 1500 USD. That's 35 million rather. VND, Vietnamese dong, all walking away with 2,560 USD for their efforts so far. But the top prize of 168,000 USD, that's 3.9 billion Vietnamese dong on your screen right there to play for. The prize pool exceeded 20 billion VND, that's over 870,000 USD. Incredible showing so far. The average stack is 43 bigs. That's pretty par for the course when it comes to APT main events. The structure is absolutely glorious. 1 hour levels, slow increments, lots of poker to play. We have a completely new feature table to introduce you to. Our 4th one of the night. It's going to be a fun way to close out the evening. I am sure of it. It's been an incredible day of poker, and my word, that bubble was just incredible. Lasted an hour at least. Saw some crazy hands on our feature table at the time, including some aces getting out of line, limping pre-flop, folding on the flop, and more. Now that we're into the crunch time of the day. The players who really want to go for it, want to put themselves in a good position to make it to the final table, have to really exert their prowess at the table. One of those players is the man in the frame, now just out of it, Anuj Yadav from India, my home country. Plenty of diversity as usual on the player as well. One player from South Korea, 3 players, locals from Vietnam, 1 from Japan, 1 representing the United States, familiar face by the way, at the APT, Robert Nemiskeri, and a Thai player in seat number 8. Thailand has had an absolutely amazing showing here at this main event. I believe we had 4 Thai players in the previous feature table, only 1 this time around. The chip leader, possibly in the tournament, seat number 6, Lam from Vietnam, Hong Nguyen Dang Lam, 1.22 million chips. Absolutely monster stack. Those are the chip denominations. If ever our graphics don't help you figure out how much people have. Green, 25,000. Blues, 5,000. The yellows, measly now, 1,000. There's the chip leader coming into the table, by the way. We didn't get to see the hand history, but you can check it out online in the live reporting. Had a monster flush over flush hand, I believe, to take the chip lead about an hour ago in the tournament. Go up to 1 million in chips and has only increased her stack since then. Lam, the local from Vietnam. Off we go. First hand on this feature table. The man to the right of the chip leader, also familiar face. Din Tien Tan, of course. Lets it go. Ace Queen off. Yoshida from Japan. Standard open, gets this one through. Blinds are 5K, 10K. Easy level to keep up with. Big blind ante still same as the big blind, 10K. As I mentioned, tons of diversity on the table as always. We will introduce you more and more to the players as the play goes on this feature table. Clearly these players have battled it out over the course of the day. We're approaching our, I believe this would be the 10th hour of play, give or take. Maybe even more with that bubble. Things are getting serious. With the break, I hope the players had a chance to reset. I love using the word recenter as it applies to sort of a mental reset. This is it. Every decision can matter. Robert Nemiskeri, by the way, was on the high roller final table of, I believe, APT Taipei. Had a great showing. Very, very solid player. Fundamentally very strong. Got very unlucky, if I remember. Eventually against the player who went on to win it, the Chara from Thailand. But clearly knows what he's up to. Deep in this main event. Aggressive open from the chip leader. Jack 10 off, under the gun +2. Flops the best of it. Anuj taps the table. 75 players remaining. Those green chips, 25,000 apiece. One stack of those green chips in front of the chip leader, that's 500k. Robert finds pocket tens. Easy open. People seem to be going for the 2.2x sizing.
Which is a bit too large.
Yeah, at this stage, I suppose 2x does the same job.
So Yoshida Diago versus Robert Kiss. What a flop.
Wow. Bottom set versus the overpair and the open ender. Goes check, check, and hits the straight.
And off it goes. I would much prefer a check here.
Yoshida leads perhaps to charge spade draws, thinking it's unlikely Robert has a 10 in his hand considering he did not bet the flop. Pocket tens would be one of the few hands that play that way.
And he gets there. Full house.
Perfect river card there. Could not have gone better for Yoshida. Robert is going to think he is very, very likely ahead still with his straight. 3 spades on the board. The board has paired. Don't think Robert is going to get too carried away in this hand. 93k in the middle, 2 SPR, and a big bet from Yoshida. Yoshida can represent a lot of bluffs here, and with Robert having the straight, blocking all the other straights possible. Makes the quick call, sees the bad news. Really rough luck there. Gets outdrawn on the flop. Gets the best hand on the turn. Gets outdrawn once again on the river. Plus 98k to the Japanese player.
That's a very stern, quiet anger there from Robert. I wonder what Yoshida was going to do if it didn't pay up the river.
Yeah, that's a great question.
You know, I wonder what his game plan was. So 2 sets of unknown cards got folded.
Couldn't have been pretty
Another
good.
Thai player.
They got folded.
You know, by the way, earlier you were asking whether, you know, I will root for people who took my stack and whether I will keep track of their progress.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, oh, you know, I was quite indifferent. Well, I was cooking my bacon and eggs in the kitchen earlier during the break. I was thinking, actually, I really want to know how Julep Pan gets on in this tournament.
Hey, great point.
He didn't even take the stack.
Great point. Well, it's clear he's relatively inexperienced, particularly to live poker. That automatically makes him an underdog. Then he had the epic comeback, 3 big blinds to 50 big blinds in the matter of a couple of orbits. can't help but root for the guy.
Exactly.
Anuj
He
gets
seems like a nice
outflopped
guy
here.
too.
He does, by the way. Completely agree. Action over here. Anuj Yadav from India gets outflopped. Decides to check behind on the monotone board. Now, Tan with the trips. Anuj, by the way, came in as the tournament chip leader into day 2. His stack is actually lower than the stack he started the day with as we close out day 2. And just to give you a sense of how many chips his day 2 starting stack was worth, he still has 58 bigs despite having lost chips over the course of the whole day.
What's Robert doing? He's staring at the distraction here.
I've told you, Steven, under the gun, crazy things happen. It's because of that big blind ante. Almost. Thought about it. People hate putting in those 2 bigs.
UTG +1. Basically low jack. Opens it up with 9-8 suited.
Less than 2 minutes left your break.
Queen 10 suit off. Very easy fold. On the other hand, Queen 8 off. Call it as if it was easy from the small blind. Go on, click back. Yeah, that's my girl. Punish these loose callers. And we get 2 folds. Easy. Don't, no need to show. So she is the chip leader.
Out and out chip leader. Her best cash so far, by the way, best I could figure it out, is just 12,000 USD. She is in pole position to dominate her way to the final table today, given the mountain of chips she has before her. 9th place alone, good for 13.6 thousand USD. That would beat her best score so far. Top prize of 3.9 billion VND, that's 168,000 USD. Would actually be 6 times her all-time earnings in live tournaments. Incredible stakes here.
Still a long way to go until we reach the final table. Isn't that true?
Always, always. Even with 10 players left, it feels like that sometimes.
Oh, that's a good one. Robert is taking his time with a 7 deuce off.
I wonder
making
why.
very considered moves.
Yeah, he's not the kind to tank for the sake of it or for any pay ladder considerations. I was mentioning how he was on the high roller final table in APT Type A.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was considering a true bluff jam, or maybe just balancing his timing tells there. So Stephen, it seems like we've lost some of our friends in chat. I must say I missed them. In particular.
Well, we just have to make new friends.
Indeed, indeed. 119 of you watching. Clearly, many new friends in chat. If you're enjoying the coverage and just want to help support us for free with just 1 second of effort, please do hit that like button. We would really appreciate it. Hit subscribe too while you're at it so that you can stay tuned with all the action we're bringing to you, not just from the Summer Series here in Vietnam over the next 3 days now, but from APT Incheon in Korea coming up at the end of the month starting August 25th. If you hit like, the YouTube gods know you enjoy what you're watching, they'll send more of it your way. We see some Indians in the chat. Vishalo just says, let's go. Anuj. Anuj Yadav, fan favorite in the Indian poker circuit.
No, it
Young
says
gun.
let's flop and go.
Let's flop and go.
You just missed the flop. There you go. Let's flop and go. He's a jack for the chip leader.
I'll tell you who didn't miss the flop.
I know.
Couldn't help the cringy segue there, but the chip leader, talk about the rich getting richer, in pole position to take down the spot. Lamb, well, they're both Lamb, excuse me, but Boo Lamb is in my least favorite situation in poker. A pocket pair, and a decent one at that, with one overcard to the board. There we go. Ends up costing you some chips. You just feel you cannot fold yet.
You cannot.
Did he click it back?
Maybe. No.
No.
It's not worth it. No. Not with 7 big blinds behind.
Terrible card for Vu there. The jack pairing on the turn makes it all the more unlikely that his opponent has a jack. She is the dominant chip leader, so he could feel like he's being bullied by her. Beats sevens, of course. Would not blame Vu Lam if he went with his hand here. It is just very strong to have eights on a Jack-Jack-7 deuce board against the chip leader, who is going to be putting all the pressure in the world. This would be a very, very impressive fold if he can make it. Vu in the tank. Eyeing Hong, trying to get any tell. Good job, use those time banks. Always in favor of taking your time, especially in a spot where you have to call it off. If you're wrong, you don't get to turn in those time banks for cash. Might as well use them, make the most of the situation.
Well, I used my time banks during the break to...
Wow. Stephen, that is
see?
an impressive laydown.
Good fold. Good fold. Very solid fold.
It isn't easy. Of course, on the one hand, you do figure, what are you getting check raised by on the Jack-7 deuce board? On the other hand, the chip leader should be check raising you with a variety of holdings, including all kinds of gut shots, and putting you all in is a natural follow-up to pretty much any hand there that would check raise on the flop, beating all the sevens as well. Very impressive laydown.
I think the key here is the fact that he was holding pocket eights. So a lot of the gut shot combos, Lamb, Mayo Lamb had it. So 8-9, 8-10, all those combos were blocked by the pocket eights.
And by the way, with this...
reduced drastically the
yeah, and I was about to
gut
say,
shot
with this feature
possibilities.
table being directly transported, this is not a new table. This is an existing table that has been sent to the feature table. These players might have some history, if not against each other directly, but clearly would have been observing each other play. I mentioned earlier how Hong became the out-and-out chip leader in the tournament with a flush over flush situation. She has increased her stack since then. We can see how. Clearly plays very solid, did have the best of it over there. But I think a lot of players would know her tendencies better than we do at the moment, making that fold perhaps a bit easier, but impressive nonetheless. Robert is all in. Ace-9 off on the button. Easy jam there, 10 bigs. Would love to pick up the 2.5 in the middle. King-6 surely not going to cut it for Kongjai from Thailand.
I'll be very shocked if you make that call from the small blind.
He's getting some TV time in. Fair play, fair play. Anuj with Queen Deuce makes the quick fold. Some supporters for Anuj, by the way, in chat. Vishal Ojai mentioned. Abhishek Pal says, yo, Anuj. My Indian Desi brothers, you can go wake up. Any fans of Anuj? Well, actually, it's only 8:30 p.m. in India, so you can send them a link, because we're going to be covering this feature table for at least the next hour and a half before we wrap up for the day.
We have 2 more levels to go, including this one. Or when we play down to 48 players.
I'm starting to think that's unlikely. 71 players remaining, once again, given the structure of the main event. Assuming a lot of the short stacks were either eliminated or doubled up right after the bubble. I suspect we have plenty of play left with those stacks, so certainly odds are we'll hit the end of the next level before we hit 48 players remaining. This is poker, though. You never know. Never know.
Well, one thing I do know is chip leaders always pick up good cards. Ace King from the hijack. Pocket 5s to set mine from the small blind. The flop comes 10-9-6. 10-9-6 rainbow. Good enough for a C-bet. Pocket 5 gives it up.
That's the way it goes when you're the chip leader. She has the huge stack of Anuj. 54 bigs at this stage, by the way, is a lot. Has him almost covered thrice over. That is pressure. Beyond pressure. Gets the jam, gets the continuation bet rather through. Against any other player.
No doubt she's planning on how to cover the whole table with the way she's playing right now and the good cards she's getting.
She's pretty close already, mind you. Doing some quick maths. She's probably 20
just
blinds
knock
short.
Her one more stack. Yeah, just knock her one more stack.
That's it. She needs exactly 23 bigs to cover the whole table. What a spot to be in, deep into the main event here. $168,000 up top.
Unlike Robert Kiss, who is in desperate need for a double up. And he might choose to do so with Ace-8 suited. Just put it all in. He does look a tiny bit like Pedro Pascal. A tiny bit.
Excuse me? Who does?
Robert. Look at him again. I'm sure camera will... A little bit.
I'm in shock. I don't see it at all.
Oh, God. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I'm not the best at these kind of things, but Pedro Pascal has such a distinct look. Obviously Hispanic, for one thing. I don't see it on Robert at all. He does look like someone, though. I can't place my finger on whom.
Pedro Pascal.
Maybe, maybe. And you know what? Good-looking fellow either way, Pedro Pascal or not. Has a good intimidating stare there. Nice sunglasses. Hopefully listens to this.
Is he going to get through? Yes, he is.
He's extremely solid, by the way. Really knows
Yes.
what to do at every stack depth. Never afraid to get it in. Simply understands the mechanics of the game. And mind you, that's not a person you want with a lot of chips to work with. He's certainly trying to make his way towards that goal.
Well, one big blind at a time. He's still way behind on the packing order.
68 remaining, by the way.
Stack of 68? Oh, excellent. Maybe we can get it down to 48.
Could have 20 eliminations in about an hour and a half. Certainly possible.
I wonder what the average stack is right now.
I think I saw this right before we came back from the break, about 42 bigs.
42 bigs, okay.
Once again, a testament to the structure of this event. Usually you'd find probably closer to 30, 35 in most series, including most main events that are not APT main events. Huge shout out to the structure, the tournament directors for devising such a structure. Also, by the way, when we get down to the final table, you might remember this, Stephen, we reset the blinds such that the average stack is at least 30 bigs.
That's wonderful, isn't it?
Fantastic. By the way, Stephen, I have a big request from all online poker platforms. I think they should say, or they should report rather, the median stack and not the average stack. I think that's more useful information.
Yeah, it's very useful. And I don't think it's that difficult to work out either. It's all on the system, right?
Certainly not online. I mean, it would take one line of code.
Yeah.
The only question is whether they think it's valuable for players to know. The average stack, of course, simply means the total number of chips in play divided by the number of players. It's not an actual stack somebody has. And in case somebody's forgetting the high school statistics, the median stack means take all the stacks, line them up in ascending or descending order. What does the person right in the middle have as a stack? So that should tell you 50% players have more than that, 50% players have less. Usually more useful information.
I will feed that back to the relevant personnel.
Please do. Could be a cool differentiator.
I remember when online poker started to show, instead of showing the number of chips, they started showing big blinds. That was a game changer completely.
Game changer. Changed the game.
Thank you.
Literally, everybody
Thank
could
you.
suddenly make perfect decisions as per blinds, as opposed to needing to do mental math in advance.
Yeah. Perfect for lazy people like me. It's actually perfect for people who are playing multi-table. Multiple tables.
The jam goes through, of course, with the pocket queens.
Oh,
Let's
they
see.
do sound like they're speaking Cantonese, the Vietnamese people. Oh my god, it's so familiar, yet so different.
Actually, that happens a lot with Indian languages too. I mentioned Hindi, the national language, of course, but with all the other languages floating about, once in a while, if you've ever heard languages or states such as Gujarati, Bengali, they have the same flow. Maybe they have 20, 30% of the same words.
Right?
Just enough to hang on. And Punjabi as well. Sometimes you listen to music in Punjabi, and you're like, yeah, no, I get it. I get what the person is saying. And then if I ask someone to repeat what they said, it's just It's just gibberish. Turns out you didn't understand anything at all. You just listened to the cadence and bobbed your head.
Yep. That is exactly what's happening with me listening to Vietnamese. It feels so familiar. Like a long lost cousin.
Kong Chai, by the way, getting busy. Gets the fold from Din Tien Tan with the 9-4 suited. Nobody on this table afraid to mix it up. That much is clear.
Mm-hmm. Nine big blinds. That's the shortest stack. Say hello back to Michael Chan. Hello, Michael. I hope you're doing well. And then Freeman48. Tell me where you're from. Where are you watching this stream? Are you in Hong Kong? Or Macau? Or Taiwan? Maybe somewhere a little bit more exotic.
NYC.
The Big Apple.
Early in the morning there. Simon Yao from Malaysia. Hello, Simon. Nothing like watching poker early in the morning. Respect, respect. Only true fans.
It's 11 a.m. Come on.
That's early. The man is watching poker. He's a late night owl, let's face it.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, when you got a chance, come to Hong Kong. Come to my weekly free roll tournament. Well, yes. Be fun to hang out. So Freeman48 is saying he's going to be in Ho Chi Minh City in a couple of weeks. Excellent.
Kong Jai opened Jack 10 off under the gun +2 a moment ago. This time around, King Queen off makes it 2.4x to go. Definitely on the looser side, but he has been on a roll. He has the stack. He's certainly not afraid. Does help that the biggest stack on the table is in the small blind, usually the toughest position to fight from. Ace Jack, of course, helps. Grabs raising chips. I love this. 100K in her hand. Announces 79. This is what it's all about. She's making it look easy, but trust me, so many players would be satisfied calling from the small blind there. Under the gun open, no respect. The chip leader makes it 79K to go.
And King Queen off, in terms of the standard play, is an easy open fold here.
Definitely in the bottom of the range from under the gun. Exactly the kind of hand you want to open fold. After all, you have to have some raise folds in your range. King Queen off makes perfect sense, dominated by most hands that are 3-betting. Let's this one go. Love this though from the chip leader. Hong Win Dang Lam is just showing how to do it. No coincidence, she has 1.5 million in her stack. Surely the tournament chip leader at this point, as she has been for the past couple of levels.
Answering Freeman's question, there is the next APT event is going to be in South Korea at the end of August. And I think Ho Chi Minh City has several poker clubs that will have some sort of event going on every day, every week. So do a little bit of Googling.
By the way, loving the poker clubs that have popped up all over Vietnam. I visited a couple of them in Hanoi, not just where we had our event, but other clubs in general. I think one of them is called Loyal Poker Club, if I'm not mistaken. VSOP, of course, has been home of the APT. Pretty cool that you can just wake up, and if you feel like playing a tournament that day, you will have multiple options available. If you are in Hanoi, perhaps even in Ho Chi Minh City, as you just mentioned, that is a privilege a lot of people cannot understand in different countries where poker has not been regulated properly yet, and perhaps you don't have the multitude of poker club options to choose from.
I think that's one thing I like about Taipei. You know, we have in Taipei 2 pretty big organizations in the middle of Taipei, in the very downtown area, as well as many other poker venues around Taipei within an hour's drive.
Fantastic.
Poker seems to be a very popular thing. Yes, oh, fantastic poker country all around.
Kongjai flops the best of it. Now bets it on the turn. Yoshida has a wheel draw. Would call here if he thinks there's a chance his ace high is good, but worried about what he might face on the river. Lets it go. Right decision, it turns out.
Once again, it's one of those spots where you're playing against a big blind defend, and you know, jack, a 9, they are hitting right at the corner swing range from the big blind.
By the way, let's not forget the Players Party has kicked off at the Malibu Club in Da Nang. If you are here at the APT in Da Nang, head on over. Everybody's still in day 2 of the main event. Will be doing so once the day wraps up in an hour and change. But everybody else, any player here at the APT, do not miss out on a fun time as usual. The APT player parties slowly becoming legendary.
And I think we are, on this stream, we are building a bit of an in-joke community here as well. Nimg just wrote another distraction. Very good. Long-term listener.
Certainly Nimg has been active in the chat for a while. He's not one of the friends we are missing from back when we kicked off the stream. Some of them were literally doing our research for us. Huge shout out to Justin in the chat, among others.
I think he told us he was going to bed or something.
Something like that. Big raise into the suited ace on the big blind of Anuj Yadav. Anuj makes the call. Certainly a hand to continue with. Ace 4 of clubs. Whiffs the board.
Cannot miss any harder than that. Let's check, yep. Literally, there's no improvement for Anjay. Looking for a cheap showdown here. The 5 completes the backdoor flush. Still no help for either player. Let's check. Ace high. Pocket 8. We'll take it down. Very legit hand. Pocket 8. Also very legit to check it down for a cheap showdown.
You can make your way over to our players' party. Players' party is at Malibu Beach Park.
At 1.5 million, Lam Hon Win Dang still leading with 147 big blinds. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have Robert Kiss at 11 big blinds and another Lam at 9 big blinds.
Frankly, after the madness of the previous feature table, this table seems far more predictable, perhaps solid.
Technically predictable, yes. But you know, forgive me for repeating myself, but you know, 11 big blinds is still actually very playable. You only need 2 double ups to be 40 big blinds.
Well, after what we've seen today, the spin up, I will believe anything. 3 went to 32, soon after went to 58. One of the most incredible comebacks I've seen, and you're so right, Stephen. I already want to know what's happening with him, but I will be patient. I'll wait till the end of the day to get an update from the live reporting. I've made sure not to spoil myself. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay here.
Robert Kiss wakes up with ace queen off from the cutoff.
This is going in.
11
Robert
big blinds. Yeah.
Too strong to not jam it in. Just balancing right now in terms of timing tells. Wants to do whatever it takes to likely get a fold. Would be much more preferable than getting a call 48k in the middle. Would love to increase his stack by 40% without seeing a board. And queens for Kong Jai. Hard luck. The only question for him is all in or call. Does have the monster stack of Lamb to think about.
He's asking for a count, which is a good way of not wasting a time bank.
I suppose you're right, Stephen, but the shot clock is still ticking, so to the extent that the dealer...
I don't know. I think you're supposed to stop the clock while counting.
Ah, okay. Not familiar with that rule. Says call, by the way. Wow, Anuj wakes up with ace queen as well. All the queens are now dead, mind you.
116. Yes. Yes, 16. And he called now. 116. Yes.
116, and he calls. So he doesn't get to do the chip counting trick. So a time bank is in play right now. Interesting spot. And hijack chip leader open. Cutoff jams 11 big blinds. Pocket queens calls. Ace queen off tanks. He's trying to figure out how much he has behind. And I can tell you, if I can read the text, he has 39 big blinds. So he's pretty much exactly the same stack. Neck to neck. He's going to give up the ace queen.
To see the fold, not just because of the action, but just the way he asked for the chip count. You know, very concerned with the stack sizes. It's not something he would do if he had an absolute monster there. Kings or aces come to mind. Seemed like he was leaning towards a fold right from the start, but just wanted to make sure he wasn't giving up some value in case the chip count was not what he thought it was. As it happens, ace queen v queens. One ace has already been folded. Hard luck there for Robert, drawing to 2 aces. Thankfully for him, no queens left.
At least there's no flopping dead here.
2 diamonds though. Backdoor flush draw in the mix. Backdoor straight draw as well. Never easy. There's the diamond.
There you go.
12 outs now. Not to be. We do lose a very strong player in the form of Robert Nemiskeri. Good game. He's eliminated, I want to say somewhere maybe in the mid-60s in terms of number of players, which means we have hit the pay jump, by the way. I mentioned. That was at 71 players left, so we're in the 2,900 payout. There we go, 64 players remaining. Playing down to 48 or the end of the next level. The 6,000, 12,000 level.
By the way, I'm going to take it back. I don't think we'll play it down to 48 players today.
Yeah. Structure is just too good to leave room for that. But hey, if the bubble hadn't gone on for very long, we would have been pretty close.
Excellent timing with the pocket queens. Now he's going to be happy folding a lot of the hands. He's just pick up a big pot. Nine, 7 suited. Batting from hijack with 9-7 suited. Ace-9 suited flatting as well. Is he going to pull the trigger? Do something funky? I don't think he can with 9-4 off, so give that up. And then Lamb puts it in with his last 8.4 big blinds. I think the concern for Lam Dang is the fact that there's another player behind him. He doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's just calling. What is Ace-9 going to do? Ace-9 suited is going to be a struggle to call off. Oh, that's pretty. No, don't do it. You either isolate, your hand is not very strong to play three-way. So get rid or isolate. Nope, he's not getting rid. So he really should be isolating. I wonder what he's thinking about. Do you think his stack size, maybe he's thinking whether his stack size is big enough to bully Lam Dang out of the spot here. And he folds. Yes, it's a good fold. So A queen versus 9-7. In theory, a 60-40 spot. But, oh, actually, it is still 60-40 because one queen got folded and 1-9 got folded. And the 9 comes. Sometimes you just can't. Oh, no. That's good. It's a queen. It's a 3. Well, that's a double up for Lamb. More than a double up. He's climbed up to 19 big blinds. Sometimes tournament poker is that easy. When tournament poker isn't, multi-table torture is actually very easy. Pay structure, I will put it in the comments. Just wait 1 second. apt.poker. So go to apt.poker and you will see all the payout and live reporting, etc. Structure. But I can tell you for certain that the winner of this event will pick up 4 billion Vietnamese dong, which works out to be 180,000 US dollars, which is quite a lot. I'll be happy with that. Pocket 5s. Another limp. Oh no, is an open. 2.4k. 2.4 BBs open.
I feel like sometimes one player just sets the tone for open sizing, and everybody just follows. Lots of 2.4 on this table.
Well, now that the shortest stack is just doubled up, we have a minimum of 20 big blinds at this table now.
Nobody in the danger zone, really. Plenty of play. Looking back, Stephen, how do you categorize the various feature tables we've seen today? Certainly the most recent one comes to mind. Lots of recreational players playing very unorthodox. Before that, we did have some familiar faces. Overall,
I think the table with Nevin and Benson was of the highest quality.
And Kyle in the middle of the two.
And Kyle, yes, of course. And then this table is okay. It's quite good. I have to confess, I don't remember very well what happened in the first session at the very beginning. It seems like a long time ago.
It does. It's been a long day of a lot of action, but the one thing I won't forget is the very first hand, the queens folding there. The two aces and the three hearts on the board. Queens with the queen of heart. Just let it go. Very, very surprising start to the day. It just goes to show sometimes the pressure of day two, the feature table, can get to anyone.
But I am still very happy to see 120 viewers still sticking by us. We are towards the home straight of day 2 of the APT Da Nang event.
Abhishek in chat, by the way, asking where can we see pay structure? Well, Abhishek, you can go to apt.poker, click on Da Nang, the live reporting, or perhaps a summary of the event. We'll have it for you. But just so you know, 168K first place, going all the way down to 13.6K for 9th place. That's USD, of course. Everybody currently guaranteed 2,900 USD. 2x return on their 1,500 USD buy-in, but of course that 120x is what you're shooting for. First place, 3.9 billion VND. Michael Chen says APT plus Triton live right now. Well, Michael, thanks for choosing us. Just to let you know, we'll be wrapping up in an hour. Triton will be going on for a while. But do say hi to our friend Henry Kilbane in the Triton chat. Give him a little bit of ribbing. Tell him we're doing a better job than him. And we'll always love you for it.
But that's funny.
More poker for all.
We're probably going to see Michael Seuser at the Triton table too.
Let's hope so. An absolute crusher, Michael. Down there, going for the limping strategy against the chip leader. Understandable, but look at this. 8 deuce let into the pot there. Works out well, though. Top pair v bottom pair. Grams35 says, have heard is common in APT events. Many players buy in 3 times or more fairly often. Can anyone confirm this is true? Well, Grams, you've come to the right place. I can confirm that many players have bought in 4, even 5 times or more. If you want to know what the record is for firing bullets into this main event, Let's just say it's closer to 10 than it is to 5. Such is the passion for the game.
It's
over here in
closer
Da
to
Nang.
10 than it is closer to 7. How about that?
Okay, you're making it too easy, Stephen. You got to reward the people who've been watching us from the start. Can't just give away this information. Just kidding, just kidding. Stephen is absolutely right, Gramps. That should give you a fair idea. Of course, that's not common, but I believe over 200 players fired just one bullet, but as a result, the remaining players did fire multiple bullets. And why not?
No,
What's the value?
Hold on. No, I think the stat is 220 players who have qualified for day 2 fired only one bullet.
Out of
I think.
297?
Oh,
That seems pretty high. Surely.
because
Some single bullet.
220. Okay, maybe you're right. No, you're absolutely right. Okay, so
I'd believe it the other way.
Yeah,
I think
you're right.
220 people might have fired more than one bullet, but it's going to be close either way.
mhm.
Meanwhile, the most active player on the table has woken up with aces in the big blind. This is where your aggression gets rewarded. You might not get as much credit. However, raising from the big blind, 3-betting that is, in this case it would be a squeeze considering the under the gun +1, under the gun open and the under the gun +1 call is going to look very, very strong. Not to mention the sizing is suspect as well. Raising from the blinds, you usually expect to go pretty big. This time around, a very inviting sizing of 50,000. Anuj is good enough to sniff this out, but we don't know what he has. He goes all in.
Must be pretty strong.
Oh no, I think he said call. Excuse me. He did look up at the clock, and of course the word call and all is pretty close together. I certainly thought he's going with it. Does have a mystery hand, so we can only know so much for now.
3-way to see the flop.
Aces can't be too comfortable, but the inviting raise size, surely this is what he was hoping for. More money in the pot. How about top set? Not much to worry about. Only behind a flop, not straight, which would be very, very unlikely. Opening under the gun and calling a 3-bet. He knows he's good here. The only question is, does Anuj have something he can continue in this hand with? This flop absolutely smashing the range of somebody 3-betting from the blinds. Unless Anuj has a serious piece of this board, this hand should be over. Freeman 48 asks set over set. That would certainly constitute a serious piece. Queens or pocket tens.
He doesn't have a hand, he says.
Anuj just folded already. We'll never know,
I
but
don't
we'll
have a
know
hand.
we know it wasn't queens or tens.
Nor was it King Jack.
Okay, Joe. You have sixes. No set, no bet, my friend. Let this one go.
Absolutely.
Shows the aces. I feel like he didn't need to. His hand was pretty face up. Too strong. Small 3-bet
Maybe
from
not
the big
exactly aces. You know, you could be ace king maybe, but still, the ace definitely helped him. I wonder what he called with. The mystery hand. Like he folded so quickly on an ace-10 queen board.
Could have had a pair himself. I don't think he'd fold jacks too quickly, by the way. With the Broadway draw.
What is it?
Another pair, maybe? 7s, 8s, that variety. Maybe something much worse that he was getting frisky under the gun with. Telling you, Stephen, under the gun, very special position. See all kinds of crazy stuff.
Pick out
Chip
an ace
leader.
again. It's going to open. Oh, nice, nice. Ace queen suited. Don't be too fancy. Put in a 3-bet. Don't be too fancy. Put in a 3-bet.
I mean, look at the difference here. Gong Jai that is, had opened under the gun, and Lam put in the 3-bet with ace-queen from the small blind. In this case, he actually flat calls, flops the best of it here. Absolute monster flop, 2 hearts, as well as top pair, good kicker. And Lam, as it happens, has an ace to put in more money into the spot.
Which is a fair. Well, it's quite fair. Ace-7. There's merits in checking some of the weaker ace range, just to protect your range a little bit, so that you don't bet every ace.
Yeah, but being the chip leader, she's probably continuation betting so often. Might not be unreasonable to actually bet every ace, considering some of them might even be making 2-pair with the wheel.
Mm-hmm. Ace-queen of hearts must be very, very happy indeed.
Anuj once again is folded before the dealer even gets to him.
Very efficient player. No messing around. Heads up indeed.
Nuts.
That's the check mark. And he checks his nuts. Eyeing up his stack. It's a good check back. Ten is no use to Lam Dang. A bunch. 85,000 into a good fold, showing an ace.
Wow.
Very good. Very
Making
good
it look easy, losing the minimum there. Gongjai did go very polarized there, betting the size of the pot. I did like that bet, of course. He had the nuts. He had so much of the piece of the board. The only thing he could do is try to represent a crazy bluff of sorts. Miss straight draw, perhaps. But my word, Lam is just showing how it's done, losing the minimum in a spot where she could have easily bled more chips.
Even though I disagree with the flatting from the small blind, it turns out that was the optimal maximum value play.
Yeah, that does assume that the chip leader would not have called a 3-bet. I don't know about that. We haven't experienced how she responds to being 3-bet with a marginal holding like Ace-7 in position. Could certainly see her being speculative, thinking she can outplay her opponent. After all, she has a huge chip stack and would have had position. We'll never know. We've certainly seen crazier calls from other chip leaders, I'll tell you that. Kam Fong comes to mind. Called off the 10-9 suited when he had about $1 million plus in chips. Another player I'd love to check on, by the way.
Pocket nines, very good holding. I've seen some GTO solutions that suggests a cold jam with pocket nines for 25 BBs.
Wow. Wonder why that is.
I think for certain, for if you're playing a very high volume, pocket nines jamming 25 BBs is actually slightly plus EV, and you just move on. You just get more volume in. It's more volatile, but it's positive EV, and then you either run up a huge stack or you move on to the next one.
Well, Anuj clearly has a different theory. He's actually managed to get some value from the king high off Joe. The club makes it mighty interesting. The backdoor flush draw now comes in. Some chop outs as well with the 4. Anuj checks. Gets to protect his range a little bit. Can certainly still have an ace, but very, very unlikely to have a 4. And I think Joe realizes this. Goes all in on the semi-bluff. What a beautiful shove there. Absolutely range betting, knowing Anuj cannot have any 4s with the way the hand went down. He's asking Anuj, even if you have an ace, do you think you're ahead enough